Good afternoon and welcome to today's board's business meeting on this day, Tuesday, June 11th, 2019. And we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If I get approval on the agenda.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? And that is unanimous of those present. Dr. Smith?
Yes, President Evans, we have the Human Resources monthly report before you today for your consideration.
Move approval.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? And that is unanimous.
We also want to pause today and recognize two of our staff members who have passed away recently. Whereas the death on May 1st, 2019 of Ms. Elizabeth A. Bernard, reading specialist at Rosemary Hills Elementary School, has saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. Whereas during the 21.9 years that Ms. Bernard worked for Montgomery County Public Schools, she regularly conveyed to students and staff her belief in the importance of learning and that all students can learn at high levels. And Ms. Bernard endeavored to maintain a safe and welcoming school environment in which students and staff could be successful. She diligently worked as a teacher, trainer, and mentor to both staff and students in the school in which she worked and was an advocate for student literacy needs. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their sorrow at the death of Ms. Bernard and extend deepest sympathy to her family.
Move approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? And that is unanimous of those
We also
present.
want to pause today and remember Mr. Ricky Thompson, building service worker at Crest Haven Elementary School. Mr. Thompson's death has saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During his 14.9 years that he worked for Montgomery County Public Schools, Mr. Thompson demonstrated a strong commitment to students and staff by maintaining a clean and healthy school environment in which students could learn. And Mr. Thompson was a hardworking team member at Crest Haven Elementary School. He maintained a positive rapport with all staff and students. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their sorrow at the death of Mr. Thompson and extend deepest sympathy to his family. And be it further resolved that a copy of each of these resolutions be forwarded to the families of Mr. Thompson and Ms. Bernard.
Move approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? And that is unanimous.
We also have a number of recognitions that we want to do today that involve a lot of students, some of whom are here with us today, and that's great. First of all, the Montgomery County Alliance of Black School Educators Scholarship recipients. Whereas the Montgomery County Alliance of Black School Educators recognizes deserving students who have demonstrated a strong commitment to understanding the needs of the African American community, and the Montgomery County Alliance of Black School Educators has as its goal to promote, facilitate, and improve the academic performance and achievement of all students, especially those of African American descent. The Montgomery County Alliance of Black School Educators values the academic, leadership, and community service achievements of some of Montgomery County Public Schools' most talented African American high school seniors. Montgomery County recognizes and honors the outstanding service and contributions of our African American students in our county and our state. And therefore be it resolved that on behalf of the Superintendent of Schools, staff members, students, parents, guardians of Montgomery County Public Schools, the members of the Montgomery County Board of Education recognize the winners of this year's Montgomery County Alliance of Black School Educators Distinguished Scholar, Community Leader, Service, Leadership, Historically Black College and Universities, and Scholarship, and 2019 Distinguished African American Scholars. So I'm going to read the names of each of our scholars today, and if you are here today, would you please stand up? The Dr. Frida K. Lacey Distinguished Scholar Scholarship Award goes to a Poolesville High School student, Rachel Sintongo. The Dr. Judith Daka Community Leader Service Award goes to Andre Tulloch, Watkins Mill High School. The Mr. Wayne Wiggum Leadership Award goes to Tensei DeReese, Montgomery Blair High School. And the Dr. Christine Handy and Dr. Genevieve Floyd Historically Black College and Universities Award goes to Neela Jones, Quince Orchard High School. And the Miss Maisha O. Brown Scholarship Award goes to Sidney Johnson, Walt Whitman High School. And then I would invite all the other recipients to please stand today. There are the recipients of these awards. Congratulations and the very, very best to you in the coming days and next year. We also have today, I'm sorry, yes, sorry.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Congratulations. Yeah, just one more time. One more time. Yeah, please.
Today we have the recognition of distinguished Hispanic scholars. The Hispanic Alliance for Education recognizes Hispanic high school seniors who have been identified as distinguished Hispanic scholars through academic excellence, community involvement, and leadership. The Hispanic Alliance for Education has awarded scholarships to distinguished Hispanic scholars from each of our 26 high schools in Montgomery County Public Schools. Montgomery County Public Schools honors and supports the many contributions of Hispanic American students to our schools, our community, our state, and our country. Montgomery County Board of Education continually celebrates Montgomery County Public Schools for holding a high standard of academic excellence and recognizing the outstanding achievement of Hispanic American students. Therefore, be it resolved that on behalf of the Superintendent of Schools, staff members, students, parents, and guardians of Montgomery County Public Schools, the members of the Montgomery County Board of Education congratulate the recipients of the 2019 Distinguished Hispanic Scholars Award.
Move for approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous.
And do we have recipients with us today of these awards? Well, all right, let's give them a hand.
Congratulations. Well, if they do, then we'll need to go back and have the other two
Yeah.
students say their names as well. Yeah.
Congratulations and the very best. We also today find the right page. The Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity scholarship recipients. The Gaithersburg Rockville Alumni Chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, Kappa Youth and Community Foundation has awarded 7 scholarships to Montgomery County Public School students. The Gaithersburg Rockville Alumni Chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity, Kappa Youth and Community Foundation's main focus is to provide opportunities for young people who dream of going to college and make that a reality. The Gaithersburg Rockville Alumni Chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated is committed to providing encouragement and support to young African American students so they may see a future for themselves that includes a college education. The Montgomery County Board of Education is proud that Montgomery County Public Schools continues to celebrate the many accomplishments of its diverse student body and its community partners. Therefore, be it resolved that on behalf of the Superintendent of Schools, staff members, students, and parents and guardians of Montgomery County Public Schools, the members of the Montgomery County Board of Education congratulate the Montgomery County Public Schools class of 2019 Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, Kappa Youth and Community Foundation Scholarship recipients.
Move for approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous.
And do we have recipients with us today for these awards, Kappa? All right, well, let's give them a hand. They are
Absolutely.
here somewhere in the community. We also have the recognition of Montgomery County Public Schools higher education partnerships. Montgomery County Public Schools celebrates its commitment to partnering with local institutions of higher education in an effort to support aspiring educators and bring the best possible professional development and academic opportunities to our staff. Montgomery County Public Schools recognizes and celebrates the more than 457 employees enrolled in the 12 institutions of higher education offering 15 partnership programs. Of these, more than 139 are 2018-19 higher education partnership degree and certificate program completers who have earned certificates, certifications, and bachelor's and master's degrees. So therefore, be it resolved that on behalf of the Superintendent of Schools and all Montgomery County Public Schools staff members, the members of the Board of Education congratulate and recognize our higher education partners and their graduates for their contributions to the school system and for creating a culture of lifelong learning and the pursuit of academic excellence.
Move for approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous.
And we have one more recognition today. We have two more recognitions today. The George B. Thomas Senior Learning Academy High Achievement Scholarship recipients. The George B. Thomas Senior Learning Academy High Achievement Program rewards students who exhibit high levels of academic success who have provided consistent volunteer service to the George B. Thomas Senior Learning Academy Saturday School. The George B. Thomas Senior Learning Academy has awarded 10 scholarships for exceptional academic achievement and community service to Montgomery County Public Schools class of 2019 students. Montgomery County Public Schools recognizes and celebrates its student volunteers and the contributions that provide service to our community and teach civic responsibility. The Board of Education applauds Montgomery County Public Schools for its recognition of the academic success and community involvement of its diverse student body. Therefore, be it resolved that on behalf of the superintendent of schools, staff members, students, and parents, the members of the Board of Education extend their congratulations to the recipients of the George B. Thomas Senior Learning Academy Incorporated High Achievement Scholarship Awards.
Move approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous.
Do we have recipients today of the George B. Thomas? We have one more recognition, but Ms. Evans, would it be appropriate if we just have all of our students who are with us today stand up and let's give them a really big round of
Absolutely,
applause?
absolutely.
All students in the room, please, if you could stand up. A few years from now, I would like to be watching the Education Channel on television here and see some of you sitting here in these seats. That would be what I would think would be great. So congratulations and all the best to you. We also today want to pause and have a recognition that June 2019 is Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month. Whereas Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month presents all of us with the opportunity to celebrate diversity, recognize the struggles that those in our community have faced to achieve equal rights and treatment, and ensure that Montgomery County Public Schools is a community that is inclusive and accepting of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer individuals. So therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education, the Superintendent of Schools, hereby declare the month of June 2019 to be recognized as the annual observant of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer pride in Montgomery County Public Schools.
Move approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous.
And we have a lot to celebrate, and that concludes our recognitions for today. And best of luck, students.
Very good. Our next item on the agenda is public comments. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it is not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, program, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. This is a public meeting, and we expect the conduct of all speakers and members of the audience to be within the bounds of proper etiquette. Inappropriate personal remarks, rude retorts, or other such behavior is out of order and will not be tolerated. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our business meeting start times. Each speaker will receive 3 minutes for comments. Please speak clearly and directly into the microphone. 30 seconds prior to the expiration of a speaker's time, a yellow light will go on, accompanied by a beep. A red light and a buzzer signals that your time has expired. Please push the button on the microphone to begin speaking and push it once more at the sound of the buzzer. We ask speakers to be respectful to all who have signed up to testify by adhering to the time limits and stopping their testimony when the buzzer sounds. If possible, we ask that you remain in the room in case board members have comments to make or questions to ask. If you have not done so already, please provide copies of your testimony to staff before sitting down. Now, would Rosemary McCloskey, Byron Johns, Art Williams, and Diego Ururu please come to the table? I don't think. And So if they are not here at this moment,
There they are.
okay. Diego, if you'll come down. I don't know if Rosemary McCloskey just walked in the room or not. Okay, she's not here. Okay. Then we will maybe ask for Nora Morales. Is she here? Yes. Nora, you can come down. And Sabrina McMillan, is she here? Okay, so we'll wait. Okay. So then we will start with Mr. Johns when you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm going to abbreviate my written comments in the interest of time. I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Smith and the MCPS administration and the board for their work on the equity accountability model, and I look forward to the next phase. We wholeheartedly support this effort and believe the equity accountability data is fundamental for enabling better decisions from the boardroom to the classroom that positively impact students of color and close the equity gap. Additionally, the resource equity work performed by ERS has proven to be valuable in helping distinguish fact from folklore and bring fresh insights to inform better decisions. The deeper analysis of how much and how well MCPS utilizes its resources and how that impacts educational experiences of Black, Brown, and economically disadvantaged students has begun to unmask issues that will accelerate addressing root causes and the deployment of effective solutions that are vital to real and lasting change. We are confident this leads to better outcomes for our children and a better return on investment for the county. I read a statement recently that I believe is true and worth sharing. It is less important to use knowledge of data to understand people than it is to use knowledge of people to understand the data. In so keeping, I attended the 5th grade promotion of Rolling Terrace Elementary School this past Friday, the class of 2026. It was my 10-year-old niece's, Nia, promotion along with 125 of her classmates. Blair's auditorium was packed, beautifully dressed girls and boys, proud family members, and the entire program inspired cheers and laughs and shout-outs from different parts of the auditorium as the presentations were in both English and Spanish. They closed with a moving video of students doing a personal interpretation of Langston Hughes' I Too, which I recommend you see, and a beautiful montage of these young students' dreams for their future: engineers, doctors, lawyers, etc. I then was struck by today's reality. Rolling Terrace is 83% students of color, 72% farms, 52% ESOL. The Equity Accountability Report shows all 3 focus groups of farm students are behind academically, which will make realizing their dreams increasingly challenging. But that doesn't have to be. We have time, we have resources, we just need the will. Let us commit to making the right decisions now and over the next 7 years to change the educational experience for these children while they're at MCPS and enable those dreams to be possible. I close with this quote: "It is not beyond our power to create a world in which all children have access to good education. Those who do not believe in this have small imaginations." This is a quote from Nelson Mandela, and the rest of the quote is in the written comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Diego.
Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Smith, Board President Evans, and honorable members of the board. So here we are again in the middle of graduation season. And even before the official numbers come out, based on recent trends in graduation rates, we can assume that a disproportionate numbers of poor students, students of color and English language learners did not graduate. MCPS's own Equity Accountability Report exposed big achievement gaps in literacy and math, confirming that a large number of Black, Brown, and economically disadvantaged students are on a similar trajectory towards not graduating. We can all agree that the data is truly alarming and that it paints a very sad picture for students of color who are entering adulthood with a path with few opportunities and many obstacles, as opposed to those students who see many different paths and opportunities ahead. And yet, I stand here today with optimism as we seem to be at a real crossroads. A crossroads that began with MCPS taking some very difficult steps to really understand the gaps in opportunity and achievement. So kudos to the board, to the staff leadership for the in-depth analysis underlying the equity accountability reports. Kudos too for your transparency. We're also very hopeful about the work that MCPS is doing with ERS to trace the dollars in order to ensure that we're using our existing resources to maximize our ability to close the gap. As the president of the MCCPTA said, knowing what you need to fix is a first step. And while we very much welcome these steps, we must press forward. We cannot afford to slow down. Armed with data, MCPS has to take immediate and bold corrective action. On several occasions, I have told you and Dr. Smith that MCPS timing is not the community's timing. The community cannot wait years for the district to make changes necessary to meet the needs of students who are in MCPS today. Our community agrees with Dr. Smith that we have a moral imperative to diminish and eliminate disparities that exist with different student populations. So I'm going to quote too, but I quote the Dalai Lama, who said that there are only 2 days in the year when nothing can get done. One is yesterday, and the other one is called tomorrow. So today is the right day for MCPS and everyone else in pursuit of equity in education to blaze a new trail so that all children are ready for kindergarten, reading at grade level, graduating from high school, and ready to work or additional schooling. We are counting on you, Dr. Smith, on you, board members, and on you, MCPS leaders, to lead the way. Our communities will support you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Morales.
Good afternoon, Dr. Smith, members of the Board of Education, and fellow community members. My name is Nora Morales, and I am the proud parent of 2 MCPS graduates and 26-year educator. I come to thank you for the launch of 4 critical equity initiatives: the Equity Accountability Framework, the Be Well 365 program, the Resource Equity work performed by ERS, and the Boundary Study. My relationship with MCPS started in 2002 when my daughter Maya entered kindergarten at Rolling Terrace Elementary School. Since then, I have seen us make great strides in trying to impact the root causes of inequity in our district. From changing policies that used to discourage Spanish speakers from enrolling in 2-way language programs, translating applications for choice and specialty programs, recognizing the importance of social-emotional learning in academic achievement, and adopting rigorous curricula to create world-class leaders. We have come a long way, baby. The work that you have embarked on is often fraught with political landmines, naysayers, cynicism, and resistance. This is why I come to thank you for your courage and ask that you continue being equity warriors. This is why I come to thank you for your willingness to ask why we see disparate outcomes for Black and Brown students, even when MCPS is among the top school systems in the country, will ensure that we remain an outperforming district. The equity accountability reports have shed light on the fact that if you control for socioeconomic status, our Black and Brown students are still underperforming, even while they attend traditionally high-performing schools like Richard Montgomery. I applaud you for going through these unpopular but necessary work of confronting institutional barriers that may be contributing to these outcomes and being willing to take responsibility for trying solutions that do not further dehumanize and blame students and families for performance, but rather seek ways to partner with them to get results. I leave you with a quote also from Teddy Roosevelt. It's one of my favorites. I hope you like it too. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs and comes short again and again, who knows the great enthusiasm, the great devotions, and spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumphs of high achievement, and who at worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly. Thank you for daring greatly.
Thank you. Thank you all for your comments. Dr. Smith, did you have your line on you? You want to make a comment? Oh, okay. We appreciate you coming to give comments today, as well as paying attention to the work that we're doing here in the system. Thank you. So at this time, we will call up Rosemary McCloskey, Art Williams, and Sabrina McMillan. I don't know if she's here. And if Sabrina is not here, I don't see her, Sophia Eloisa? Yeah, Lopez, I'm sorry, yes. Sophia's here. And we will start with Mr. Williams, who's accompanied by Miss Ruby Rubens.
Is it on?
It is, yes, sir, it's on.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
and as you can see, and I wish I could, but I'm here and I'm concerned. The name is Arthur Williams. I chaired the 1977 2 Action Group, 42 years. Ms. Rubin is going to read our comments and so forth. So at this time, Ms. Rubin.
Thank you. As you said, this is Arthur Williams, the chair of the 1977 2 Action Group. And our comments today are on the resource equity study. We watched the April presentation and reviewed the materials provided. As a group, we fully endorse and support this and any other effort that identifies deficiencies in policies and practices and provides a blueprint for change. As we review the ERS findings reported in April, we found a few that were of grave concern to us, especially data showing that MCPS outcomes for African American Black students were no better than those in Prince George's County Public Schools, despite the higher spending levels in MCPS. The consistent gaps in outcomes, even in low poverty schools for African American Black students, was also concerning. Generally, we see nothing new since the findings are consistent with those in the OLO 2015 report on resource and staffing in MCPS. But what we hope is new this time is a stronger commitment and a sense of urgency to addressing the persistent disparities than we had 4 years ago. It is unclear if ERS will offer any recommendations to the board for the board to consider. But whether or not this happens, we hope that your discussions and actions will take some of the following concerns into consideration. What can you do to change the fact that more experienced and expensive teachers are allocated to low poverty schools rather than high poverty schools where the need for experienced and effective teachers is greatest? This and other spending practices contribute to the fact that MCPS allocates more general education dollars per student to its most affluent schools while shortchanging the lower income children of color attending its most needy schools. I'm concerned that both the ERS report and the 2015 OLO report found that MCPS also allocated far less revenue than it received for compensatory education programs designed to offset the impact of poverty and academic disparities. We would agree that there are times we all may feel that we get insufficient funds, but our question to you now is, regardless of the funding level, what do you plan to do to equitably serve our farms and Black and brown children who continue to be the victims of disparate treatment in MCPS? We accept the fact that they are often competing priorities, but we ask you to take seriously the board's mission and core values. We agree that money is not everything, but it does matter how well those funds are used. We ask that you meet your responsibility to ensure that our neediest children receive the core as well as the academic resources they so sorely need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from Ms. Klowski. Rosemary?
Yes. Is this working?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rosemary McCluskey. I'm an NAACP Parent Council representative. I have 2 African-American sons currently attending high school. Let me begin by saying thank you to Dr. Smith, the administration, and the board for your deep commitment to equity. I'm particularly grateful for the development of the equity accountability model, which proved to be an effective tool to address suspensions at my son's high school. I've been struggling all year to get parents and administration to question whether we could be doing more to further restorative justice practices. And when I met individually with assistant principals to discuss alternatives to suspension, I was not very effective. However, when I shared suspension data at a recent PTA meeting, and pointed out that there was disproportionality toward African American special ed students, it sparked their interest and concern. So today I'm happy to share that in the fall, the administration has made a commitment to revisit their utilization of restorative practices and partner with the PTSA to do so. I'd also like to share with you my wholehearted support of the resource equity work performed by ERS to address the impact of how different educational experiences affect students of color. With that in mind, I'd like to tell a tale of two sons. In elementary school, my sons were excellent students in a Spanish immersion program and enrolled in compacted math, etc. However, their paths began to diverge in middle school. My older son, who was more introverted, matured at a faster rate than his brother. As he began to look more like a young man, his experience with teachers, administration, and security changed dramatically. His grades began to drop. He would describe his experience in middle school as some of the toughest times of his young life. On the other hand, my younger son, who is an extrovert, matured at a much slower pace. He was charming with an easy smile and received high praise from his teachers. His grades reflected their positive perceptions of him. When high school commenced for my older son, he approached his teachers with a different lens that was laser-focused on bias as a result of his experience in the middle school. He was cognizant of which teachers cared about his success, vocal about the lack of diversity in his honors classes, and he navigated these challenges with a sense of purpose. My younger extroverted son began his 9th grade year and was now maturing into a young man. His coursework included honors physics, honors algebra, and honors English. As the year progressed, his grades slowly but steadily began to drop. He complained that he didn't know anyone in his classes and he was one of maybe 2 students of color. By February, he became disengaged, withdrawn, and was floundering. As I speak, we are holding our breath that he passes physics. The teachers and his counselor now recommend that he be enrolled in on-level courses for the next year. As you can imagine, it is heartbreaking to see my highly intelligent son slowly lose his drive to succeed academically. I share this story because I believe the equity work you have committed to is crucial to rewriting my son's tale. And I believe your commitment to resource equity can have a dramatic effect on the trajectory of future Black and brown students at MCPS. I will end with this quote from my older son, who was interviewed at a protest in DC when he was asked about how to change the world. He said simply, "If we come back again and again and again, maybe something can change." And that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lopez.
Gracias. Muy buenas tardes, honorable Junta. Gracias. Muy buenas tardes, honorable Junta de Educación. Mi nombre es Sofía López, madre de 4 hijos, uno de ellos en el college, uno se acaba de graduar de Gathersburg High School y 2 más están pequeños en Montgomery County Public School. Les agradezco muchísimo la oportunidad que nos dan de poder presentar nuestras inquietudes y preocupaciones sobre el avance en las escuelas. Muchas gracias, Dr. Smith, por su arduo trabajo para ayudar a las diferentes comunidades de nuestro condado. Muchas gracias a todos por el reporte que hicieron de equidad y contabilidad, por medio del cual nos hemos podido dar cuenta que muy a pesar de los esfuerzos y de los logros, seguimos teniendo una alta necesidad de cambios en el tema educacional académico. Yo, como latina, humildemente, y madre de chicos, estoy muy preocupada por estos inaceptables resultados en las escuelas. Somos el grupo más grande de las minorías y sin embargo tenemos el porcentaje más bajo de graduados de las escuelas de Montgomery County. El 75% es un número nada bueno en esta situación. También la raza morena, 86% de graduados de las escuelas de high school, tampoco es un buen número. ¿En dónde está el problema? ¿Qué pasa con el resto de los jóvenes que no se gradúan? Mis hijos están, uno en las universidades de Chedi Grove, el otro se acaba de graduar de Gathersburg High School y los 2 más pequeños siguen en las escuelas. Por lo que me preocupa mucho estos resultados. Dr. Smith, es hora de que hagamos algo. Es hora de que trabajemos juntos. Si no tratamos nosotros de que todos estos niños lleguen a la universidad y se gradúen de la universidad, pronto, muy pronto, tendremos mucha gente desempleada y a nadie absolutamente nos conviene eso. Doctor Smith y respetada Junta, por favor, es urgente que hayan cambios. Es urgente que trabajemos juntos. Me hago presente para ayudar en lo necesario para que nuestra comunidad progrese. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone for coming today to give testimony. Okay, so she wants to, sure. Hold on, she's gonna read it in English.
I'll try to make it fast,
Sure.
if I can. My name is Sofia Lopez, mother of 4 children, one of them in college, one has just graduated from Gaithersburg High School, and 2 more in MCPS. I thank you very much for the opportunity that you're giving me to present our concerns about the progress in schools. Many thanks to Dr. Smith for his hard work in helping the different communities in our county. Thank you very much to all for the report that you made of equity and accountability, through which we have been able to see that despite the efforts and achievements, we still have a high need for change in the academic educational pathway of support. As a Latina and as the mother of students, I am very concerned about those unacceptable results. We are the largest minority group, and yet we have the lowest percentage of high school graduates. 75 is not a good number in this situation. Also for African American students, 86% of high school graduates is not good either. Where is the problem? What about the rest of the young people? I have one child who attends the universities at Shady Grove, another that just graduated from GHS, and I have 2 more who attend MCPS schools. So I am very concerned about these results. Well, if we do not make every child get a university degree, soon we will have many unemployed people, and nobody, absolutely no one, thinks that this is a convenience for us. Dr. Smith and respected board, please urgently address these inequities and let us know how to work together. I make myself present to help in whatever is necessary for our community to progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Mrs. Smodrowski?
Yeah, just as a follow-up, would it be possible if we could get your contact information and maybe we could see about, I'm concerned about your story about your son and his grades falling and stuff, so I just want to make sure that we do some follow-up to see if there's any supports or anything that we can offer to help.
Thank you. Again, thank you to our community members for coming to speak today. And at this time, we will have come to the table, I don't know, is Sabrina McMillan, Raina Ochoa, and then Leon Peace. We will begin with Ms. McMillan. You can just turn your light on right in front of you. And sir, if you could turn that light off in front of you. Mr. Peace, if you could turn that light off in front of you. Okay. No, okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Sabrina McMillan. I am a member of the NAACP Parents Council Executive Committee. I would like to speak in support of the board and staff's work to examine whether spending at the school and classroom levels matches student need. We greatly appreciate your focus on resource use as MCPS enters a period of continued fiscal pressure. For the years, the Parents Council has lamented the current school funding formula, which allocates school staff on the basis of the number of students instead of student needs. When 2 schools with the same number of students spend an equal number of dollars, the school with a needier population is essentially trying to meet student needs with fewer dollars. Further, a number of articles we read indicate staff-based funding formulas are a proximate cause of the sorting of teachers that concentrates less experienced and lower paid teachers in schools with higher numbers of students of color and farms and ESOL students. In addition, across-the-board teacher raises result in the largest gains accruing to the most experienced, highly paid teachers. With highly paid teachers concentrated in affluent, socioeconomic, and racially segregated schools, across-the-board teacher raises minimally extend the reach of excellent teachers as coaches to novice teachers and to the most challenging students, and are unlikely to significantly move the needle on achievement. We look forward to participating as a stakeholder in conversations around equitable funding and to future installments of the equity conversation about school design, instructional support and time, parent and student agency, and central services. In closing, the Parents Council would like to applaud the board and the superintendent on your laser focus on increasing student achievement. You have adopted K-8 English and math curricula closely aligned with the Common Core and judged among the best available nationally. You have expanded the number of seats offered by MCPS choice programs and applied a racial equity lens when viewing student outcomes. The new Equity Accountability Dashboard puts data in the hands of parents that will enable parents to collaborate with teachers and co-create their students' achievement. We applaud your leadership, realigning resources, processes, and practices to increase student achievement. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ojo.
Buenas tardes, honorable Junta de Educación. Gracias por darme la oportunidad de hablar con ustedes hoy. Mi nombre es Reina Isabel Ochoa. Soy madre de 3 hijos. 2 ya se graduaron de la Gettysburg High School y la tercera va a ir al 12 ya. Mi motivo por estar acá es para agradecerle al superintendente, Dr. Jack Smith, y a la Junta de Educación y NCPS por toda la información que nos han dado de los resultados del reporte de equidad y contabilidad que habla de los resultados académicos de nuestros hijos. Nos preocupa el estado de nuestros niños. El reporte me ayudó a enterarme del rendimiento bajo de nuestros estudiantes. En la escuela de Gettysburg High School, donde asiste mi hija, más de la mitad de los estudiantes son latinos. Los niños latinos FAR y no FAR recibieron la calificación más baja de toda la escuela en lectura y matemática, con un solo 50-69% de los estudiantes llegando a la meta que ha puesto el condado. Me preocupa que hayan niños que son tan buenos estudiantes, pero a quienes les falta el apoyo que necesitan para sobresalir. Necesitamos asegurarnos de que los estudiantes latinos y afroamericanos estén recibiendo el apoyo que merecen para salir adelante. Me interesa saber cuál es el siguiente paso que van a dar para nuestros hijos tengan éxito. Agradezco a NCPS esté empezando estas conversaciones importantes y estoy lista para ayudarles. De nuevo, gracias por su iniciativa y reconocer y mostrar estas iniquidades. Me emociona mucho la posibilidad de tener la oportunidad de involucrar a la comunidad hispana para que trabajemos con ustedes y el superintendente para mejorar estas brechas académicas lo más pronto posible. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board of Education. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Reina Isabel Ochoa, and I live in Gaithersburg. I have 3 children, 2 who graduated from Gaithersburg High School and 1 currently in 11th grade. I am here today to thank Superintendent Dr. Jack Smith, the Board of Education, and MCPS for all the information that they have given us regarding the results of the Equity and Accountability Report, especially regarding the academic progress of our Latino students. The state of our children worries us. The report helped me to realize just how lacking the academic success of our Latino students is. At Gaithersburg High School, which my daughter attends and where Latino students comprise more than half of the student body, The Latino students, both farms and non-farms, receive the lowest scores of any student group in school, and both literacy and math. Only 50 to 69% of students met the goal that the county has set. I am concerned that there are children who are good students, but who lack the help and support necessary to stand out. We need to ensure that our Latino and African American students are receiving the supports that they deserve in order to get ahead. I would like to know what steps are the next ones that will ensure that our children succeed. I appreciate that MCPS is beginning to have these important conversations, and I am ready to help. Again, thank you for taking this initiative to recognize and show these inequities. I am very excited by the possibility that we will have the opportunity to involve the Latino community so that we can work together with the Board of Education and the superintendent to mitigate these academic gaps as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Peace?
Thank you. I'm a member of the Montgomery County NAACP Parents Council and the Colonel E. Brooke Lee Middle School PTSA. The equity accountability model indicates that it is intended to move beyond typical state and federal aggregate reporting to performance reporting for specific focus groups of students who've not yet experienced the same level of access, opportunity, or success as other students. It's been said that school officials hope that it will shine a light on where schools need to improve and will spur change. Local activists have said that the new data confirms that we have what we've known about for years. Nevertheless, I'm here to call attention to certain concerns of less affluent students and parents that may have been overlooked as this process goes forward. I agree with Superintendent Dr. Jack Smith that we absolutely have a social and economic and a moral imperative to diminish and eliminate the disparities that exist for different student populations. However, many of those disparities, which I believe are in effect social opportunity gaps, may not be completely reflected in the Equity Accountability Model report. Not unlike the need addressed by the Dine with Dignity campaign launched last year by the MCPS Educational Foundation, in recognition of the intangible need to preserve student dignity in the lunchroom, is the need for participation in social and extracurricular activities and opportunities. A student's inability to afford the expense of a yearbook or the high ticket costs associated with having their entire family attend after-school performances or activity fees required to participate in certain after-school programs and sports activities all contribute directly to a social opportunity gap and indirectly to less than full enjoyment of the whole school experience of that student. MCPS must use this occasion to reduce, if not eliminate, these intangible social opportunity gaps. I look forward to working with you to develop viable solutions to these concerns.
Thank you. Thank you to you all for coming today to give comments. We appreciate you. And at this time, we will call to the table Mr. Rodney Peel, Ms. Amy Gibson Grant, and Mr. Jeffrey Gantz.
While they're coming down, may I say?
Ms. Smagoski.
I just want to say thank you very much for everyone for their testimony. But Mr. Peace, I really appreciate your drawing attention to this. This is something that we talk about as a board a lot, and we do need to keep a focus on. So thank you.
Mrs. Silvestri.
I also wanted to thank the parents that have come to express their support for the Equity Accountability Model, and definitely we will need your support and your best thinking to help us tackle this issue. En Spanish. Muchas gracias a los padres de familia que vinieron a dar su testimonio el día de hoy. Yo estoy de acuerdo que necesitamos el aporte de la comunidad y de los padres, así que muchas gracias y estaremos en contacto.
Thank you, Mrs. Silvestri. So at this time, we can go ahead and begin with our public comments. We'll start with Mr. Peel.
Thanks again. Good afternoon. I'm Rodney Peel, Cluster Coordinator for the Richard Montgomery Cluster. Back again to talk to you about the IB Magnet program. But I do want to say, our cluster supports the resource equity reports and initiative to try to improve that. And the equity accountability reports that many of the previous speakers were talking about, very important to us, and it's been very helpful to see those reports, learn that information, and strive to do better.
Thank you.
We know MCPS is doing a lot of things to try to improve our programs, including the Choice High School Choice programs. And for 2 months, they had been promising us that they would do a presentation that would show their plans for that at your last meeting. But we really didn't get any details. So the presentation to us was a major disappointment. We felt like either MCPS has a plan and didn't share it, or that there isn't a plan. And for example, MCPS tried to highlight the 3 new regional IB Magnet programs, which we've offered many suggestions on how to make those work well. And they claim to have balanced the regions that those schools would draw from, but they didn't even present what those regions were. It also, feeling from that MCPS seems like their changes are going to diminish the IB program at Richard Montgomery and restrict access for 3/4 of the county after some sort of initial transition. To us, this is feel-good equity, not real equity, as Dr. Jonathan Plucker might say in the information that was submitted at the last meeting on his behalf. We're worried that MCPS will deny opportunity for students from around the county, and that's not true choice. MCPS presented concepts to us for year 1, but didn't even describe years 2, 3, 4, et cetera, of what was supposed to be a 6-year implementation. And so for a few months now, MCPS has been consistently asked to slow down, and some of you expressed that concern too. But they seem to be racing ahead. They showed some marketing videos, but again, not much substance on what was going to be happening at the high school programs in the years ahead. So, and we asked you to keep Richmond Montgomery as a countywide magnet, and MCPS did give that some lip service, saying we'd remain countywide initially or during the transition. But it's felt like we don't even know what's going to happen next year. So is there a plan, or is the plan being kept secret? If you do want to create more magnet programs comparable to Richmond Montgomery, which we support, we think there are 2 measures that are important to do that. One is the rate of students earning the IB diploma and the rate of students scoring 4 or better on IB tests. Those are already tracked by MCPS. And we've told you recently, the parents, we want choice, transparency, and time. And we think that there may be better ways to do this. So today, I again ask you to insist that MCPS slow down and delay the plans for 1 year from what was presented May 30th. And during that time, please get the assistance of a parent advisory council and consider having a public hearing on the draft plan. We're not asking for a 6-year timeline that's set in stone.
Thank you, Mr.
but
Peel.
we want to have
your
flexibility
testimony.
to make adjustments down the road.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Miss Amy Gibson Grant. Just push the light. Yes.
Okay. Hi, thank you. My name is Amy Gibson Grant. I'm a Tacoma Park mother of 3, including a rising 4th grader at Piney Branch Elementary, a rising 1st grader a rising 4th grader at Piney Branch Elementary, a rising 1st grader at Tacoma Park Elementary, and a preschooler. And I'm here today to once again bring voice to the concerns of my community over the funding cuts eliminating 0.5 FTE special program funding and 0.3 FTE focus funding that will disproportionately affect Piney Branch in negative ways. As you're well aware, we use those funds at Piney Branch to hire a STEM teacher and offer a STEM special that benefits all of the students at Piney Branch. And it's this funding that enables Piney Branch to live up to its promise of being a primary magnet school in Montgomery County. I'm not here just to extol upon you the virtues of a good STEM education and explain why it's so critical. Things like it teaches our kids critical thinking, enables them to make connections and think in creative and innovative ways, key skills that they will need in the future, or the fact that STEM jobs are growing nearly twice as fast as other careers, and many of the jobs of the future will be in STEM-related fields. STEM education is what's needed to bridge the ethnic and gender gaps found in the math and science fields. And studies shows that by age 11, most girls have lost interest in math and science, so it's this time, grades 3 through 5, that this education is incredibly critical for those subject areas. Fundamentally, it's what keeps kids interested in these subjects, and I'm not here just to tell you these things because hopefully you guys already know them. I'm also not here simply to repeat the things that many in my community have already told you in emails and direct testimony from parents and kids alike. I have some additional to bring today. Like Zuzu, a rising third grader who says the STEM special is important because she likes to solve problems and make things like Lego robots. Or Beatrice, another third grader who's excited about the prospect of learning how to program and code. Clearly, these are things that go beyond the core instructional programming time that they receive in their classrooms. And last but not least, another student who said the STEM special is like yoga for their brain and helps them at home. I'm not here to go deep into all that. What I'm here to ask of you is to listen. When our community recently sent these letters, what was done, a form letter came back to us that was previously mailed to members of our community months ago. It was sent out again, indicating to us that no one's actually listening to our comments that are being solicited. And the letter we received really didn't resolve our concerns. It felt dismissive, and you talk about the things that we will get. You have all of these comments in your email. I know I'm out of time, but what I will say is hear us. This isn't just something that's special. It's something that without it, it will take extra effort and struggle for our teachers and staff to bring the same level of education that our community has grown to expect. And I'm not the right person necessarily for this statement to be saying this, because I'm simply the one who's able to be here today. I have a job that allows me to take off and come down here and speak to you. Our community is incredibly diverse, and the people who will be impacted are the ones who are benefiting from diversity and inclusion, which I know is a priority of yours. Thank you.
Mr. Gantz.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I would like to address with you a topic that seems at times trivial compared to my community members who have spoken here, but I assure you is very important to me and my family. And it's the topic of events held at schools that have titles such as Muffins with Moms and Donuts with Dads. My husband and I are foster and adoptive parents here in Montgomery County. In the 9 years we've been working with Child Welfare Services, we have fostered 13 children and adopted 2. The 2 we have adopted are twins, currently 6 years old, and attend William Tyler Page Elementary School. Towards the beginning of the school year, there was a Donuts with Dads event at their school. My husband and I were both able to attend the event, and I didn't think much about it at the time. That is until this past May 31st, when Page Elementary held the Muffins with Moms event. Our twins do have a relationship with their biological mother. Unfortunately, it is not a relationship that will allow their biological mother to be able to attend an event such as Muffins with Moms. And I thought everything was fine until the morning of the event, when one of our twins started having a meltdown over the fact that her mother was not attending Muffins with Moms. My husband was planning on going to the event, as we were told it was not just for moms, but to a 6-year-old, it is hard to explain that an event with the word moms in the title is not just for moms. We live in an age where caregivers are not just moms and dads, but they are foster parents, grandparents, households with 2 dads or 2 moms, step-parents, aunts, uncles, siblings, friends, neighbors, and so on. Children in these non-traditional family situations have usually experienced some type of trauma, grief, or loss. And an event such as Donuts with Dads and Muffins with Moms has the ability to re-traumatize these children all over again. We also should take into account that moms and dads just may not be able to get off of work because of work conflicts or the inability to take the time off of work. Imagine how these children feel when other kids have their moms and dads at these events and they don't. I have suggested to Page Elementary that they consider other names for the events, such as Muffins with Marvelous Males, Fritters with Fabulous Females, Croissants for Caregivers, or Great Grown-Ups Day. Regardless of what the name is, we certainly can find a name for these events that is more inclusive and potentially less traumatizing to our children. I also searched online and found information such as a blog by the name of One Fit Widow with a blog post about this exact topic, asking that the practice be stopped as her children were impacted when their father passed away unexpectedly. There was another site by the name of School Leaders Now with an article dated May 31st, 2019 that also suggests ridding schools of these events or renaming them. To that end, I'm asking you to consider either putting an end to these events or making sure the names or titles of these events are more inclusive. It would go a long way towards making those kids who come from non-traditional households and have experienced trauma, loss, or grief feel a lot better about themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. So we just want to thank you all for coming today and giving public comments. I see that Mrs. O'Neill would like to make a comment.
Yes, Mr. Gantz, I take your comments very seriously, and I would like the superintendent and his staff to think about it and provide guidance. Just as our previous speaker had spoken about being a mom who could come here, you know, I have a daughter and 2 grandchildren in school. It's not in Montgomery County. And I know for working parents, it's not always easy, and family circumstances, you know, I have friends who are widows, and so I think that we need to give guidance to our schools so that we are welcoming and inclusive, whatever your family situation is, and not create stress for our children.
We can certainly do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Silvestri, did you want to say something?
I just want to understand the part-time STEM position. It's my understanding.
So I don't think she means you. I think she means staff. Sorry.
Asking staff.
It's okay.
I understand that I think I've read that these positions were given to principals a couple years ago to use as they see fit, and now because of our world language rollout, they are going to be used for that purpose.
That's partially the case. These positions actually have been allocated for more than several years. What we typically do with special program allocations is to help a school start up a program. And these schools in particular, there were 11 of them that had the .5 special program allocation. But remember that these particular schools also we allocate focus positions, additional positions above the regular classroom teacher position. We also allocate intervention, just additional staffing on top of the regular classroom allocation. We also work very closely with our principals. That's a school decision on how to use that additional staff based on, and we've heard a lot about the concern around the equity accountability model results, and we want to make sure that our students are getting intensive and regular support around our core subject areas. We also want to support areas that engage our students and excite them and grow out. We heard the testimony about girls and the important grade levels that where we need to engage students. So it's an individual school decision. The principals work with our directors, and we are still in the midst of making sure that Piney Branch has a robust STEM program. I think what the question has been and concern has been that there was a local school decision to create an additional special. We know that our art, music, PE, and media center are often used as the specials. This was in addition to. So we work to make sure with the principal to make sure that we ensure that there are sufficient instructional hours for reading, math, social studies, and science. And we try to embed the STEM into the science. And in fact, that's where we see students making those connections when we make it a part of our regular instruction.
I just wanted to understand the world languages that.
Well, because we're expanding our world languages, we want to make sure, again, that these are many of them are startup programs, and so we want to give the school an opportunity to create the program in a way that serves
But that's
students.
a mandatory, that's not an option, whether the school will have the world languages program.
No, not those schools that we've identified.
So the principal will have to use his or her existing resources to staff the programmatic complement for this year, and it looks like it's not enough for the STEM special.
Right.
Thank you.
Mrs. Wolf?
No, that was my question.
Okay, Mrs. O'Neill.
Well, so we had received correspondence, although we haven't had speakers from Forest Knolls. Is that a
It's
similar?
coming. It's
Oh,
coming.
okay, sorry.
But to answer you, yes, it
Yeah,
is
it's
very
a sim-
similar.
It's
It
a
is.
similar, the 11 schools that
Yes.
are in this category, and we've only heard from two, Forest
Right.
Knolls and Piney Branch. Were there community conversations about changing how this funding was being allocated? And, I have to say I was a bit caught off guard. I mean, I'm fully supportive of expanding world languages. I think it's an opportunity every child should have in the elementary in our schools. But, I guess I don't think that we were aware of the change of how the funding would be used way back in January when we had the public hearing for our operating budget, it wasn't, it wasn't clear to me, and obviously the word was not out there in these schools. Was there a community conversation about reallocating these funds in the schools?
Yes, we expect that our principals and our directors engage very much with the community, but the primary person is the principal around these decisions. And again, making sure that the community has confidence that with the robust resources that we're allocating to these schools, that we need to be nimble around those, and whatever the priorities of the school are, then the resources need to be used in a way to support those programs. And that's the work of the directors with the principals, and we have been responding to community concerns, those who most have been able to accept and understand how the resources are being used. And so I know that there's more testimony coming, but Ms. Webster, Jen Webster, has been working with Evan Bernstein, the principal at Forest Knolls, to make sure that these issues are addressed.
Mrs. Smodrowski.
Well, so I was going to bring this up during the budgeting part as well, but since my colleagues have touched on it, I do think that, and I'll make an official motion at the time of the budget, but I do think that having the time to talk to the community members, making sure that we understand, making sure that the board has time to fully understand what the impacts would be of these changes would be something that's important. So I just wanted the parents to know that we have heard them, and that we are trying to get more information, and as we work on this, hopefully we can take the time that we need to make sure that we're doing what's best for our communities.
And happy to continue the conversation.
Just a quick follow-up around the Richard Montgomery issue. If I could get, I don't understand, I'd like to better understand the rationale for having, I guess not keeping a countywide IB program there. So if I could just get that as a follow-up.
Right, and part of it is we're coming back to the board to have further discussions. In the purpose of the May meeting was to talk about the regional programs, and we asked the board to be able to come back in September with next steps. We are going to be doing conversations with all of the communities of the regional programs, the existing program RM, to further discuss the next set of recommendations that we bring forward to the board. But we were not ready to bring additional recommendations in May. We're coming back in September to do that.
Seeing no more lights, I'm going to move on to our last set of public comments. If I can ask for Julie Dean, Michelle Mahler, and Judith Koenig to please come to the table. We can begin with Ms. Dean. Thank you.
This one?
Yes.
My name is Julie Dean, and I am the English RT at Watkins Mill High School, as well as one of the high school council, the high school English teacher representatives on the Council of Teaching and Learning. Thank you very much for allotting me some time to speak with you today. I'm here to express the concern of high school English teachers regarding MCPS's very recent decision to send out requests for proposals for high school English curriculum as early as this fall.
This issue is of such grave concern to English teachers that 277 of them stopped whatever they were doing yesterday and agreed to take yet one more survey. The survey had only one question: Do you see the need to seek out a purchased curriculum for high school English grades 9 through 12? 33 teachers, or 12%, responded yes. 29 teachers, or 11%, responded maybe. 215 teachers, or 77%, responded no. In academic debate, for a case to go forward, the side proposing change must make what is called a prima facie case, that at first glance there's a clear problem to be addressed. Before purchasing a curriculum, MCPS must demonstrate that what we're doing now is not working, and that purchased curriculum would be more effective in closing the achievement gap. In this case, MCPS's own data show high school literacy readiness is currently substantially higher than elementary school and middle school literacy readiness. Please see Appendix B. High school teachers are keenly aware of the achievement gap and working to close it by using culturally responsive teaching practices, to select text that resonate with our students, to provide more student choice, to differentiate lessons, and to make connections to the real lives of the young people in front of us. Only a teacher who knows his or her students can make those choices. In summary, 3/4 of high school English teachers do not want to use a purchased curriculum. There has been no external review, no parent outreach, no input from teachers, no data put forth to support a need for change. The middle school curriculum that has not yet been tested at any grade level. We are concerned that purchased curriculum does not actually support culturally responsive teaching practices. As the RT of a majority-minority Watkins Mill, I worry that a nationally marketed curriculum will make it harder for me to reach my students. We ask that the Board of Education to direct MCPS to, in the language of our students, slow your roll and engage in transparent, collaborative, and data-driven decision-making. Thank you for the opportunity to express our concerns.
Thank you. Ms. Mahler.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Michelle Mahler, the current Northwood Cluster Coordinator and parent of 2 former Forest Knolls Elementary students. I did want to let you know that the Forest Knolls PTA and myself have been in communication with Mr. Bernstein, the principal, and Ms. Webster. And I just want to let you know that there was no community input on removing this position that I'm going to be talking about today. We were told it was a decision that was made with a possibility to get back that position dependent on funding. They did not ask us what our preference was. They simply told us the decision had been made. I'm sitting here today to implore MCPS to reconsider its decision to cut the special programs allocation, including our communications program and Kids News Network at Forest Knolls. I have been told that MCPS is cutting special programs allocations across the board at numerous elementary schools, such as the communications program at Forest Knolls and the STEM program at Piney Branch, to support immersion programs and the world language instruction in our elementary schools. However, the parents and students of the Forest Knolls community believe this is a serious error in judgment on the part of MCPS. Allow me to tell you why. Forest Knolls is an exemplary school in the MCPS system. Our student body is diverse, they perform well on county assessments, our community is close-knit and supportive, and our students finish elementary school well prepared for middle school. Forest Knolls does an excellent job of meeting students where they are and challenging them to perform to the highest standard while fostering a love of learning and awareness of their place in the community and the world. This excellence is due in no small part to our communications program and the teacher of that program for more than 30 years, Ms. Susan Michael. The Junior Press Corps, a program open to 2nd through 5th grade students, allows students to research, write about, and present to their peers on topics related to science, space, the environment, and other high-interest subjects. Not only does this program allow for the students to write and deliver the news, it puts them in touch with first-person resources such as astronauts on the International Space Station and scientists from the Smithsonian or the National Geographic Society. In learning about these topics in such a first-hand and immediate manner, students become intensely interested and begin to take action on the topics they research. Children raise money for charities through their Kids Cards company at the same time that they raise awareness through their reporting. Students learn in a hands-on manner by considering and looking for solutions to real-world problems. Isn't that ideally what we want for our children and exactly what the MCPS strategic plan is aiming to achieve? The ideal exists right now at Forest Knolls. Former Forest Knolls students, including my own, have gone on to participate in journalism and the performing arts in high school, and a number have even built successful careers in journalism, science, and education. Each one cites this program and the support of Ms. Michael as crucial to their success. Removing the special programs allocation at Forest Knolls puts the communication program and all of its benefits to students at risk. Parents have brought their children to Forest Knolls and kept them there, wholly or in part based on the challenges and rewards of the FKES communications program. There are no plans that we are aware of to bring an immersion or world language program to Forest Knolls. So when Forest Knolls loses this program, it would get nothing to take its place.
We have your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we will hear from Ms. Judy Connick.
Unfortunately, my printer was not working this morning, so I've had to put it on here. It's going to be a little hard to read it from here size-wise. I'm going to see if I can turn it. Nope, that doesn't work. I am pleased to see that you have provided sufficient funds to schools so they do no longer have to do fundraisers. No need for schools to raise $10, $20, or $30,000 or more. No interest in piloting innovative ways to save money with creative ways to teach U.S. history and world history using all subjects taught without spending more money on out-of-date text. No interest in piloting a way to teach the arts using unique resources available, or to save lives with simple first aid techniques, or to avail across the multitude of companies, small and large, at this county that could provide excellent resources, nor to protect the students who attend the county schools when you have authorized school buses to run stop signs, to block traffic on narrow roads, forcing cars and children to take evasive action to avoid being run over by the bus drivers. Buses speeding is done with your stamp of approval. Apparently having buses pull out of a side street into major highways, vehicles going 50 to 60 miles an hour or more, without the benefit of traffic lights, is safer than pulling out at traffic lights and to ignore commitment made to a community to keep the buses off the narrow street. You have violated your oath of office and should resign. Instead, you will continue to corrupt activities. This morning, I watched more school buses run the stop signs. I watched at least 40 cars in a very short period of time go through the four-way stop signs. Yesterday morning, because it was raining, they had a few more cars. I documented 70 cars going through the stop sign, and most of the school buses who are not supposed to be on those streets doing the same thing. That was in a 42-minute period that I documented 70 cars going through the stop signs, with kids having to jump out of the way, parents having to jump out of the way. I don't understand why your interest in protecting the students doesn't exist. It's very simple. You would see that the cars and the drivers obey the stop signs. It's a four-way stop sign. You see that the buses get off the narrow street where cars cannot go side by side with the buses, where they have to pull out of the way, where kids have to step up onto the grass. There are no sidewalks in the community there. There will never be any sidewalks in the community. So they have to walk on Washington Avenue, Ellingston, Blaine, and Colston to get to the school. So I just find it incredible that you have, excuse me.
Your time is up.
That's right,
Thank
but
you.
they all spoke for an extra 5-6 minutes. So I'm just trying to finish my one comment.
I'm going to ask you again. Thank you. We have your testimony recorded as part of the minutes. Thank you. At this time, I just appreciate everyone coming out this afternoon to give public comments. And this concludes our public comments portion. Thank you so much. And Dr. Daka, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, you have a question.
Yeah, I wanted to wait till the conclusion because I had some things I wanted to say. Thank you all for coming out and presenting your concerns to us. We're hearing all of that, and so is staff. But I also wanted to thank Mr. Williams, Art Williams, Mr. Diego Uriburu from Identity, and Mr. Byron Johns. They have come before us and talked about some of the similar issues that they are having or that we're having with African American and Latino students, and they sort of have worked together to come up with statements about things that we need to do to really work on this. I want to thank the other parents from the Parents Council. Ms. McMillian is one of them, and there was one other parent who Rebecca spoke with. Oh, there you are. Thank you for your support of those organizations because they're really trying to work very hard on this. We've heard what you're saying, and staff has heard what you're saying. And I want to take this time right now to say the support that Ananya Tarikanda has given to us for equalizing the population and making diversity there, and the economic diversity as being a part of it. And it will affect all of our students, and staff heard because they are looking at ways to do this without being disruptive, sending them from one side of the county up to the other side of the county, but trying to maximize the use of the schools and making sure that students get to be in these programs at different schools. So I want to thank Ananya. We have been at loggerheads over this because I just didn't know how we were going to do it, but I think staff is coming up with some ways. They heard what you were saying, so yeah, I appreciate that. And I think they said this is your last meeting with us.
It is.
So thank you so much for your service, and we were pleased to work with you.
So thank you. So at this moment, we're going
I've heard these comments by these people for 50 years, but what's going on with minority students?
So we're gonna continue on with our meeting at this time, and you'll be able to hear that. So right now, we're gonna continue on with our meeting. You'll be able to hear that information at this time.
I don't understand why 50 years later,
Ms. Koenig, at this time, public comments is over. You can stay in the audience to hear the rest of the meeting. At this time, we will begin public comments, and we will start with Mrs. O'Neill, and we'll go around the table. Mrs. O'Neill?
Sure. So I too want to acknowledge our student board member. It's her last full meeting with us. And we wish her well at the University of North Carolina. I know great things will come to you. And people may see it or may not be aware. We're all wearing yellow roses today. Last week was Yellow Rose Day. The yellow rose is the symbol of the suffragette movement. And last week marked the 100th anniversary. The passage in Congress of the women's right to vote was not ratified until 1922, when Tennessee became the last state to ratify the 19th Amendment. But we felt it was very important that we acknowledge this historical moment, especially since this is the first all-female Board of Education in Montgomery County history, and so we are marking that milestone. We've been all busy attending graduations. Ms. Dixon had one this morning, and we're happy she raced from DAR here. But every one of the graduations is a wonderful milestone for our students and families, and each one is different. We have 25 high schools and then a number of special programs that have graduation, and I can't tell you in 20 years how many times I've heard pomp and circumstance, but it still tugs at my heart. Friday I was at Longview. I did Walter Johnson last Thursday, Rika, Stephen Knowles, BCC, and they're all wonderful, and we wish our students well. And even though we are moving into summer. I know MCPS will be running our summer meals program, and I hope that we will take the opportunity to make sure that everyone knows, well, vacation is here. Hunger doesn't take a summer vacation, and so I hope that Dr. Smith and staff can highlight for the community opportunities for the summer meals. And on one last note, I had seen a program marking the commencement ceremony in Florida for a World War II veteran who had not received his high school diploma because he left high school to participate in military service. And many years ago, I had the honor of officiating, of handing a diploma to a World War II veteran at Bethesda Chevy Chase High School. He had left to go into the Navy, and then later on graduated from the University of Maryland, had gone on to law school. But I was so touched to be able, his family had arranged for him to receive the diploma. When I presented the diploma, we did it at BCC, standing on what had been the main entrance to BCC, and at the time there was a plaque that commemorated members of BCC who had been killed in World War II. And I know we finished the renovations or expansion at BCC, and I just wonder if is the plaque still there? Because there were quite a number of BCC students who were killed in World War II, and I don't know whether we have other historical markers at other buildings, but I happen to think that maybe we should have an inventory of them. But I mentioned it to the principal when we were coming back from graduation, and she had not seen it, and so anyway, I hope that we can follow up and find out where it is.
We'll definitely follow up and let you know about the plaque at BCC.
Thank you. Dr. Daka?
Okay, thank you for this opportunity to talk about the graduations. I attended Gaithersburg, Watkinsville, and Clarksburg. And I want to stop with Clarksburg because the principal is very dear to my heart. I hired him when he was the first-year teacher, and he started winning awards that very first year, so he's okay. But Dr. Lowe, Wallace Lowe from the University of Maryland, was the speaker at the commencement. He was just so on target and so wonderful. He talked about his life. He was born in Japan, and then they moved to Peru. Can you imagine? And from Peru, they came here to the United States, and he went to Grinnell College in Iowa. And I know all of you know where that is, in the middle of a cornfield. And they had a special name for it, but I won't say that here. But Dr. Lowe was just such a wonderful speaker, so down to earth, and so complimentary of our wish to have diversity here. And he increased the diversity at the University of Maryland from about 8% to 13.5%, which is a pretty big feat, I think. I also attended the GED graduation for Identity on the 2nd of June. And these are students who, for family reasons or financial reasons, were not able to finish school with us, so they have gone to the Youth Opportunity Program that Identity runs, and 32 students graduated this time. 25 of them showed up for the ceremony. It was very touching. And it's just so wonderful how the teachers that are in the program really, as our teachers do too, care about the kids and how they express that. I don't know whether we talked about the truancy prevention program. Did we do that last time?
We did.
Yeah, 3 of us went to that. You talked about it? Ms. Silvestri and Ms. Wolf, okay. And that was very heartwarming too. I remember going to the first one, and it's just grown since then. I also went to the opera at Stedwick Elementary School, Two Halves Make a Whole. and also attended the one at Fox Chapel. And they're still doing their operas. The students, it's a whole school project, so everybody gets involved in it. Especially one class, like the fourth grade class, they're the leaders, but they have to write, they have to do the music, they have to train to play the music, and they have managers who manage the whole thing, and everything has to be connected to the curriculum, and then they do the makeup and the costumes, and they just really work really very hard on that. And usually the Opera Society from the District of Columbia comes out to consult with them. And I went to the Vietnamese Association of Vietnamese Americans picnic yesterday. They gave out awards. This is their 31st annual academic awards picnic, and that was held in Gaithersburg. And they gave scholarships to 2 high school students, significant ones, for $1,000. But they recognize students from every school in the county. These people are recommended by the counselor or a teacher at the school. So it's really a wonderful program, and the students are very deserving, and we appreciate the support that the parents give. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Silvestri.
I just wanted to kind of piggyback on our recognition of LGBTQ Pride Month, and just to re-emphasize how important it is that we are a school system that is inclusive of this community as well, and really check ourselves on what our intended ideals are and our goals for our LGBTQ students, and then the reality. So just encourage us to continue to raise awareness about the gender identity guidelines, continue our staff training as we adopt our new curriculum, ensuring that we're working with the community to make it as inclusive as possible, and also improve our health curriculum as appropriate. The other thing I wanted to take some time to talk about is tomorrow is the 38th anniversary of the date that my family came to this country. And in the context of the the resource study and our target groups, I'd like to just share that I would have been in those target groups as a low-income, non-English speaker, undocumented student. And as we talk about what are we going to do about it, really, I imagine that we're going to be reflecting a lot about what works and what doesn't work within our schools as we see variance in performance among our different schools. But just to emphasize some of the testimony that was given today, really working with parents to really understand, they know their children well, and so really working with the community to really understand what outside the school, what outside the classroom are the positive factors that drive achievement. I remember a strong church community. I remember teachers that went above and beyond. I remember, so all of those outside factors. And I think we still have a hard time figuring out how to bring all those together to enhance achievement. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wolf.
Yes, like my colleagues, I've done a number of graduations this period, but and all of them were exceptional. All of the students were great, and congratulations to all of them. But I was particularly moved by my attendance at the Model Learning Center. For those of you that don't know, that's part of the Clarksburg Correctional Institution. And just to see those young men who don't even know what's going to happen to them next week, because some of them have not even been sentenced yet, keep up the grit that it takes to finish the GED program. It was all I could do to get through it. It was just fabulous. I look forward to doing it again next year. Lori Christina, tell her that I will do that one again next year. Also, I wanted to note that I went to visit the social emotional program over at Magruder with President Evans and Dr. Daka. And again, it was all we could do to keep from crying, just listening to the parents talk about what that program had done for their children and how their children had not been successful in other programs until they came there. It's clearly a model that we're going to have to talk about expanding. And as we start thinking about regional programs, this is clearly a program that probably needs to be in several other locations. Now, I recognize we can't replicate the people that work there, but we can start, you know. Maybe we could get some of them to go over and mentor some new people, but they have connected with these kids, and the kids came back. Most of them had graduated the Friday before. They came back and talked about their successes. Lastly, I think, and I'm going to leave this to, I'm sure Dr. Smith is going to talk about it, the teacher retirement celebration and the award that they got at the Chamber of Commerce. So thank you. See, I'm crying again.
Are you?
Just thinking about it.
Okay. Ms. Tadakonda.
Yes, thank you. So it is my last board comments. So I don't have too much business-related stuff to share, but I do have a couple of things. So first, on June 2nd, I had the opportunity to engage with students involved in the Communities United Against Hate movement. They were really started in response to the rise in hate-related crimes and events that started occurring in 2016 in this community particularly, and they are really thinking about active attempts to continue student engagement as they continue occurring, unfortunately, in our community and communities across the country as well. So there was 3 panel discussions, and I had the opportunity to moderate one of them, which was about projects that students, high school students, are doing to create social change in their communities in Montgomery County, and it was really inspiring to see that QUA is giving these students grants to embark on these journeys of understanding how they want to impact their own community and what needs exist, because there are an infinite number of them and we have a lot of work to do. So I was very, very inspired and touched by that. I also was fortunate to have the opportunity to attend few graduations, both my own and and the graduation, 3 other graduations. And one of the things that especially inspired me and made me happy was to see, of course, as students walk the stage, the immense diversity at all of the schools that I had the opportunity to officiate and as well as my own, but also to see the number of students who are first generation, who are came from immigrant families, who are students of color, who were actually their student speakers at these graduations and had the opportunity to share their story and talk about what it means for them to graduate high school in the United States and be the first one from their family to do so. So that was definitely really inspiring and exciting, and I'm really fortunate to have had that opportunity as well. And then to talk about a little bit about Mr. Peel's comments and the Richard Montgomery IB program, Dr. Smith and I and Ms. Evans had a good conversation about the IB programs across the county and how we can do better for all of our students. I definitely do feel that the institutional support that the Richard Montgomery program provides for students is very special, and it's also very critical for students to be able to succeed as they pursue the diploma and they attempt to complete all the various tasks that the IB requires. So one of the things that I'd like to charge the system with as we explore the choice programs and how we can do better across the board is making sure that we provide that institutional support equitably at all of our schools, because we talk about how there are fewer students in most programs than at Richard Montgomery, most IB programs graduating with a diploma, and I don't think that that's a burden that can be placed on the students. I think that that's about having the relevant staff members in place to ensure that students are given support throughout the 4 years or the 2 years of the diploma program. So I definitely wanted to reiterate that, just like I did at the last board meeting, Dr. Navarro. And I'm still around for 2 more weeks, so if there's any other way that I could provide additional feedback from personal experience and also from the experiences of students, not only at Richard Montgomery, but Kennedy, BCC, Rockville's IB programs, I would definitely, it would be my pleasure to do that. And the last thing is that Ms. Dean's public comments about the curriculum, the English curriculum, I wanted to talk about how she brought up a very good point about the curriculum being able to connect with students. And though we do acquire our curriculum externally, I think the best way to address the issue that she brought up is to make sure that we're actively looking at, as we pursue and explore new curriculum, how we could obtain a curriculum that will connect to students of diverse backgrounds. And I know that that was a big push at the primary level curriculum, and I think that that needs to carry through to high school. So there's still a lot more I could talk about, but I won't take any more time. I've really had a great time being on the board this past year. I've definitely learned a lot about myself and about how systems work, and how much it takes to really put together public services that truly meet the needs of all people. I think I've realized that we have so much work to do in this world, not only in the field of education, but across the board, and we just need more people who are willing to really get their hands dirty and do it. So hopefully, as I continue, I hope to be one of those people, and there will be more in the video that comes at Nate's installation. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve with you all. I've really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Ms. Dixon.
So thank you, Madam President. I just want to take a minute to commend, compliment whoever thought of us wearing these yellow roses today. I'm really very proud of us for doing that, because I think, you know, we need to elevate the role of women, not only in American history and our contributions, but just all over. So thank you for that, Pat. So I did come from the Northwood High School graduation, and certainly want to congratulate Principal Mildred Charlie Green and her staff on what was a wonderful graduation. They had 4 student speakers who were just really outstanding, and I was really moved by their remarks, and also just the whole idea of the school as being one family. Which is what pretty much all of them talked about as well. So that was this morning with Dr. Johnson, and I think Ms. Morris was there, and Mr. Collette as well. And I wanted to also just mention that Ms. Navarro, Dr. Navarro, and I, and who else was with us, Maria, do you remember?
Ms. Dyson, Mr. Collette.
Right. They don't get all the credit that we get,
okay.
though.
No.
Okay, so here's the reason, okay? And Dr. Navarro and I have dubbed the Iron Ladies of the board, because we shook 1,275 hands on Friday, with first the Blair graduation, 718 students, and then Richard Montgomery, 558 students, and I have an ace bandage on my foot to prove that, we did that. I had to lay down for a while. But in any case, it really was wonderful to be at those graduations. And personally for me, to see 2 of the best assistant principals I ever had officiate at their graduations as principals. And so I'm talking about Renee Johnson at Blair and Damon Monteleone at Richard Montgomery. But, what was also wonderful about these graduations, and I don't think we always remember to say thank you to the orchestra director. The music is incredible. The choral director, This Is the Moment at Richard Montgomery was just beautiful. And so, just want to recognize them again. I'm not going to say too much about Ananya because I already cried at her graduation. So if you want to see it, you have to watch it, recorded. But you have been, as I said, a consequential SMOP. And I can't even look at it without, getting all choked up. But it's been an honor to serve with you, to sit next to you. The chats that we've had, coming back and forth between Richard Montgomery and here. And I really think you will do great things. I'm looking forward to seeing how your life unfolds and the contributions that you will make. And, I would say the same thing that I said to Matt Post last year, Godspeed. And we really do wish you well. Thank you. And I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Mondrosky.
So thank you. I will associate myself with many of the comments that my colleagues here today have made. I want to start off with thanking Ananya for everything. I couldn't even begin to start to list all of the contributions that you've made over the last year, not just in terms of specific policy and educational, operational things, but in the emotional engagement and the student voice that you have brought. And again, we'll talk more about this at the swearing in and out, so I won't go too far in. But I really wanted to put out there a very open and public thank you for being a good friend, a good advocate, a good colleague, and Chapel Hill doesn't know what they got coming. But you're going to be an amazing asset for them. So I'm happy for them. Our good loss is their gain. A couple other things in reference to the LGBTQ month recognition. I wanted to associate myself with Ms. Silvestri's comments in reference to, really appreciating the fact that we took this opportunity to make recognition, to let people know that we really do value and want them to be feel equally as safe and inclusive and supported as every other group. And I did want to mention that a special populations meeting on June 27th, that will be one of the topics of discussion. So I look forward to that. I know that either Ms. Evans or Dr. Smith or both are going to mention about the Chamber Dinner Award, but I just wanted to say congratulations to MCPS on winning an award with the partnership award with them. I've been a strong advocate, as we all are, for the importance and the value that partnerships in our community bring to us. So I thought it was really exceptionally exciting to have been recognized for our efforts with that. And then there's the graduations. So I want to, as I did last time, offer congratulations to all of our students and their families. And I don't say parents because families come in a very broad, as we've heard earlier in our testimony, families come in a very broad range of representation. So for whatever any of our students that means, I congratulate them. In reference to Ms. Dixon's comments about the chorus and the music, and I want to agree, second that, but I also wanted to really thank all of the MCPS staff who help. I mean, our communications department do a phenomenal job of recording and making sure, and all of the staff members in each of our high schools that take the time to work with the students and the schools and Constitution Hall or Xfinity or wherever their venue happens to be, to make sure everything goes smoothly. I think as people walk in the doors and see the fabulousness of what happens, it's easy to lose sight of how much work goes into making something like that happen and to make a great day for all of our families. So I just wanted to say thank you. Like I said, even just the communications guys that they're in the back behind the curtain, and so you don't see a lot of that, and I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows that we're grateful for all of their work. So speaking of the graduations, and I'll kind of wrap up this, so last week, I guess, I was at Quince Orchard, Wheaton, and Churchill. I have left to do Rockville and Seneca Valley this Thursday. So I too will be a member of the Ironclads board.
We'll count.
Well, I'm sure, I was gonna say, I know you're gonna have me beat on the handshakes, but two other graduations that I've attended so far that were really, really special and really special was the Rock Terrace graduation, which was just really wonderful to see these students and the pride that they felt for their day, and I know it was a bittersweet time for the families and everything. There can frequently be a lot of apprehension when you're not sure what's next, but hopefully we will continue to work to make sure that all of our families, have the supports that they need as they take those next steps. The other graduation I attended was our alternatives program, and I really kind of wanted to spotlight that a little bit in reference to, from my first day on this board, it's been a topic of conversation and trying to work to make sure that it's not a place that, people associate with bad behavior or punishments and stuff, but that it's an actual alternative way for kids to learn who struggle and may not do as well in a comprehensive classroom, and perhaps act out or do other things to get themselves there so that they can have those supports, even if it's not necessarily in the forefront of their minds. But the amount of work and grit and motivation that these kids had to be able to not just ask for help, but accept it and make it work for them. I'm very proud of them and I'm very impressed by them. And the staff at all of our schools, it takes a village. And our staff at our regular comprehensive schools, but especially at our special schools, they really give it all. And listening to the staff speak about the students at some of these smaller graduations was just incredible. It was tear-jerking and heartwarming, and I just want to say that's why we do this work, and it made me very proud. So I've had a proud couple of weeks. And the last one along those lines is, while it's not one of our I was invited to attend the Ridgeview's 8th grade promotion ceremony last night, and I have to say, it was amazing. It was a very fabulous, graduation. And I don't know, I'm sure all of our middle schools offer some sort of promotion ceremonies for the 8th graders, but they had a speaker there. Everything from the music to the speeches was incredible, but their staff member address was given by Mr. Brian Mack. And he is the example of what we want at MCPS. I fully expect this man will be a Teacher of the Year awardee at some point, but he spoke to every single one of those kids. The kids were crying. They were all shouting out how much they love him and how they're going to miss him and stuff. And it was just really touching. And the whole time I was sitting there listening to him, and he's talking to each of the a lot of the students in his speech, and I just thought, this is what we want. This is what we look for. This is where the magic happens that gets kids to be engaged and want to come in and be part of school. So I want to thank him for the work that he does and all of our teachers that make a difference and have an impact on our students' lives. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Smith.
I would like to start by wishing Ananya the very, very best this summer, next year, and forever. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with you this year, and you've certainly shaped many of my ways of thinking and influenced me as a person and as a professional, and so I thank you very, very sincerely for that. It's been terrific. Along with Ananya, about 11,000 plus other students are graduating this past couple of weeks and this week, and we'll finish our graduations this week, and school will end on Friday. And so I want to wish everyone a good summer, whatever it means for you, more school, recreation, family time, all of those different pieces that go together, but especially to be safe and enjoy the world around you and enjoy one another. Our students have done amazingly well. Those 11,000 plus graduates have been offered over $300 million in scholarships in the past several months, and that will make it possible for many of them to be able to go out into the world and do the work that they want to do, and that they can choose to do good for others and for themselves. So really wish all of our graduates the very best. We also had a celebration for over about 650 employees who retired in the past 12 months. And a couple hundred of them gathered at Richard Montgomery High School last week. And it was just a really fun, touching celebration of the very, very good work of literally hundreds of people on behalf of our students for literally thousands of years. Those 650 people represent over 16,000 years of service to the community and to our students, and it was a really terrific event, and I wish them all the very best. We've also engaged in the Give Backpacks campaign already. Last year, we were able to provide more than 18,000 backpacks with school supplies to students in need, and the goal this year is to raise $200,000 to provide 20,000 backpacks filled with school supplies. The program was created in 2013, and I hope the community will all continue to come together and support it, and to help make sure that every child has what he or she needs as they walk into that first day of school. That will be here before we know it. You know, we're all sitting here thinking about the coming months and about Nanya's adventure she's headed off into, but we'll actually all be back in school before we know it. So it's really important that we support the Give Backpacks campaign so that our students have what they need. And finally, as a couple of the board members referenced, the Chamber of Commerce had their 60th annual celebration last week. They've been in place for 60 years in Montgomery County. And the Montgomery County Chamber of Commerce recognized the Board of Education and the school system as the Public Sector Partner of the Year. And this is the award that was presented, which I think is just exactly what we should be, a really good partner with everyone, because it does take everyone coming together to take care of the well-being and meet the learning needs of every student. And we really want to thank Mr. Cal Atia of Care First Blue Cross has hosted the award or sponsored the award, and all of the people in this community who do in so many different ways, large and small, support students and student learning. And we are very, very fortunate in our community for the level of support that the many, many organizations, including the Chamber of Commerce, provide to this school system. So we have to always remember to be thankful for that and to treasure it, because we never want to lose it. So it's been
Thank you. So I will too associate myself with the comments of my colleagues, as well as with Dr. Smith, on thanking the chamber. I'm pretty sentimental, but I think in the last week or so, I have cried so much at graduations at Magruder High School. But I want to mention, I did the graduation at Magruder High School as well as Kennedy High School, and I definitely want to echo Ms. Dixon's comments that I had left the podium and told the orchestra director, I said, oh my goodness, I should have acknowledged you. I said, you all were so fabulous. So I'm going to request that I do all my graduations with Dr. Zuckerman. He's my crying partner. He gets me. He gets me. Like, we're both like super emotional. I was like, I got to do this with you more often, because I don't feel so out of place in the front. Right. But I did. I didn't mean to put you out there.
Pretty sensitive.
Got a little, I think I saw him dab a little bit. I'm sorry, Andy. But I did want to mention the one keynote speaker that moved me and moved the students, because all the students came up to him and said, thank you so much for your speech, was the person that we see on the TV every day, was Leon Harris of NBC4. He talked about his humble beginnings, and he didn't want the students to assume that because he's on the news and you can see his life on the news, that's the way his life was all had started. And he said that no matter, basically the message was no matter how your story begins, you can write the ending. And he really made certain to tell the students that a part of the reason why he's here where he's at right now because of the adults that were in his corner and that the friends that he intentionally chose. So he just told the students to really make certain that you choose your friends wisely. And he just gave a really great message that moved everybody there. And I just thanked him for sharing that part of himself because he was very vulnerable and he felt like the students that were sitting in front of him needed to hear that. So I just wanted to thank him for coming out to giving that keynote. And as it was stated, all the graduations are excellent, but his message really moved me, and I felt like I knew him a little bit better after hearing that. And then I just wanted to end my comments with a thanks to Ms. Tataconda. Definitely are going to miss you. Our student voices are so important, and I know so hopefully when Nate is watching this, he won't think that we won't miss him too. I'm sure each student that hears us talk about the current student board member, that we're not going to have a special attachment to them as well. But it's been really great to watch you flourish and grow. I know you came here with a set of goals that you had in mind, that you wanted to make a difference and an impact on the student body, in particular from hearing what the students were saying they wanted to see. But I know that there were things that along the way that you thought needed to be done, and you made that happen. So there's no doubt that you will be successful. I'm just excited to see where you will go, and it is so important that we have good people doing this work because it takes us all. And so just really glad that you acknowledged that. And there were so many little things that you told me that helped me in terms of being a parent of two daughters, one in middle school, one in high school. I did tell my kids, I said, you will never have social media, thanks to some of the things that Ms. Tataconda told me. No, but I've since changed. I've since changed. But just wanted to say that we will miss you. We appreciate you, and you were definitely a shining light, beautiful smile, always just very upbeat and positive. And so we hope that you stay in touch with us. And I don't know if everybody knows it, but she will not be at the swearing-in ceremony. Right? I don't know if we were supposed to tell that. Yeah, so whatever you wanted to say, it was an opportunity to say it right here in front of her. But you can still say it on the recording of the broadcast. I just wanted to say that.
Yes, I'm going to try to watch it if I have good internet connection in Lander, Wyoming. And my parents will be here too, and there will be the recordings.
Okay, so we could still make our comments then.
I forgot something. Ananya, I will cry. That's why I don't say very much. And no, President Evans cannot have Dr. Zuckerman all to herself. Oh my God. He has to go with me sometimes. But I do want you to know.
Graduation is a very emotional time for me.
I have learned a lot from you. More importantly, I have learned a lot from the student forums you held. I don't know what went on before because I wasn't on the board, but you can trust and be assured that every time I kept hearing the same message from students, I told it to Dr. Smith. Whether or not he could do anything about it, I would tell him this is what they said. And you know what? I think they're doing something about it, particularly the pace at which some of the classes are being taught, which was a message that resounded numerous times through you. But you will be missed. No, you probably will not have reception in Wyoming. But when you come back, it'll be on video and you can look at it. So I just wanted you to know that I think that the world is in great hands. Not just with you, mind you, because I listened to a number of the students at these graduations, and I'm so impressed. I really am impressed at the level of maturity, a level of maturity that I know I didn't have probably until I was closer to 30. So I wish you the best. Bye-bye.
Dr. Daka.
Yeah, I forgot to mention this ACSO. I forgot it last month too. Africa Cultural Technological Olympics of the Mind had a fundraiser in late May, and they gave awards at that fundraiser for people who have been supporting ACSO for a long time because, you know, they have to send the kids to other cities in order to compete. And one of the persons is Mr. James Stowe, who is the head of Human Rights Department for the Montgomery County government, received a leadership award, as did Dr. Gregory Bell for that. And I want to say that I get emotional even when you're saluting the flag, so you know I was a mess by the end of the program. But thank you for talking about the music. I did remember at the third graduation to congratulate the orchestra and the chorus, and they were magnificent. And you know, these orchestras have to play Pomp and Circumstance a lot to get everybody down. So thank you for letting me say that.
Sure. At this time, do we have any comments that committee chairs would, or updates, I'm sorry, that committee chairs would like to give? Dr. Ducko?
Yeah, I do. Okay, the policy committee is going to meet tomorrow at 3, and the policies to be discussed at tomorrow's meeting will be policy IDA, school year calendar, policy INA, curricular expenses for students, policy JEE, student transfers, and policy COA, student well-being and school safety.
Thank you. Ms. Dixon?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I missed those who were with us at graduation. I missed Ms. Webster was at Northwood this morning, and so was Dr. Johnson. And then scooting over to Richard Montgomery, Ms. Dyson, you were there. And so just thank you to all of you for coming out, because it really does mean a lot to the students and their parents, you know, to see you and to be able to shake your hand as well. So, yeah. Did I miss anybody at Blair, Dr. Navarro?
I think you got them.
You think so?
I think so.
All right.
Committee updates? No?
No,
Okay.
I just wanted to,
Okay.
I didn't want to ring
Sure.
again.
Sure. Mrs.
I
Smardowski?
already mentioned mine, but just
did.
reminding people, Special Populations is going to meet on June 27th. 26th. 27th. Hold on. 27th. 10 o'clock. Correct.
Okay, so at this time.
Excuse me, there's a lot of activity and communication going back and forth. Eric Wilson was at Blair, yes. Yes.
Somebody.
Oh, Lord, and Diane Morris.
You were you at both? No, just in the morning. Just in the morning. No, you had to be at both to get full credit.
She was a vote.
Shaking hands. Right. I said you.
I'll give her credit. She was with me at a graduation. I know, you were there. Okay, so at this time.
Actually, I was just going to say, you know, I wonder whether we should do 2 graduations a day. I mean, it's, you know, you got to run.
So
We used to do 3.
You used to do 3?
But you don't have to
And
do
then
them
you
back
want
to
us to
back.
do middle school now, too?
I just said I got to write it.
Right, yeah.
So I'll keep us, okay,
Yeah.
so we'll have that discussion later. Yes, we'll figure it out
All right.
not today.
Yeah.
So at this time, we're gonna move to, item number 7, consent items. Are there any items that board members want to pull? Okay, so. This, okay. Anybody, digital literacy? Digital literacy, okay. So then we're gonna move them all in blood. Did you?
I think we should pull out the media.
7.8?
7.8, thank you. I'm sorry, I was slow on the uptake there.
Okay.
Apologies. I think we should pull it just so we give some information about it.
Okay, so then can we move the rest in block? Get a motion?
rest in block.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to move 7.1 through 7.2 and then 7.9 through 7.14. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Okay, discussion on 7.8.
And we have staff here today, and they're going to give you just a brief overview of how this works. It is a system that's been in place for quite some time, and just give you some sense of how it works and what MCPS's role is in it. So I will turn over to the staff.
Good afternoon. I'm Angela McIntosh Davis. I'm the team leader in the procurement unit. And we put out an RFQ for the MDK-12 digital content products for the Digital Library Consortium. It had not been put out new since 2011. So we thought this was a good time to do so because MCPS procures these products for all of the LEAs in the state of Maryland. And there is a MDK-12 consortium, which these ladies are very familiar with and are going to explain how that all works. But just to give you a brief overview of the procurement piece, we put out an RFQ, which is a request for qualifications. We received in a little over 50, I believe, submissions, and these were for products for our use in this program. And what we did was they were evaluated by the consortium. They determined what products would be on a list for anyone, any school system in the state of Maryland to utilize under the pricing that was negotiated and accepted. So I will let Robbie Reisner and Andrea go over what the MDK-12 consortium does for us.
Good afternoon. The MDK-12 Digital Library Consortium is a consortium for pricing across the state. It's been in existence since 2002 when it was part of a Title IID federal grant. When that grant ended, it was codified into state law in 2009. There are 24 voting members on the steering committee. Each school district has a voting member, and all of the non-publics in the state have one voting member as well. And we act as a group to look at the potential online services that could be purchased by any school district in the state, and we gather pricing for those products. And the pricing is then shared out across the state, and it allows for equitable access to those products across the state by both our large school districts as well as our smaller school districts.
Just wanted to add, so since we act as the convening and the buying agent, I just wanted to put out there that we have a select number of materials that MCPS may or may not utilize at the end. These are, if you think about them just for the viewing public, they are the research catalogs, online digital information that are when our students do research projects, or if you're an elementary parent and you get that, mine is yellow, list of online resources that MCPS has for parents at home to do some research and so forth. That is the work that this consortium is actually doing. It just happens to be housed in MCPS. It has been led, and I asked the team, so every year, you know, and they said, yeah, every year MSD says you want to keep doing it, and we say, yes, absolutely. And so we already have a process by which we convene folks. We may not actually purchase or utilize all these products, but because we're in a consortia, other LEAs, other school districts might, so we have it all there for us.
Okay, great.
There, Mrs. Silvestri, she has a question.
So the contract, I don't have it pulled open, is for how much? And do we share that cost with other school districts?
We are requesting approval for up to $1.2 million, but that is just for MCPS approval, and that is across all of our school systems, all of our schools, excuse me, that any products that they want to purchase off of this list we're requesting approval to purchase up to that amount. The other school systems will enter into a contract individually with whichever vendor they select off of the list.
And I just want to make an additional point that one of the things is we look at the expenditures from previous years. We look at the district-wide access that we spent. That last year, if you look at it, we were about $450,000 in expenditures. Schools will spend an additional $300,000, but procurement also builds in a buffer in case. So if you notice, what comes to the board is no more than a certain allocation. We don't think we will come close to that number, but we want to give some buffer in case there is school expenditure at a certain rate.
And again, this is for research, online research products.
For K-12.
Thank you. So could I get, so if
so
there are no
moved.
further questions, okay.
I'm gonna move 7.8.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor of 7.8? And that is unanimous. Thank you all for coming to the table to explain that. Item 8 is items of information. Item 9 on our agenda, the monthly financial report. Do you have questions? Yes, Mrs. Modesky.
Dr. Zuckerman, really quickly before you walk out, I'm sorry. I just wanted, in reference to, I know that the weather's been horribly uncooperative in terms of getting our projects done. I just wanted to clarify with you that you all are really communicating with the communities and making sure that people understand, where, if a project's being delayed, if, how it's coming along and stuff. Just making sure that we're trying to
Yeah, I
keep
mean,
our families in touch.
yeah, we do rely pretty heavily on school administrations for construction projects and construction committees. We are continuing to communicate as much as we can, short of sending Connect Eds to individual communities. I mean, there's hundreds of projects this summer taking place. And obviously we stage them depending, we'll be in schools this Friday night, beginning all the way up until Labor Day. So with regards to the summer projects. The other projects, the larger construction projects, Potomac, Maryvale, Lux Manor, we are in conversation with the principals. Everyone is aware that for next year, we are not able to open in January as we originally planned to. We're looking at spring break, or in some cases, we're also looking at the end of the year, and we're working with the school teams about which is more preferable. In fact, we've had some feedback that a spring break move is really not very ideal, and that at that point, based on transportation, childcare arrangements, that go into the end of the year. So we will be sending information out to communities, working with principals, this week and next week, just as we close up, as we finalize those plans.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I just know a lot of times frustration stems from not hearing anything and just not knowing, so, thank you.
By the way, just to that end, I just want to add, we've had some very productive meetings with the Northwood community as well as the Walter Johnson community just around communication. And we just had an end-of-the-year meeting. We're going to be sending something out to the Northwood cluster on Thursday or Friday of this week, just with a status update on the Northwood High School project, other projects. We'll be meeting again with the Northwood cluster when we come back in August, September. Same goes for Walter Johnson. I think we just all learned this year with that project and Northwood and Woodward and all the different moving parts, and then looking at commercial space, the importance of communication. So we are going to have as many meetings as we need to have and develop as much communication and outreach as necessary. But we've already got those meetings on the, we've had those meetings, and we're planning for the ones when we come back in August to make sure that our cluster leadership is informed, because they are so vital to, because they receive a lot of information, questions about this. So we want them to be equipped with information, as well as directly communicate to families as well.
And if I could add, this is something that came up at our MCCPTA area vice presidents culminating meeting of the year to talk about what is going well, what we could improve upon, and it's always about communication. So I just wanted to say that the directors have worked very closely with Dr. Zuckerman's office and the principals to make sure that we're communicating regularly, systemically on certain projects, and that it's a frequent communication. Not only, but we're also involving the cluster coordinators.
I really appreciate that, because, like I said, this is one thing that we frequently hear. We all know, we hear so much about. Hopefully, we'll do the same thing with our new curriculum stuff, and I know the Richard Montgomery cluster has a lot of concerns about the IB expansions and stuff like that, and I think as much communicating as we can do, better. So
on the issue of communication, I happened to be at an event on Saturday, and the new portables that Whitman took up a chunk of the parking lot because of what's going to be coming with the construction. And the people were neighbors who no longer have children at Walt Whitman, and the issue it, our community members or neighborhoods are very, really into what goes on with our schools, whether you have children in the schools or not. Just if there's any way that we can communicate, with citizens associations or, the greater community, because several people Saturday were like, what's going on? They were just so surprised. And I said, well, yeah, eventually Whittier Woods is going to be torn down. And they were, well, where are the kids going to park? Because anyway, I just,
No, they do worry about that stuff.
I just think that if there's any way we can better communicate with the greater community around our schools when we have projects going on, I think it would be helpful.
Okay, seeing no more lights, then items 8 and items 9 are for informational purposes only unless board members have questions. And I don't see any lights. So at this time, we're going to move to item 10.1, the final adoption of the fiscal year 2020 operating budget. Shortly, I will ask the superintendent to make some brief comments on the budget. Then I will open the floor up to board members for their own comments. I would like to remind board members in the viewing audience that the board took tentative action on the budget on February 12, 2019, and the Montgomery County Council approved the budget last month. I also would like to remind board members that since the county council is required to, by law, to approve the budget by categories, all proposed amendments to the budget must be within category. I therefore ask that any board member who proposes increases to any budget category offer a corresponding decrease within the same category. The board will take a vote only on motions that are seconded. 5 affirmative votes are needed to adopt any amendment. The superintendent and his staff will advise the board prior to any vote if a motion will result in the need to make a corresponding revision to any other part of the budget. It is preferable that any corresponding revisions be made a part of the amendment. And we can begin. Dr. Smith?
So it seems kind of amazing that here we sit again getting ready to adopt another budget that will become a reality in just a few weeks. On July 1, 2019, we will begin using the funds in this fiscal year 2020 operating budget. I think the first thing I'd like to point out that is critically important is this year's request of the county government was actually quite modest. It was, and there was some belief that the Kerwin legislation would be able to supplement our budget, and it did in some small ways. But the fact of the matter is that Montgomery County, to a very large degree, supports its school system. The state of Maryland is not the primary funder of Montgomery County Public Schools. The residents of Montgomery County are, and the Montgomery County government. And as we look at the modest requests that we made this year, and I know that I shared a few weeks ago in a board meeting that our MCEA president, Mr. Lloyd, had made a video about the funding, that I encourage people to watch that funding because I think that video, because it goes to the heart of the funding and how we're funded and the intersection that's coming up quickly here in the next General Assembly with the Kerwin Commission being turned into legislation. And we saw that happen this session. That can be very, very good and very much in line with the work we've been doing around equity and excellence in this county, or it can become a very serious problem to us if the state determines that Montgomery County as an entity should shoulder more of the burden for the school system, and the state should shoulder less of the burden. And I'm frankly concerned about that. I'm especially concerned about it as we think about the fact that we have 3 negotiated agreements that will end on June 30th, 2020. And we will have essentially 23,000 plus employees contracts open in the coming year, and negotiate those and how these. So when we say a budget is meaningless without context and a plan, What I'm laying out here very clearly is context, the context for what we do. And as we think about this budget, we've made steps each year to put more of a focus on our classrooms, our grade levels, our school buildings, because that's where the learning happens. We heard a lot of community members. I was surprised, frankly, when I saw the list last night, that there were so many on there and what they were talking about today. And yet, they spoke very eloquently about the need for both equity and excellence. We have a long history of excellence for many, many students, not all. How do we continue to move that is the question that we all have to be thinking about and talking about and working on together every day, so we maintain the excellence for so many and we increase the excellence where it has not previously existed. And that primarily is for our students of color and our students of all races in poverty, as well as our English learners and our students who are served by special education services. Those are the questions. And, you know, there was a lot of conversation today about a couple of elementary schools and some programs that they do. But the fact of the matter is, folks, the programs have to be looked at in what is the return on investment for all children in that building. And actually, there was nothing removed from this budget whatsoever to make those changes. Not one FTE, not 1 cent. In fact, if you remember well, we increased the staffing to focus schools and Title I schools in this budget. We increased the staffing to special education. We increased the staffing for English learner programs in this budget. So when someone comes here and says you've cut this or you've cut that, what actually is being said is you've moved it from this school to that school or from this program to that program. And in the light of the nature and the circumstance today, we have to be thinking about the context and we have to have a plan. And I think this is a good next step. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. Nothing created by human beings is perfect. And it represents a lot of interests, a lot of effort, a lot of different forces coming together. But it moves us down the road toward greater equity and the maintenance of the excellence we've known for so long. When we look at this, we go to the next slide. When we look at this, this is what we want to do. That doesn't say change opportunities or move opportunities or diminish opportunities. It says expand opportunities. Keep what we have, build on it. Improve outcomes. We have tremendous outcomes for so many students. Not all. We have to improve it so we extend and improve the outcomes. We have to extend learning from pre-K through the day the students walk off the stage, and we have to support their physical, psychological, and social well-being so they are well prepared and ready to learn every day to the greatest degree possible. That's what's in the budget. That's what the effort is. It's built on decades worth of prior decisions, because you don't go from here to there. You go from here to here to here to here to there, step by step. And that's what this budget attempts to do, is continues to move us in that direction. The driving factors when we look at this is, as I just said, maintaining the successful practices and identifying and investing in strategy to ensure all students achieve at higher levels. Opportunities and success for all students demand focused attention. It just does. Focused attention. And I've been looking at some data that shows that when we look at our multiple measures, we saw some significant improvement from 2016-17 to 2017-18 across many schools with fewer students, diminishing gaps, diminishing disparities. And we need to continue that. And we need to expand it and extend it across the system. And so Ms. Diamond is going to talk with Ms. Austin about a few of the numbers, and then we'll be prepared to respond to questions or comments or whatever action the board wants to take. Ms. Diamond.
So I get the numbers. I think as I was reflecting this morning, and then on what Dr. Smith said when I heard some of the speakers today talk about the equity accountability model, and and the resources. It's just the perfect timing of things really coming together as we look at how are we using our resources. And the plan that this budget supports gets at how we're using our resources and how we're using data. And someone just mentioned return on investment and how are we looking at how and what the dollars are going towards. And I know the Fiscal Management Committee and Ms. Dixon and certainly has been pushing us more and more as we develop and go through the budget process to be asking those questions. And so what we hope to share with you in terms of these numbers that back up the plan that Dr. Smith and Dr. Statham and Dr. Zuckerman and Dr. Navarro and teams have put together, hopefully we can articulate that. So I just wanted to review some of the higher level numbers and then dig in if there are any questions, certainly. You know that the superintendent's budget was presented to you on December 19th, and at that time, he presented a $2.65 billion budget. The board's budget that you followed with on the 12th of February actually increased the budget by $10.4 million. We haven't had increases like that between the superintendent's budget and the board's budget in recent past. And pieces of that happened because of the change in state funding as well as how we were able to adjust and meet needs with respect to our employee benefit plan, our health care plans. And we've worked really closely with all of our unions and associations to really look at those costs and manage those costs in a responsible way. And we've been able to, year over year, actually not increase costs to our employees and to the organization in the way that some organizations have had to, and I think that comes from some great partnerships. And so the board was able to pass a budget that was approximately $10.4 million greater than the superintendent's budget. You'll recall that a piece of that were the positions for special education and for ESOL and for our focus schools that Dr. Smith just mentioned. And then the board added approximately $1.3 million additional adjustments and enhancements to the budget. Following that, we received more information from our county executive in terms of his budget, and we talked a little bit about how that budget actually didn't fund as much as we had requested, but once we determined and identified how Kerwin funding could be used and worked very closely with the expectations of the county executive with respect to that, we had an increase of about $18.6 million above the board's budget. So the final budget that you have in front of you today is in fact the $10 million additional since the superintendent's and then $18.6 million additional funding that came from a combination of us being able to look at our enrollment, and we had some decreases in enrollment which created some savings. We asked the county government for additional dollars to support. While Kerwin funding did give us some funding to do some things we really wanted to do, like increase salaries for teachers, it didn't give us the associated benefits for that. And so we had to ask for money for the associated benefits for our teachers as well as for comparable raises for our support staff and our teachers. And so that was a piece that we were able, administrators, I'm sorry. That was a piece we were able to ask for additional dollars for. We didn't have to take any reductions for that. And as you know, Mrs. Navarro, Councilmember Navarro, and the council were able to help us fund the rest of our budget through that along with Kerwin funds. And so the total budget that you're moving forward and looking at today is approximately $2.68 billion. A couple of other highlights. When you look at the overall budget year over year, it's an $80 million increase, which is about 3.1%, which is larger than we've had in the past year and a half or 2 years or so. As Dr. Smith said, we know that this was an interesting year because we were able to make some reductions and increase the amount of funding we received from the state internally, and we don't see that happening in the future because of the ongoing expenses across all of our multi-year plan. We spend a tremendous amount of time not just looking at 1 year. We actually focus out numerous years. We work with the county executive to project in some of our bigger categories and in some of our bigger fund areas what those costs are going to be, and we work with consultants to get us additional information like our actuaries and our auditors so we can project costs of things like our pension and our employee benefit funds. The other piece of that that's always critical, as Dr. Smith mentioned, is we have to look, as we look at 21, to the upcoming negotiated agreements with each of our 3 employee associations. And so that'll also be a piece of FY21's budget that we have to account for as we look forward. So Dr. Smith already spoke about this. I'll just highlight that the board was able to include over $20 million of key bodies of work, which fell in the 4 areas, our strategic priority areas. And we've gone through and outlined those, but certainly I can highlight that most of those dollars sit in the learning accountability and results. Those are your special education teachers, your ESOL teachers, your focus teachers, additional administrators, additional para-educators to support the work of the school system. This does not include the additional funds that we've received from Kerwin, so there are additional dollars there as well. So we had numerous changes to the overall budget. You've seen these before, but I'll highlight a couple because this is really important in terms of the expenditure changes. We know that we were able to make an adjustment since the board's budget of enrollment. Most of that adjustment occurred in some of the earlier grades, and that is something that we talked about at our last meeting related to the growth that happens during the school year. So while we still have growth, and I think some people only heard a piece of our presentation because I was asked 2 separate times afterwards. So Montgomery County is going down in enrollment. So just want to clarify, Montgomery County still continues to grow at a very, very high rate. It's just not as high an increase as it was in past years. So we still have significant increases. Those increases have moved out of our elementary school into our middle and high school, so you'll see most of the growth. Although school to school, you could still see growth in individual schools. Most of the overall system growth is occurring in the 6th grade through about 10th grade now. And in fact, it's the first time in many years where the outgoing class, the 12th grade graduating class, Ms. Tataconda and her class, is not significantly smaller than the incoming kindergarten class. Much of our growth year over year occurs because we had smaller 12th grades leaving and larger kindergarten coming in. So when there was a delta between them of 1,000 students, you would just with that you would grow 1,000 students. This year, to put in perspective, our kindergarten and our 12th grade are within 5 students, with the last time I checked, which was 2 weeks ago, so you might have more information, Dr. Smith, was in 5 students of each other. That's a big change from 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when we were upwards close to 1,000 student difference. So we're not going to have that 1,000 student growth, and so the growth we have is only coming from move-ins, and that's very different than we had for about the last 8 to 10 years. So as we always say, you have to match your revenues with your expenditures. Our revenues changed by $18.57 million, and so do our revenues. And so we do have a change in revenue. The first line is what we know as Kerwin, the Maryland Blueprint for Future, the legislation. That brought in $24.4 million. We had some changes in our federal grants. We were able to revise how much we needed from the local contribution based on that. And then there were some small changes that we made based on instructional television. And yes, we actually do monitor changes as small as $12,000 because we have to be really exact in the work. And so just to highlight, you've already seen this in our last meeting of the $24.4 million from Kerwin. Some of those dollars were used to fund part of the existing plan. If we had not done that, which, the CFOs across the state work very directly with the legislators and work very directly with MSDE. If we had not done that, those existing dollars and those existing plans would have had to be cut. So for example, you see we received $9.1 million in special education. If we had not used it to fund $7.8 million of what you had already planned to add, because part of the accelerators that the superintendent and the board added included $7.8 million of growth. These are new dollars that you were putting into the FY20 budget. We would have had to cut those dollars or cut some other dollars because they were already in your budget. And so where we could and where it was allowable and expected, we used the dollars to fund existing things in the budget so that we didn't have to cut those things. Where it made more sense and where we didn't have to use it to cover existing plans in the budget, we added it to the budget. So we were able to add almost $14 million in our budget to meet the needs of students and adults and staff and the entire system. So that was exciting news for all of us as that legislation was passed in April. So this is just a change from FY19 to FY20. I won't review this because you've seen it in the past, but happy to answer questions. You can see that the changes occur year over year. We monitor changes down to the individual in terms of salary simulation. We look at new schools, we look at employee benefits, and we look at those non-recurring costs. By law, non-recurring costs cannot be included as part of maintenance of effort, so we have to subtract them before we start adding to the budget. You'll notice since the last time I showed you this data, the non-recurring costs have increased by $4 million. That's because we went back to County Council May 16th. They approved the additional $4 million appropriation, but it was a one-time appropriation. It's not part of maintenance of effort, and that, as you recall, is for the purchasing of the curriculum for our elementary schools and middle schools, and that purchasing will continue throughout next year and following years, and it also includes some professional development and consultant work there. And so again, on the revenue side, you see the same total change of $80 million. That revenue is a change from the state. I think it's important to note that if you were looking at how much the state were increasing, you would have to add the first two lines, the 27 plus the 24. That's the total increase from our state funding, because the second line is the Kerwin funds. If you were looking at the total increase for our local funds, it would be the 10.3 million and the 8.7, so $18 million increase there in local funds. There's a need to group both of those together because they're two different calculations, but they're both coming from the local, just the county. And so we're happy to answer any sort of questions. We're excited to, believe it or not, move forward after your approval. And we have already started thinking about and planning and getting ready to work with our associations and all of our partners on thinking about FY21, because it is a long process and we get started pretty early. So this summer will be our first set of meetings.
So I just have two things. Well, first of all, I want to thank you all for all of the work that goes into this. We all know how extensive it is, and so appreciate you always being willing to meet with us, work through everything, and walk through everything. And so I did want to just sort of, it's not really in the budget specifically, but we've had conversations over this past year. It's just something more for moving forward. There have been a few issues, including things as might sound silly as like school photos and stipend funding to make sure that, and then when that parent came and spoke today about making sure that we have funding for social opportunity to bridge social opportunity gaps. It's just really important to me, and it's something that there are a lot of but the yearbooks and all of that kind of stuff. I'd mentioned that the seniors, we paid almost $86 or whatever for a picture sitting that I thought gave us 3 poses, and then that didn't actually include any photos with it. So just, families, that's a real hardship for a lot of families. And so, again, those are just 2 little minor.
Well, we've been working with the PTA County Officers Board and talked about this on a regular basis. I see Ms. Simon sitting here nodding her head. Okay. And Ms. Diamond and several of the PTA officers, leaders from across the county, as well as other members of our staff are working together, and we're going to start the year with a plan in place so that we will be able to do some of that. It's a beginning of a way to allow schools to access funding so that they can supply some of those intangible social benefits that Mr. Peace talked about today.
That's very good to hear.
And I really want to thank the PTA for being open to that conversation, as well as the staff. So we will start the year with that in place.
Okay. Yeah, I'll credit also Ms. Dixon and the Fiscal Management Committee also pushed us, as well as the PTAs, as well as principals. So principals came through our MAGs, which are groups that meet with advisory committees that meet with us. And so we had these questions coming from a variety of areas. And so Dr. Smith had us bring together a group of principals and PTA members who've all been working really hard, as well as OSSI and the directors, really looking at ways and solutions. And so we are excited. We actually have a report that we will be bringing back to you soon. And as Dr. Smith said, we want to start moving forward with some ways to figure out how to make this work for our students and for our communities.
Thank you. Once we get that accomplished, just let's make sure we communicate it well to our families so that they know that it's, especially if it's something they have to apply for, that the opportunity is there. The only other thing that I have, as I've mentioned, I've spoken to, I think, all of my colleagues. I had a chance to talk to Dr. Statham about it. I want to make a motion to restore the special instruction funding for at least 1 year. I don't have a substitute funding because I believe since it's just a transfer of allocations that it should be budget neutral. But just for at least 1 year, so we can identify which of the 11 schools that have had it, have an opportunity to get public feedback beyond just the emails from people who are who have been found out about it, in a roundabout way.
So just want to respond from the budget perspective, because I know Dr. Statham will talk from the programmatics perspective. While there wasn't a budget cut that resulted in that change there, the positions Dr. Statham and her team are allocating to schools to be used for other purposes. And so in order to restore, what you are saying is you're asking, would those positions be moved back? Because the other, that's what you're
I'm
asking.
assuming, yes, they'd stay as they are currently. But I think it would need a second.
I'll give it a second. Second for the discussion.
It looked like,
I think
it looked like Kim.
Mhm.
Yeah. I thought Kim Statham looked like she was.
I don't want to repeat myself. Again, we are, as Dr. Smith let out, our priority is to make sure that we are allocating resources in a way that best meets the needs of all students in a school. And while I understand that people get used to a particular resource or person over time, that makes it difficult for us to manage the finite resources that we have around staffing. So I just offer that as a consideration. I believe that Ms. Diamond has costed that out if we were to do that. So I think that might be important information to consider as you all discuss this.
Mrs. O'Neill.
So I just had a couple of questions for clarification, because like I said, I guess I wasn't aware that we were moving special programming funding to, I guess it's to world language experience. Is that how it would be shifted?
That is in part true. We again have a finite amount of resources, whether it's focus. We added those supports to schools, so I think we want to balance out the additional resources that schools have gotten with some of the decisions that we've had to make after considering the impact. We want to make sure that there are specific metrics associated with how these resources are used. I know that you all hold us accountable for being able to talk about that year after year. Are we doing the same thing just because we're used to it, or because it's truly having a positive impact on students? So those are the conversations that my team and I have. Ms. Diamond, her team, they provide technical support, we look at the history, we look at the outcomes, and so I want to make sure that everyone understands that it's not just a simple, well, let's just shift this resource from this school to another. It's a very in-depth conversation that we include our principals in. They talk to their instructional leadership teams, their PTA folks about any changes.
Okay, so the two schools that we've heard from today, will they're losing, I mean, dollar-wise or position-wise, will they have the same, have it just at those schools? And also, you mentioned there are 11 schools. What are the 11 schools? I mean, I guess normally, like, we're not at the 11th hour with something like this. We all have a sense of clarity. And I have to say, 2 weeks, or when we had the last meeting, and we heard from the Piney Branch people, I thought it was just a local school-based decision about what they're doing with the allocation. Then I realized that it's not, and today, I'm realizing, I guess yesterday as I contemplated this, if it was Piney Branch and Forest Knolls, are there other schools that are in the same boat? And I don't know the list. I mean, that, to me, I feel a little bit frustrated that, like, this conversation should have happened, or clarity, back in January during the budget process, not now. And I know we as a board, we don't allocate positions to local schools, but it's the aggregate, it's the the pot of money. But I didn't have any sense of there were 11 schools, and so can you clarify it?
Yes, and I think it's important to also reiterate that those schools also got, some of them, received additional focus allocations to sort of offset some of the loss. And I will say now, too, that we're currently looking again at these two schools to make sure that they can offer the programs that are serving students, but and I can provide the list to the board. But I also think it's important for the board to understand what other resources those schools have to use. So we'll provide that.
I think you've helped people understand. Ms. Wolf.
Yes, I think that I had the same problem as Mrs. O'Neill. I was under the impression that this money was a pot of money that the school decided how they were going to allocate, and I think that's where the problem is coming in. I'd also question or want to know how this was communicated to the public, their public, because we've received numerous letters, not just the people that came in today, but numerous letters about this issue. So I heard you say that they communicated with their instructional leadership. That's fine, but I'm not clear what the communication was to the public.
So I'm going to ask Mr. Eric Wilson to come down, who's been working very closely with the school, to talk a bit more about the process.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Eric Wilson, and I support schools in the BCC and Blair cluster schools. And so Piney Branch is one of my schools that I support. And I will say that, when the principals did initially find out about these reallocations, nobody wants to hear that, oh, wow, I'm losing some staffing, and what am I going to do? But I will say in terms of the principal at Piney Branch, she had a very detailed plan about how this STEM instruction could continue in her school. She actually met with the young lady that was testifying this afternoon about a grant opportunity for during school and after school programming. So she really thought she was on the same page with everybody. I guess in this case too, it was a matter of, parents came to the board level with their complaints as opposed to working with her to really understand her vision for how she wanted to use it. So there were opportunities for her to really share what was happening.
So they're going to have a program similar to what they had. Everybody is focused on the person that they had, not necessarily the program. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I would say the program and the opportunities for, critical thinking, for building and making will continue. It just won't be the same delivery model. So it won't be in that special sort of a situation like art, music, and PE where everybody rotates through. It'll be integrated into different classrooms.
So if you can't stay for after school, then you won't get it, potentially?
No, not at all. So a lot of this will happen in the science classes, the math classes, could happen in English language arts. A lot of the specialized things, like maybe the coding, that may be more of an after-school opportunity to start, but we can see if we can integrate that during lunch and recess perhaps. So it's gonna look different, it's just not gonna be the same. But I think the vision behind the instruction and support to students will remain.
And I appreciate, I guess I would be interested to know when the principals found out, and again, kind of reiterating what their communication was with the parents and stuff. For me personally, I feel like I've asked about it a couple of times at the board table, and I just really didn't understand until I saw a letter that was going to the parents in response, and I was like, this isn't what I feel like we were told. So in trying to clarify, so I just feel like if I didn't understand, and then I'm not sure how I would expect the parents to really understand, and that's why I'm asking for a delay, so that we can all make sure that we're on the same page with how it's working.
Ms. Silvestri?
I have a question about is it amendment or?
Yeah,
what is it?
Amendment, a motion for amendment to the budget.
So could you just explain about what we're asking?
We're asking that the change in the resources for those special instruction funding not be changed for until at least next year. So we have the opportunity to communicate with the communities and better understand and have more clarity.
I guess my concern is how do we make it equitable so that you said there's how many schools in the same boat?
They said there were 11. Dr. Smith?
And, I got an email. I know that staffing changes are happening all over the system, right? I got an email here saying that there's no longer a full-time ESOL counselor at Edison for CREA, and a long explanation about how critical that is needed. So I just don't, I sympathize with all the schools that are grappling with changes, but how do we make it equitable in this we're trying to do? That's what I'm struggling with.
Well, I had thought some should have been during the public comments section, but we didn't know about them.
Dr. Smith, did you have a comment?
Two things. One, I think that, in terms of that, no one knew about it then. When we put the budget forward, you're talking about 13,000 FTEs. And these are 11.5 FTEs, is that accurate? No. 11 what?
I think it's a total of maybe 4.5 positions total in FTE.
Okay, all right, so 5, so that would be 10 half-time jobs. So that would be 10 over roughly 26,000. So we're talking about 10 half-time jobs over 26,000 half-time jobs. We have 13,000 FTEs, round numbers. And I think Ms. Silvestri asked the most critical question in the conversation, and that is, of the many, many changes due to enrollment fluctuation, due to redirecting money for all the purposes of bolstering our student learning, due to all those things, to single out 10 or 2, I think it really damages the process. It does. I mean, given what I know about MCPS after 3 years, I could retire, I could sit and look at your budget, and I could come here and testify every single public comment about some singular event and give it, and I don't diminish what our folks said today at all. They are very concerned, and they're worried that they will lose something. And it's our job to make sure they don't lose the benefit, as Mr. Wilson said, while continuing to look at getting a much more laser-like focus on the children in the system, their foundational learning and then their enriched learning, both across the system. And that's a difficult thing to do. And so that'd be my only concern. It doesn't require change to the budget, but I do worry if the board is going to vote on every set of 10 half-time positions when we have 26,000 half-time positions in the system. We have 13,000 full-time teaching positions. That would make 26,000 half-time teaching positions. So I worry about that. Certainly if what you're doing is asking me to go back and work with the staff, because I'll tell you, this is not an area I've had any conversation with them about. We don't have a lot of time to talk about half-time positions in individual schools. I'll certainly go back and look at that, and we'll analyze it and do all of that. But it doesn't require a change to the budget or a vote of the board. I don't think that's where the board wants to go, is voting on half-time positions. But I can absolutely commit to you that I will dig into it and take a look at it.
Mrs. Wolf.
You said something that I thought was very interesting. That is that you looked at the entire population, I believe you said, and determined what would best serve more students than, say, I guess, those being served. Did I misunderstand you? It sounded to me like you were anticipating being able to serve more kids that might be interested in this than over here.
We have too many lights on. I know it's.
I'm
Ms.
just
O'Neill
trying to
and Dr.
understand the sort of the thinking
No,
behind it.
I'm saying that is a criteria and sort of a decision rule that we use when we're looking at making these decisions. So I was saying that at a broader level.
There were so many lights on, we're not going to, I think Ms. O'Neill, was it Ms. O'Neill?
I think I have mine on.
I think I was next after Ms. Wolf.
Okay, Ms. Dixon, go ahead.
Right. So I think the question has arisen. It's not that the board wants to vote on all these changes and so forth, but I think it's the timing and just finding out about these things. Because once the county council, voted for the budget for us, I think that, and that's my only question that I really have for Ms. Diamond is, have other decisions been made and fully funded our budget? Have other decisions been made during this interim where there have been cuts that we don't know about? And I think that's really what, the issue is in terms of, all of a sudden we started getting all of these letters from the Piney Branch community, about the STEM funding and so forth. And so I think it's really just a communication issue to let us know, because we do have the oversight responsibility if there have been changes in the interim when the county council voted for the budget, because, we had discussed it and we had passed the budget as far as we knew. And then, whether there have been any changes. So that's my question.
Let me answer it from a budget perspective,
Right.
because I think you've asked me a budget question,
Right.
and then
I'll
there's
turn
another
mine off.
question that's, I think, at hand. So we do not change the budget because we don't have authority to change it without coming to you and saying, and then going to county council and something being appropriated. That's the budget, right? So the budget has dollars, positions.
Right.
Now, how those dollars and positions get allocated out to
Right.
individual schools, that is work that all of the people you see in front
Right.
of you, all the directors, all the associates work on together in conjunction. Certainly, we provide technical support, but we are real partners as Dr. Navarro, Dr. Statham look at the needs of schools. We adjust programs, we allocate staffing, enrollment changes occur, more students enroll in kindergarten than we anticipated, and so additional kindergarten might be allocated.
Right.
More students.
So I'm sorry, Nikki, my point was that we thought that had all been done. That, now, is there something new that happened in between?
Not in the budget, no.
Okay. No, I'm talking about these allocations and things like that as well.
These allocations were made in March.
Okay.
And so any changes that we make, we give ourselves a period of time, a month or two, and into the summer because of enrollment. But we may find that a school, because of a special circumstance or influx of students who have particular needs, we have allocated more. And we don't hear from folks who get more, right? So it's just a matter of balancing. And no, we don't, there are shifts in staffing every year for schools, but there are guidelines and principals are given the opportunity to raise concerns, but they're also, they understand what the criteria were. to make those decisions. So does it mean, as Mr. Wilson said, everybody is excited about getting that news? It's the only way we can operate within the budget that the superintendent, the board has moved forward, and that the council approves. So that's just our work. So if you want to know every change in every...
What I'm saying is, these major changes that, get the community upset about losing something or other, I think somehow to communicate those to us in the interim, I think would be helpful, and just going forward from there. So, for example, I am also interested in knowing, and I don't need to know that today, I intend to vote for the budget, but the resolutions that the board itself made for our $50,000 after school from elementary and middle schools, the counselors, the 3.0 that was divided to 0.6. We'd like an update on where that's going. The dyslexia reading specialists, what is all that process? How will the schools know to apply for that? Some of the money out of those 50,000, just to have a follow-up to know. Because actually, I think that's the first time in the history that I know, but being on the board, that, we all supported, those changes, and those are things that we very much want to see happen, that we put in the budget, on behalf of students. So just as a follow-up, not right now, but at some point to have that information, but, so.
Did you want to respond to Ms. Dixon?
Yes, Ms. Dixon, we'll send you that and the whole board that in writing, but I can tell you without any hesitation, everything that was in the budget when it went to the county council on March 1st is in there now. And what we'll send you is how it allays, in terms of how it's allocated and all of those sorts of things. But yes, that's what we were able to do with the county executive, the county council, to make sure that we were able to, when we said we fully funded the budget, that's what we were talking about. It was in there and it got funded.
Dr. Daka?
Yeah, I wasn't going to weigh in on this, but I'm really concerned now at this point, because what I'm understanding is that the principal cannot say, I don't want world language, I want to keep the science program. Is that what I'm hearing? And they would use the focus allocation to keep the science.
No, it is, we had specific schools that were identified for the world language, right? And so we have to support those schools. Again, as Mr. Wilson said, the STEM program will continue at Piney Branch. And I do think that it is associated with some of the conversation that I've had with some concerned parents. It stems around a particular person. And so that, we know that that's a sensitive issue, but the program will continue.
Well, it may stem around, it may revolve around a person. But when you talk about diffusion of the science program, the chemistry part is going to be taught in family and community partnerships or something like that. The math part, that doing the formulas, is going to be taught in the math class. Use of the information that you get in science is going to be in social studies. I mean, that just isn't the same. And this happened, I believe, at Sligo. They had a science program there that was not funded, and they had to use it for something else, and the science program was gone. And that was when Miss Smith was there, Diantha Smith was there, and there was a lot of concern about losing that science program, and it was just gone. So I just don't, I'm suspicious.
Mrs. O'Neill?
Well, I guess, getting to Dr. Smith's point, we don't allocate positions from the board. We approve in categories. In the budget that we approved, in February and sent to the county council, our categories are still the same. But I go back to when we had the work sessions, and had the hearings back in January, I look at it as sort of puts and takes. We put money into world language experience, it was a take from somewhere else, because it wasn't totally new money from our request to the county council. I mean, it's money coming from somewhere. I was not aware, and I know that we do the initial staffing allocations in March, and, in the spring, it's been typical that we have advocacy from schools, we're losing an assistant principal, or we've lost a security person, or we've lost a second grade teacher, because when those initial staffing allocations go out. I just didn't know that we were moving special program funding. I didn't know, that there were 11 schools that fall into this category. So, I think that's why it caught me by surprise, because I didn't realize way back, through I didn't know to ask the questions, and I don't want to be in the business of of us approving half positions. I think it's just, just whether it's, the aggregate money for art supplies or whatever it is. But I didn't know that in the put and take process that this had happened. Right. And I think that's all. And, I think I have concerns. I don't usually get into the minutia like this, but for me, I do have a concern about how this has played out. And is there some other school on that 11 school list, which I don't even know what the 11 schools are? I didn't know earlier enough to be able to ask the question, to have the list of 11 schools here. I think that's what Ms. Mondrowski is getting to, that, at the 11th hour, we now hear from 2 schools, but are there others out there that, following our action, we're going to hear from?
Can I just jump?
Can you turn off some lights? Did you want to respond to Ms. O'Neill? And then
what I was going to say is basically along the same lines. It's just that, I want to really clarify. I'm not looking to try and tell you all where to put 10 part-time people. I don't feel like that's what I'm doing at all. I'm just trying, for me, it's not about the staffing specifically of who is where and doing, it's about a program that they've had that's been successful, that they're essentially going to be losing without having been talked about it. I don't know if it's only these 2 schools or if it's all 11 schools that are losing their funding. It sounds like some choices were made. And I feel like I've said, I've tried to ask a couple times, and it wasn't as clear until yesterday. And so, like I said, I'm a little bothered by your comment about us trying to allocate and it being a detriment. I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty. It's your job, and I respect you on that 100%. It's all of your jobs. I'm not trying to take any of that from anybody. It's more just about it's a program that the schools clearly and the parents clearly seem to like. It seems to be working. When we look at return on investment stuff, I'm a huge supporter of the world language aspect. I wish all of our elementary schools had multiple language classes, but I just feel like it wasn't handled the way,
Understand.
in reference to Dr. Daka and Ms. O'Neill's points, as I just concur.
Yeah, and my point about the allocation was that we're talking at a very high level here. We're talking about the entire system. And that's why at the end of my comment, I said, I will be glad to go back and dig into this. Yeah. That's what I shared with all of you a few minutes ago. And it doesn't require a change in the budget.
Right.
But as this is also new information for me, it will require that I go back and look into it. That's all I was saying. And it doesn't require that we make any changes to the budget.
So I was gonna offer that because Dr. Smith did say that earlier, because what you're trying to do doesn't require any money, can we just have him look into it, and then we can move forward with voting for our budget?
And I'll withdraw my motion.
Thank you.
Oh,
So
okay.
does that take away the questions that we have the lights on?
I
or do
didn't
you
have
still-
a question,
No,
I just
still
had a
have one.
comment.
Okay.
And
make a
that
comment.
is that I wasn't trying to substitute my judgment for the instructional. aspects of the program. My concern is the same concern I raised numerous times. It's about communication, and it's about communication with the board and communication with the public. And that's what I'm really trying to get at. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duncan. I just wanted to say that I did read the plan that the principal put together. And there's nothing wrong with the plan, but it's not going to happen. And it's not going to be like a STEM program that's separate. I'm sorry.
Mrs. Silvestre?
Just going back to the presentation and the memo, I just wanted to remind us about the strategic accelerators that are in this budget, including the class size guidelines, the focus teachers, the 44 positions for special education, the 20.6 positions for ESOL, the world language expansion, and getting to my question here, there's also elementary ESOL counselors, 3 positions. I didn't realize that we had elementary ESOL counselors, so I wanted to ask about that.
It's the transition counselors, right?
There were 3 counselors.
Turn it off. You turned it off.
There were 3 counselors added by the Board of Education. Those are regular elementary counselors. In addition to that, Dr. Navarro is referring to transition counselors in ESOL. I'm not sure which document you're looking at, so. Does it say elementary ESOL? Then, yeah, so they're both of those, so whichever one you're looking at. One is the transition counselor, group of transition counselors, and one is the amendment that the Board of Education added in February.
Okay. Mrs. O'Neill?
So I'm going to move the budget.
Second?
And
No,
I just have a comment. You know, the budget is like the Golden Gate, painting the Golden Gate Bridge. We're adopting it today, but we're starting on the next budget. And, you know, I've been doing this for now 20 years. This was an easier process. Some years we have a lot of drama connected with the budget. It's more pleasant when we're all working together. I mean, the board, the county council, and the county executive. And I realize that Mr. Elbridge initially had not recommended fully funding our budget, but, you know, the stars aligned, thank heavens for Kerwin. But I do have concerns, you know, the economic circumstances in the future may not always be positive. The funding formulas that may come out of Kerwin, we have to really pay attention to, because it could really hurt us and hurt our kids. And, you know, I hope that the stars are aligned next year so that we have a favorable outcome, because it sure is more pleasant when, you know, you're not having to make significant reductions. And I've lived through those budgets where our employees gave up negotiated salary agreements for 3 years, and where the county council wanted us to furlough our employees, and we were rebased. So, you know, this is a positive outcome. I know that there is energy to do a 2-year budgeting for Montgomery County. I guess it's a discussion for a later date. I don't know how that totally works with the changes of our enrollment, MOE, state funding, yada, yada. It sure is intriguing, but, you know, there are a lot of questions as it pertains to us.
Mrs. Tataconda?
Yes, I just wanted to say, it's a very quick comment, but of course I'm voting for this, and I just want to say the power is all in the implementation. This is, as you said, it's part of the strategic plan, and I think it's very important that we keep in mind our priorities and our core values as we vote on this budget, because it means a lot more than just passing it and pushing it forward right now. So,
Absolutely. And seeing no more lights, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of adopting our final budget? And that is unanimous. Thank you all.
So, Ms. Evans,
Yes,
I just
Dr.
want
Smith?
to make sure everyone is aware, in terms of accountability, because Ms. Dixon asked about this, we are obliged by law, and you receive a monthly report on any object change that's greater than $10,000. In addition to that, the public always has access to all accounts in our budget. We keep all of our budget account by account in open data. And so we are very transparent in that way, and that's down to the account number. And then just a reminder, because I think it's a good preview for later on this afternoon, effective this year, Montgomery County, as well as every other district in the country, will be reporting by school expenditures per pupil. And so that's another part of the accountability that we take very seriously, and I know the board certainly does.
Dr. Smith?
I was just going to say thank you to the board. I think it was an incredibly productive and positive budget process this year. I've been through 3 of them now, and so I don't have a lot of experience, but I have some in Montgomery County. And to our many stakeholders, we met for many, many hours with our 3 associations, as well as with our 3 associations in conjunction with a whole variety of different stakeholders, and we'll begin that process again this summer as we look at FY21. That's right. So, but thank you all very much. And certainly the staff, Miss Austin.
I was going to say the same thing. Thank you to Ms. Diamond, Mrs. Austin, and everyone in the budget office. So at this time, we're going to move to item 11, and it's discussion only, but it's talking about safety and security.
So we have a report today for you because we started in 2017, and that's spring of 2017, at looking at our schools, our procedures, our processes, our systems, and we've continued to produce communications and analyses for our community and for our staff to use. And then last spring, in the spring of 2018, the General Assembly passed the Maryland Safe to Learn Act, which added another set of requirements and opportunities for school safety. And this is certainly an area that should be first on our minds all the time. So I will turn it over to Dr. Zuckerman, and we'll walk through this report and conversation.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Smith. If we could just go to the next slide. We today will be talking a little bit about the background and context that got us to this point, the work that we did last school year, or this school year, almost over, and what we have planned for next year. Before we dive in, I just want to acknowledge a few very important guests in the audience. First of all, I'd like to thank and welcome Acting Police Chief Marcus Jones. Thank you for being here. And in a moment, Chief Jones will have a few comments. He's not going to be able to stay for the entire presentation. We're running a little bit behind schedule today, but thank you for being here and for sticking with us. Also, Captain Hattenberg, who oversees community engagement and our SRO program. Thank you for being here. And Officer Junius from Blair, our SRO. Do I have that? That is incorrect. That is incorrect. I'll talk to Mr. Clark about that later. Would you introduce yourself? Very sorry about that, Captain. I apologize. We'll clear that up later on our end. So thank you, Captain, for being here. So if we could just go to the next slide for a moment. So in 2017, our school system engaged in a major review of all high schools. And then we released an interim report on school safety and security in the summer of 2017, and then in the fall we went back and did another deep dive review of all of our elementary and middle schools. In spring of 2018, we released this report. There was an intervening event, and you may recall last year we were on the precipice of releasing our report in February when tragedy struck at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Florida, and that really dramatically altered the landscape of school safety and security nationally at the state level and here in MCPS. We actually did not release our report. We went back and went through it and made sure that we were attending to different elements of safety and security that we had not initially focused on in our initial reviews. From that, we there were 7 key priority areas that we focused on. And in this report, if you go to the next slide, we had external consultants who helped us do our reviews. And they focused in on 7 recommendation areas that we'll talk about today in the work that we've done. Number 1, data-driven accountability and positive school culture across the school district. Number 2, effective utilization and allocation of our school security personnel and other staff to support safety and security. Number 3, technology infrastructure. Number 4, facility enhancements. These are largely the vestibules and other work we've done in the facilities. Number 5, procedures and practices for supporting positive student behavior throughout the school day. Number 6, system-wide prevention and early intervention programs. And number 7, collaboration with law enforcement and other partner agencies. This 7th piece is so critical. I cannot express how impactful our relationship with the Montgomery County Police Department has been. I would love for Chief Jones to come to the table and join us and share a little bit about our efforts. While he's coming to the table, I just want to tell a very quick story. That, every single day, we are in dialogue with the police. Yesterday was a perfect example. There was a news article over the weekend about someone who had made threats against Walter Johnson High School. You might have seen it in the news, and he was sentenced to 5 years probation. Well, Monday morning at 5 a.m., we received several emails through our Dropbox, through principals, that there was an anonymous comment in the Bethesda Beat saying that there was someone had posted that they would like to shoot up a school. That was essentially what the comment was. Well, at that point in time, we immediately contacted the police department. Officer Wojin got involved. This was at 6 a.m. in the morning. By 8 a.m., he was working with Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, as well as Verizon, to identify the IP address. By 9:45, we had identified the IP address. Our Safety Security Department, our Office of General Counsel were constantly, and technology officer partnering with the police, and by 11 a.m. we had identified who that person was. Actually was a student. That student made it to the crisis center by noon. That all happened starting at 5 a.m. And that was with one anonymous post in one online publication. Every single day, that type of collaboration with the police, sometimes the FBI, sometimes other agencies, is happening. Chief Jones has been invaluable. I can text him and say, I need to talk to you, and he'll say, I'm in a meeting, and he'll step out, and he'll text me, and vice versa. So I just am really grateful for that collaboration, and I just want to give you a minute to share.
So good afternoon to everyone. It's a privilege for me to be here today, and for my staff to be here as well. I have to agree with Dr. Zuckerman, that I think that, and with Dr. Smith, that it has been a fabulous relationship here recently, where we have been, all across this country, there's been concern about school safety for, as many of you know, the reasons why. And it's troubling, I think, for any parent to know that they feel as if their kids are not in a very safe environment. And I must commend MCPS for their hard work and determination and coordinating with us over time, particularly over the past year, in order to really put together an aggressive training schedule to train the staff members of the schools at every level. And I know that the elementary school, just in its own right, just to hit each and every one of those elementary schools was a tremendous task in itself. But to include the size of high schools and of course of many of the middle schools, that's a challenge. That's something that's very important to us as first responders, because there's officers, when we arrive at schools, our main concern is we're really there to really address the threat, if there is a threat there, and be able to get the children to safety, and to be able to at least be able to eliminate that threat in a very quick manner, and to save lives. And that's our primary goal, is the preservation of lives. And as a parent who has 3 kids who all went to Montgomery County Public Schools, and 2 of my kids who are now teachers in this system, you know, I am still wholly vested in that, and so that's very important to me. So again, I want to thank Dr. Zuckerman and all of his staff, and Ed, who has been a great partner since he's returned, and really vested. But again, with our folks, Captain Hattenberg overseeing the SRO program, each of our commanders at the district stations, they actually oversee the SROs themselves because they work directly for them. And one of the main objectives that I have always made sure that it was clear that our commanders are directly connected to our principals so that there's a relationship and they can always be able to communicate themselves in order to make sure that their schools are safe in any of those issues that come up. So we want to keep reiterating that because Dr. Smith, we've had these conversations even when Chief Manger was here about the reality that we have changes in staff over time. And trust me, right now in MCP, we are going through some serious transition. As you can see, as I am acting, and I've got a few actings under me. And so until we get our permanent chief, and hopefully in the next few months, we'll be able to have some stability coming into the next coming school year. So again, thank you all so very much for supporting us, and we're always here. And you ever have questions, feel free to reach out to me or my staff, and we'll be more than happy to address those concerns in a rapid manner. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Jones. Appreciate it. I know your time is of the essence, so we appreciate it.
Thank you.
So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Clark, our Chief Safety Officer, to talk about the work that we did this year, where we're headed. We have a brief presentation, then we'll be able to open it up for questions and answers and discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Zuckerman. And again, I want to apologize to Captain Pruitt. That was me. I'll probably be on midnights sooner than later, but thank you. Thank you. I'll be at midnight soon. No, as Dr. Zuckerman said, MCPS has done a great job. We have a very comprehensive and robust strategic implementation plan based on the work of the consultants. We're just going to give you the quick highlights because we would think that you want to get to the discussion points there. So Dr. Connolly is going to assist me as well here. As Dr. Zuckerman said, everything changed last year with the crisis of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Then we had our own Maryland crisis in a moment at Great Mills High School in St. Mary's County, where a student was killed as a result of targeted violence there. And then, of course, the Santa Fe Houston incident. So all those things propelled Governor Hogan and our Maryland legislature to really do a lot more in school safety. As such, the Maryland Safe to Learn Act of 2018 was passed, which gave a lot of different directions, a lot of requirements, not only for our school district, but for all public schools throughout the state of Maryland. And there are some requirements there that we all must have to abide by. But also, as a result of that legislation, additional school safety grant funding was given as well. So we've been the recipients of two Maryland Center for School Safety grants, which will help us moving forward to implement some of the requirements of the Maryland Safe to Learn Act. And just a couple highlights what that act does require is behavioral threat assessment policy, and Dr. Connolly will speak a little bit about that. Active shooter drills. As you know, we've come, and Dr. Smith has briefed you, and Dr. Zuckerman has, we've sort of gone away from just one model here in MCPS, where we've sort of gone to a lockdown with options model. And we have trained all of our high school staff, middle school staff, and elementary school staff, and our high school students and middle school students have been trained. Next year, working with Dr. Connolly and her team, we'll be providing in an age-appropriate way that training to our elementary school students there. We will have to update school emergency plans, not only here within MCPS, but throughout the entire state of Maryland based on guidance that they will be giving us. Just to give you a quick overview, we've accomplished a lot of things this last year. You'll see these in your handouts here. We've embarked on a new visitor management system for our schools, access control systems using technology and funding. We're also working to bring additional communication modalities to our schools with additional portable radios. That's very important in those moments of crises to have redundant opportunities to communicate other than by the landline phone there. One of the key requirements out of the Act is that all public schools in the state of Maryland must have a comprehensive school safety evaluation. We have recently completed those evaluations at 209 of our school sites and special center sites as well. So we've complied with that. We will be submitting a report back to the state with some of our findings so we can address any concerns that we detected throughout those assessments there. Dr. Conley certainly could talk a little bit now about some of the key things we've done in terms of the threat assessment, how that gets to, mental health awareness as well. And then we've also partnered with our county government Department of Emergency Management, where most of our school-based security staff have been trained with Stop the Bleed training. And we're working with Dr. Zuckerman to have ongoing conversations next year, how we can expand that program to allow additional school staff to have that enhanced level of training in the event of an emergency or crisis. So, Dr. Conley, as you heard Chief Jones say, we worked on some of the MOUs, updates, and things like that. So I think at this point we can go to slide 11, and Dr. Conley can talk about the great work that she is doing and others with the behavioral threat assessment and mental health outreach to our students.
And thank you for having me today. So with behavioral threat assessment, as we have talked about when discussing our new, our tentative, you have went forward for tentative action at the previous board meeting for board policy COA, student well-being, and school safety. And under that policy, as required by the Maryland Safe to Learn Act, it includes information on the development of behavioral threat assessment teams in all of our schools. And with that, we will be developing a work group. Mr. Clark and I will be chairing that, and we'll be working collaboratively with our union partners and other key stakeholders, including individuals from MCPD, in order to finalize our process for conducting behavioral threat assessments in our schools. And so with that, and the goal of that is to seek out and find students, staff members, parents, community members, and other unaffiliated persons who may potentially be a threat to our schools. And with that, the goal of it is to provide interventions for those individuals who may be at risk. And right now, I know Ed and I have been working together with our building administrators when these situations come up, but the goal is to train all of our schools having these teams. We have trained almost 400 individuals. We just had a training in May. When I came to you last, it was 261. And we trained another 80 people a couple of weeks ago. So, and we have additional trainings this summer. The grant from the Maryland Safe to Learn Act is providing additional funding so that we can do additional trainings throughout this year. We'll be doing trainings each year thereafter. So we are excited to be able to fill the law and that working together with all of our partners on this key initiative.
And one thing when we talk about, we've heard from Chief Jones here today about our public safety partners. We would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge our other critical partners from law enforcement, our Sheriff's Department, municipal agencies from Rockville City, Gaithersburg, Chevy Chase, Tacoma Park, and Park Police. So they're all in this together with us there. Also, another very, very critical partner is our Fire and Rescue Department. And today, Dr. Zarch was here earlier. Dr. Zarch and I met with one of the assistant chiefs, and we had a very outstanding debriefing of a critical medical emergency that occurred within one of our schools this year. So again, we're in this together with all of our public safety partners. So as we move forward, we will continue to implement the key aspects of the strategic plan, as well as just really focusing on education so that all of our students can receive an outstanding education here. But we want to do that in the most safest and effective manner for our students. So we move forward. And again, we learn from these tragic incidents as we go forward and make improvements and adjustments along the way. So I guess, Dr. Zuckman, we be ready for discussion.
We tried to focus on the highlights so we could get to questions. We also understand we were a little bit behind. So I think with that, we would welcome questions, comments, and from the board.
Mrs. Smodrowski. Oh, I didn't see her. Okay, I'm sorry.
I just have one question, and it has to do with cameras in the schools, particularly in the back. I visited a number of elementary schools that have portables, And I know you were looking at this, but how far have you gotten along in installing cameras so that you can see the kids walking from the portables back into the building?
We're in the middle of elementary camera deployment. The initial goal was to have approximately 4 to 5 cameras in key areas of an elementary school, and we're working with the principals and the school teams for placement. So we're talking about inside, a long corridor, at the main entrance where there might be a T so we can have visuals, some blind spots out back. I think, though, where we're headed as a result of the safety assessments that we just did, that Mr. Clark talked about, those were largely focused on the facility. Whereas the initial work we did back in 2017 to 2018 was less about the facility, more about supervision, relationships between adults and students. The Maryland Safe to Learn Act required us to do a much deeper assessment of the facility. I anticipate that we will be coming forward in the capital budget with additional safety requests in the coming years, technology infrastructure, cameras being one. This is a long way of me saying we're going to need more cameras in elementary schools, and it is going to, there will be a budgetary note attached to that in the future. So our the first effort is to get the core in each school, and then determine systemically where we need to continue to fill our gaps.
Mrs. Modrowski?
So that was one of my 2 questions, but I thought we already put funding in the budget, in this past budget, for cameras specifically to the backs of schools and the portables, all portables, but especially elementary schools.
Hear about too many lights.
The money was for additional cameras for things that you're talking about, as well as elementary schools, in just the way I described. What we found is that we add more portables, that requires more cameras. There might be an incident in a part of a school over the weekend, vandalism, let's say, and a principal will call us, this happens all the time, and said, I'd like to put a camera here. At some point, there's only so many cameras that we currently have that we can distribute due to funding limitations, and so we're working with our schools to be strategic. Can we move cameras? Are there some that are less, the positioning is not as valuable as moving it to a different location? So yes, there is money in the capital budget and the operating budget for technology, including cameras, and we still are going to need more.
Well, that I totally agree with, but the needing more. But I do hope that we'll do as much of that as possible, as soon as possible, because people can just stand out there randomly at most of our portables and no one can know that they're there.
We are. We're in the middle of it. One of the things that we talked about when we testified before the county council not too long ago was everything that you've seen or seen in the memo or the PowerPoint, whether it's visitor management system, access control systems, cross-corridor doors, cameras. Every school district in the country is also purchasing these same things. So there is a little bit of a lead time, whereas in the past, pre-2018, there wasn't quite as big of a demand. So there is some of that taking place, and that is nationwide, just as we engage in this. So people are purchasing, installers are installing as quickly as they can, but there is some delay time.
Okay, I appreciate that. My only other question is about threat assessment. I recently had some parents who were upset with us because they were told that a threat that was made on social media was not considered, that it was investigated and not considered a credible threat. What constitutes a credible threat versus something like imminent danger? Because to them, if there's something in writing, that's a threat and it's credible because it's written there and they can see it. So how do you make that, and how do we explain that to people?
I'll start out, and Dr. Conley can supplement my statement here. When we get those threats, and social media has changed everything. The last 2 or 3 years, it's a complete game changer. Again, working with our law enforcement partners, we had a great example today of how that partnership exists. When we get those threats, and some of them come through the Maryland Safe Schools tip lines, we'll immediately evaluate them. We'll get on the phone or the email to our law enforcement partners, say, here's what we've got, work with our principals, try to assess what we've got, do some initial fact-finding. So then we turn information over to our law enforcement teams. Depending on the level of threat, I will say this, if there's any indication that a weapon or a gun or a rifle is involved, they're going to get on this right away. And we've seen in several of these social media threats, well after the normal school day ends, that our law enforcement partners are acting on those threats. They've evaluated it. They're starting to get information from the social media services providers, but they will go out and what we say, they will conduct a home visit. And they are knocking on the doors of our families and engaging them in a conversation to assess the credibility or the reliability of that threat. Now, the good news is, because of that process, we have not yet been able to determine any active or credible threats that have given us great concern. So they will speak to the parents. They will inquire about access to weapons. They may do a quick assessment of mental health if there's any concerns there. We'll loop back to Dr. Conley and her team, or as if we've heard today described, there may be a referral to the crisis center for that mental health intervention. We may see the next morning additional police patrol presence at that school just as a precautionary measure. So again, we work with law enforcement to deem the credibility of the threats, the reliability of the threats, and then appropriate actions are taking place.
So at this time, let's just go in order. Ms. Hadakonda. Oh, I'm sorry. You can respond.
It's
Yes,
fine.
that's right. Yes, go ahead.
And just to add to what Ed said, so initially, so when they say there isn't a credible threat, what they're really looking at in terms of, in Maryland, we have 4 threat levels. And what the police are really looking at, is it an imminent threat? Meaning that, does this person have a weapon? Is this person going to come to school and immediately go and do harm? So after the police have done that piece, they get the boots in the ground, they go and they go into the home and they check and see all these things. Then it gets, like Zed said, it gets turned over to me and my folks. And then we go in and try to see, well, where is this person actually at? So if they're not imminent threat, are they a low risk threat, a moderate risk threat, or a high risk threat? And for many of these situations, it may be this kid who's saying something idiotic online, and then they don't really mean it. And then, so they may be a low risk threat. Or maybe they're upset about something, they're getting bullied, they're having some other issue at school. Then we come in and the team comes together and we look at what interventions can we provide. Why does this person want to do this? What have they tried previously? So there is a process, which parents don't see on the other end, of course. So, but there are many of these that occur. I've been involved in many over the past month. And so that is kind of, so the police start off, and then it comes over to us. And then we provide, again, that intervention, that mental health support that is needed to work with these students.
And we also look for method, means, and opportunities.
Yes.
That's the key.
And I really appreciate that, because I think that's so important, and it's the key to being preventative and everything else. Maybe there's a better way we could communicate it to our parents and communities. It's just a suggestion. So.
Ms. Hadakonda, and then we'll go around the table.
Yes, I'm just gonna be additive rather than repetitive, but I just wanted to ask about, as we pursue these initiatives related to like the security vestibules in all of the schools, how are we prioritizing which schools get them when? Because there's obviously a timeline and not every school is getting them at the same time, because I know that a lot of students have asked me about that. And we just want to make sure that when we take these measures, we're thinking about how they are equitably going to all of our schools and students in the county. A lot of students go to school in fear right now, especially after all that's been going on around the country. It's like every day there's something new. So it's definitely important for them to be aware of what we're doing and how we're doing it. And that's why I want to understand that piece.
Sure. So the schools over the next 3 years that are remaining will be prioritized based on the design work. So we're gonna do the study of each school in terms of the scope that's required, and then to the extent possible, because we can only do so much in 1 year based on funding and contractor availability and so forth. We're really looking to pair it with other work happening at the school. So if you're already in the building, we're already, let's say, painting, that might not be the best example. If we're doing HVAC work or roof replacement work, we know we're gonna have contractors on site, we might be able to pair the two together, leverage the economies of scale. If we're already opening up walls for something, if we're painting, and then we'd want to pair it with that project so we can merge the two. It's largely driven by those types of decisions. Very much a logistical decision in that regard. So again, our goal is to get these done over the next few years as quickly as possible.
Ms. Dixon.
I want to thank you both for the presentation. I just have a few questions. One of the things that I'm a bit concerned about at the elementary level would be those schools that have portables. And, have you been able to do anything in terms of, fencing or, have you looked at, the security implications of fencing some of those areas where people can just walk right up, to the portables, or even get into, the schools where, you have people sleeping behind the school and things like that. And any information on fencing or
Ms. Dixon, you must be clairvoyant, because one of the assessment points was asking questions about fencing, adequate fencing, any concerns. So fencing is an option for us. The other thing we can do at after-school hours and the evening hours, the midnight patrol, the electronic detection, they can get out there and check on any hot spots or concerns that come in. But I think when we look at fencing, that's just one strategy. Again, we can fortify any school building that we want, but I think, how do we do it in the appropriate way? The other thing is we connect with all of our other school safety and security coordinators throughout the state, and we speak to them on a regular basis as to what are some of the best practices, because everyone is dealing with the concerns related to portables or threat assessment. So having those conversations, we can say, okay, this is something we may want to look at, work with Dr. Zuckerman, sort of see how does this fit in strategically. But all those things are as part of that overall assessment that we look at.
Right. And so last year, we had the Student March, for Life, and the shooting, at Parkland. And there were lots of ideas about how you could secure a classroom inside, from a shooter. Any information about that? There were, some suggestions about devices and gadgets that could be, purchased to put against a door to prevent, someone with a assault rifle or other weapon to get inside.
Yes, ma'am. Again, working with our police partners, we've adopted the concept of avoid, deny, defend. So when we deny, we look for any potential physical assets that can block entry to doors to buy time. We have to be very, very cautious when we talk about devices that could be implemented in our school classrooms, because there's fire safety codes. So we're having those ongoing conversations. And a lot of vendors out here are just sort of bringing products to the market that really aren't compliant with local and state and national fire code provisions. So having those conversations, seeing what will work, and then trying to do some implementation. But I will tell you today, we had an opportunity, Ms. Schultz was with us today, we had an incident at one of our local high schools where there was some significant concern that maybe there was an active shooter occurring within the building. That information was relayed by students who properly secured themselves in the classroom. They in turn knew the surroundings of that classroom. There was an inner storage area. They went and secured themselves. And these young students were incredibly brave. In the area of darkness, they knew there were boxes in there, and they used those boxes as protective assets to give that barrier. It was just incredible to me, the brave actions of those students and the teacher, and they really took the training to heart. So that was just very, very positive. So I think ongoing training, refresher training, seeing what's out there, state-of-the-art technology that we can use, gives us options.
Right. Yeah. And so, my final question relates to Pyle Middle School. So I was contacted by, representative from the PTA, who's concerned about, they're getting that 3-story addition, and they have 2 security assistants. Sometimes when one is absent, you have one. And so have we thought about upgrading security at Pyle? I mean, it's bigger than some of our high schools. And, I know the way it generally works, if you have more incidents, you get, maybe more student behavior incidents. I'm talking about more security, but it seems to me that, you know, they have a concern there just in terms of coverage for the entire, you know, school and campus. And have we looked at that at all, or are we going to look at that?
We're in the process of looking at it.
Okay.
I think you hit the nail on the head. When we allocate out, there's
Right.
square footage is
Yeah.
one factor.
Right.
But incidence is another.
Right.
Incidents of pile are
Right.
very, very low.
Right.
One
And
of-
that's what I shared, you know.
Sure.
Yeah.
But the square footage is going to be large, and
Right.
that's an understandable concern. At the same time, and I always try to make this point when we talk about adding security, particularly at a middle school with low incidence. The conclusion of the report, the final report that we did with our consultants, subject matter experts from the U.S. Department of Education and former police chief in Florida, was that the relationships between adults and students is the single greatest intervention that we can have, and that it's not just the number of security you have, but it's about the vigilance of all adults in the building. It's about making sure that at transitions times during the school day that many adults have eyes on students, not just 2 or maybe a pile 3 security. That administrators are walking the grounds as well as security. So we have to look at it as a collective effort. We are looking at the pile situation, but we're looking at all of our schools in that regard. So, but it's definitely on our radar.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate all that you said about that because it is true. But, you know, I do think that they're going to need more than 2 security assistants. So, okay. Thank you.
Mrs. O'Neill.
Yes, I was going to raise the issue about Pyle because, you know, at over 1,500 kids, it is larger than some of our high schools. But, you know, we've also heard the issue at Poolsville. And I think the issue of more adults in the building, more adults being vigilant, having the opportunity to make contact with kids gives parents more of a peace of mind.
Yes.
Because now, I mean, I'm sure the parents at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, at Columbine, thought it could never happen there. And it's a sad commentary that now we are 20 years from the events at Columbine High School, and we're still having this conversation. It was not just a one-off, an isolated event, and unfortunately it's the world we live in. So you know, I do think that in our budget next year, I know we look at the need for more psychologists, more counselors, etc. I think we're pretty thin in security assistance. I think you know, I would like to see how we stack up with other districts, Fairfax County, you know, what's their ratio and how do they make those decisions? I'm sure our consultant looked at this, but I think that I think it's a necessity, just as I happen to think cameras at the elementary schools. At one point in time, we would never have thought about that, but you know, it's the world we live in, and I know people have a heightened interest in this. Tomorrow, the policy committee will be looking at the comments that came back on the well-being and school safety policy, and you know, we had over 80 comments. We haven't had that many comments on a policy other than the school calendar survey in a long time. And you know, as I read through them, I mean, it speaks to how urgent and how stressed people are about this issue. So I think we need to come up with a multi-year plan or a short-term plan at least on safety assistance. And the only other thing is I had a series of emails with someone who works as a substitute teacher in our schools, and I know you know, he reported to me differences. You know, his concern was about the ability to lock a classroom door and access to keys. And I know, Andy, you had gotten in there. But I think, on any given day in any one of our buildings, we have subs. And so substitutes as part of the training for safety is really important, and having them have access to whatever it takes to secure a classroom door, with whether it's the magnets or whatever it is really important.
Yes, completely agree. We will follow up and do the benchmarking analysis on security assistance. That was one of the things we wanted to do in anticipation of the FY20 budget. Mr. Clark arrived after the budget for FY21 budget. FY20 was fully formed pretty much. So we know that that's part of our work with Ed coming on board. Thank you for highlighting the substitute issue, and if anyone ever does have any questions about that, please direct it right to Ed or me. Every school is required to have a plan for locking all doors, and that includes substitutes. And so we immediately went back to the school that you talked about to review the plan, the procedures, and that's going to be ongoing work and continued training, because that is absolutely essential, that every single door is locked. That's one of the requirements. So whether it means that we have a repair to do, a work order to complete, if there's any issues with the lock or the door itself, or we have a procedural issue with the issuance of keys on a daily basis, we immediately move on that right away. I would just say one thing that we did do, a little inside baseball for the board, but it was very clear to me and some of us with regards to safety that we have work orders happening over here, we have questions about locks over here, we have camera questions, we have infrastructure issues, and sometimes we could install a new access control system as a part of a recent construction project, and therefore you'd contact Seth Adams to solve that problem because it's still a part of that. Well, but if it's a door issue, you might contact your cluster security coordinator, who will refer you over to maintenance to put a work order in, or it could be a technology issue because technology, Octo would replace the cameras. So we said, this is enough of this. The issue is too urgent, so we meet once a week. We have a safety tiger team, we call it, that meets a rapid response team to look and triage at every issue. We have obviously hundreds and hundreds of work orders and requests. We have to triage to make sure that we can get to the ones that are most urgent. So we do that on a weekly basis. We're going to be continuing that work for next year.
Thank you. Dr. Zuckerman. Dr. Daka, do you have any questions? Mrs. Silvestre?
Some technical questions. Fitness for duty is included in your memo. Could you explain to me what that means in terms of our
I'll take
security
that one.
personnel?
Yeah, sure. So one of the recommendations coming out of the report was that as a part of our human capital work, that we look at positions, security personnel were one, to see if did we have the right standards in place for fitness for duty. In other words, we don't have a fitness for duty test or procedure for security personnel currently. We do for bus drivers, for example. That was something that we had wanted to finish up this school year. We did not, because the Maryland Safe to Learn Act came, and some of our work related to our initial security strategic plan we put over here so we could attend to the Maryland Safe to Learn Act. We have now picked that fitness for duty work back up. We have a work group that is forming to identify how to construct that, and we want to do that in accordance.
What does it mean?
So it means that you meet a certain fitness level to perform the job. So for example, if there is a security incident on the 3rd floor of a building and you're stationed on the first floor, are you able to quickly get up to the 3rd floor, or is that a struggle for you? And if it's a struggle for you, then we have to look at what that means for you vis-a-vis that job position that requires you to get up to that 3rd floor in a hurry. But creating a standard like that takes a lot of work. There are laws involved, there are personnel components to it, there's negotiated agreements, and we want to do this in a really thoughtful way, and want to do it in partnership with SEIU, and that's what we're embarked on right now.
I do get some
complaints about door locks not working effectively or falling off, and also doors that open out instead of in. Is that an old construction thing that's being remedied with our new construction, or what's happening with that?
Yes, so we do have variation in terms of doors opening out versus doors opening in. When we do our active assailant training, we talk about both in terms of locking and defending. So obviously the preference would be for doors to open in so that there's different ways you can barricade in a situation like that. But changing out all the doors or all the locks in that situation is something that is almost cost prohibitive, so we have to approach it from a different perspective. With regards to locks, what I would say if there's ever an issue with that, we need to.
And maybe I'm not
right.
using the right term, not locks, but there's some kind of magnetic.
The magnet strips.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
what that I've been hearing, kind of malfunctioning, not working.
So I don't think they're maybe malfunctioning as much as they are probably at the end of the year they need to be replenished. So they're little strips that you put in between the door and the locking mechanism so that the door can stay locked at all times, but you can very quickly, but you can open it. And then if there is an incident in the school, the door is locked and all you have to do is remove the magnetic strip and close the door rather than locking the door. So it's a way to keep doors locked at all times. But they're literally this big, and sometimes they walk off. So we have to continue to inventory them, and we have to replenish them.
And how does that get replenished?
Part of our end of the year facility assessment, we have to work with schools. They're actually not very expensive. I think to do the entire system initially was between $10,000 and $20,000. So we just figured that this would have to be a part of the annual refresh of a school to get ready for the following school year. That'll be part of our work this summer.
My other question was about students reporting when there's a student in crisis, a peer. I know that teachers do it for your behavioral intervention team, but do you feel that students are forthcoming with that information, and is there more that we could do to make it easier for them to bring things to your attention?
Two-part answer. Defer to my colleague here as well. We have been very, very surprised of our students engaging in the Maryland Safe School Tip Line. Our kids are very concerned about other kids who are in crises, whether it be mental health crises, self-harm crises. They're doing a tremendous job. That's when the process kicks in. I think, and we've talked to our student member of the board, what we need to do is figure out a way to engage our students more in that conversation and that dialogue about school safety in general, to have them take more ownership. So we've just seen some incredible incidents where students have come forward. Because of the immediate interventions, we are absolutely convinced that because of those students coming forward, we've saved lives. So I think how we next year promote even more so the tip line, the outcomes, and the importance of everybody. If you see something, say something, but more importantly, do something. Don't be a bystander.
And as we continue our efforts, especially in talking about having this balance of both physical and psychological safety, a big piece of also teaching kids, because we teach them about the tip line, but also through our Signs of Suicide Prevention program, we teach kids how to act. We teach them how to acknowledge, how to care, and how to tell a trusted adult. And that program happens in all secondary schools from 6th to 12th grade. And with that program, we have seen an increase. I've gotten repeated reports from counselors and psychologists of students coming forward for a variety of issues, not just for suicidal ideation, but for other issues as well, because we are teaching them how to come and find that trusted adult. So with the tip line, with our new suicide prevention program, kids know that we want them to come forward and tell us when there are issues in place. And so by having both of these things, it is really helping us and for kids to know that we care and we want to know what's happening, because we know that kids know best, like what's happening in the schools versus the adults. And so we need them, we need to rely on them to come forward and to tell us these things.
Yeah, I'd love to see that develop further, as you stated.
I'm happy to see that you're going to be working with community use of public facilities to tackle the after-hours safety and security of our schools, because I think that's a big Achilles heel, and it's tough, but it needs to be looked at. And finally, glad to see the gang prevention training, gang awareness. That's a safety and security issue that affects us every year. We lose a student, either they get killed or they're arrested for a murder. And so just would love to have an update, maybe as a follow-up, to hear when a counselor sees that a child suspects. The training is great, right? Well, we need the training so that more school personnel are seeing the signs, but then what? What do we have in place to protect that child from further gang involvement or prevention intervention? Thank you.
Mrs. Wolf.
My question goes to a comment you just made about sort of the see something, say something, and the kids from sixth grade on being trained. What are you doing for the elementary school kids? Because there's a lot of bullying going on in elementary schools, and I've noticed across the country you have younger and younger kids committing suicide.
So, and that's an excellent question. And we've been looking at, we've been having conversations around, because there isn't a suicide prevention program really for elementary school at this time. So what can we do to address this? Our Be Well 365 initiative will have pieces in place for all grade levels from pre-K to 12 that will address bullying, that will address other types of mental health issues, because you're correct. We are seeing an increase of situations of elementary age students who are suicidal. I mean, even looking at a research study that came out and showing that this increased rate of African American males who have suicidal ideation higher than whites, which doesn't happen in older age levels. And so what can we do to address these things, to be able to provide these supports across the 6 essentials under Be Well 365 that will address this? And so with this new initiative starting next school year, these are things that we are putting in place and looking at and examining in terms of what can we do to do more with this.
Ms. Dixon.
Yeah. So, Ed, I was glad to hear you say about the training, of students, because I think that that's really important. And to Brenda, to your question, we could probably do a little gentle security training for the elementary levels below 6, in the sense that, when teachers talk about, their expectations for kids in the classroom and things like that, the see something, say something, could be introduced to them that way as well. But I wanted to mention also that I think, another suggestion for just ongoing training, because I think it's important for students to hear things over and over again. And certainly at the high school level, assistant principals, and I know middle school too, they do an expectations assembly generally with students about behaviors, what's expected, and those sorts of things. But maybe they could be reminded during that presentation as well. So.
Mrs. Mondrowski.
I'll be super fast. A few years ago at the National Association for School Boards conference, Mr. Ikalay and I went and watched a presentation on an app that even young kids could have on their phones, where they could push a button, essentially if there's in danger, they could report stuff anonymously, and it also had a locator so that if in the case of an emergency, as people are hiding in a closet, for example, behind boxes or whatever, they can be located and identified without having to come out for fear of whatever. Do we ever look at any of those kind of things?
So I would just say we actually look at those things all the time. We are constantly seeing what you're seeing at the conferences, and also the vendors are emailing us directly. So the answer is yes, we are looking at all of those and continuing to figure out what makes the most sense. I don't know if you want to add anything more.
And the other thing we do, we benchmark with our other colleagues. In other words, what are they using? What is the effectiveness? So we don't have to really reinvent the wheel. But I think technology is changing so rapidly. How can we get ahead of it and use it to our best advantages? So that is one area when we talk about lockdown with options, when students and staff may flee to other safe areas. When we talk about parent-child reunification and accountability, we need to kind of see how technology may fit in that realm.
Yeah, one of the things I thought was interesting about that was like if a kid is in the bathroom and there's a fight starting or something, they can do an immediate report and it'll indicate their location and then, they don't have to be identified as having told or whatever, so just a lot of different things.
So no more questions, no more lights are on. We just want to thank you for this presentation. And at this time, the board will take a recess for 15 minutes. So we'll come back at 5:30.
I don't know if you wanted me to leave it in there.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Good afternoon and welcome back to the board's business meeting on this day, June 11th, 2019. So at this time, we are at item 13. We're going to discuss the resource equity. Dr. Smith?
Yes, President Evans, we are back today with the second of a multi-part conversation about resource equity. As we look at the questions around the well-being of students and around the levels of learning and the disparities in access and opportunity and how that plays out, there are critical questions, and we have asked ERS as our partner to work with us in the past not quite a year to think about these areas. This presentation today is not about conclusions, it's about the questions and about the next set of discussions, not only at this board table and across our staff, but also across our entire community, about how we think we should think about the questions that are in front of us, the information that's in front of us, the challenges and opportunities that are in front of us. All of those things matter. And as we think about what we see when we look at the anecdotal evidence for our students' well-being, we think about what we see across the evidence of learning, using multiple measures to consider how students are doing in terms of development in the areas of literacy and mathematics, and then at the impact of school. And certainly the Every Student Succeeds Act has pushed everyone in this country to think about this. As we all know, the actual per pupil expenditure for each individual school will be assigned to that school's state report card this fall in November or December by the state of Maryland. And so it's incumbent upon us to be very well versed and knowledgeable about the factors, about what is possible, what we want to maintain, what we want to question and do further research on, and then ultimately what we should be changing in the way we do business as an organization to meet the needs of the students we serve today and in the future, and especially as we serve those students for their futures, because that's what's so critically important. So without further conversation, I will turn this over to the team in front of you, and we'll walk through this, and we're also going to fulfill the request by the board earlier, partly through this presentation and partly through the information that is the second half of this presentation around a discussion of class size. So I'll turn it over to the folks at the table.
Good evening. I'm Jonathan Travers, partner at ERS. Glad to be back with you. As the superintendent said, we have a goal through this work of building out a fact base for what resource equity looks like across MCPS. Lay out the fact base, how are we allocating and using resources, and begin to explore a little bit of the contours and root causes of why those allocations and uses are what they are. This, I think, very much aligns with the notion, with the structures around the system's accountability system. If we are holding ourselves accountable for student performance in the groupings that we are, then it makes sense to look at how are we allocating and using resources to create experiences for those groups of students. So I'm here today to share with you the second part of the fact base that we've put together on this with the group over the course of this past school year. And look forward to sharing with you a more fully comprehensive fact base in the coming weeks. Okay, so jump in. As you'll recall, ERS, Education Resource Strategies, we're a nonprofit organization. We support public schools, public school systems across the country, helping districts seeking to achieve equity and excellence at scale for all students. As I said, we've worked with the project team in MCPS over the course of this past school year, and have sought to lay out this fact base on resource allocation, on resource use, to help MCPS and its stakeholders have more data-informed, more fact-informed conversations about how it can better use resources to better ensure excellence and equity of outcomes for all students. So we've set up a four-part agenda for you here. We're going to do a quick refresh from where we left off in April. We'll give a summary of the full study insights And then we'll take two deeper looks, one at the dimension of teaching quality and the other at time and attention. So to jump back into where we left into our first conversation, we talked about outcomes. We wanted to actually have a resource equity look backward from student outcomes. And we looked at a variety of metrics that showed that outcomes weren't equal across all of the MCPS accountability groups. As you will recall here, we saw that overall, your performance as measured by PARCC proficiency is consistent with a number of other peer districts in Maryland, but that when you dig deeper into your subgroups, in fact, that the outcomes are not, in fact, equitable. We've got non-farms white and Asian students performing significantly higher than their counterparts in peer systems, and really all other groups are roughly equivalent, or in some cases a little bit lower than what we see in other districts. So our job is to unpack the relationship between outcomes and resources and help build this fact base on why we might be seeing the outcome differences that we're seeing. And as we said last time, our lens for doing this is resource equity. It's the allocation and use of resources, which we define as people, time, and money, to create student experiences that enable all children to reach empowering, rigorous learning outcomes, no matter their race or income. And to be clear on this, when we say allocation and use, we're looking very much at how much resource is being spent, consistent with the ESSA requirement, at different schools, different students, and then also what those resources are going to, how well we're using those resources. And we're also putting student experience at the center of this. So it's important to think about what is the configuration of people, time, and money that we are using to create student experiences that meet the needs of each individual student. That's sort of the challenge of this. So we'll start out looking at teaching quality, and then we'll dig more deeply into time and attention today. Last time, when we looked at the school funding dimension, and we saw that across all three school levels, MCPS spends more per pupil on its highest need schools. And we also saw that this extra spend is targeted primarily toward elementary schools. So you are differentiating, you're spending more extra at elementary than middle and high. When we look at that difference relative to other large districts across the country, you are investing more extra. And it's a function of what you're investing, of that differential at the elementary level. And you'll recall we talked about how the actual spend across all three levels was in some ways offset by differences in average teacher compensation rates across all three levels. So we saw that your lowest need schools tend to be staffed with your more highly compensated teachers, and the reverse, and that your highest need schools, Focus, Title I, et cetera, are disproportionately served by teachers with lower salaries. And so while there is differentiation here, if we were to add on, so if we were to sort of adjust for that and add those dollars in, A, it'd be a lot of money, and B, it would push the differentiation higher than it is now. Oh, and I should point out, as a reminder, this looks at federal, state, and local dollars. And then we started to look at what those resources went to, and we saw that the extra spend is largely going toward additional staffing. At the elementary level, we saw that in fact your Title I schools have 40% more staff controlling for school size on average than your non-focus schools. And so that raised a question then of what are we doing? How are we configuring the roles? How are we setting teachers up for success? What are we doing with this extra resource to try to meet the needs of our students? So where have we left off on this? If we just look at this at two student profile groups, so Hispanic or Latino farms, 7th graders, and in comparison to white non-farms 7th graders, we see a couple data points here. So one, we see on the funding and staffing side, on average, they are experiencing 11.6 per pupil compared to 10.9 per pupil. They're experiencing 85 teachers and other staff in their school compared to 76 teachers and staff for white non-farm 7th graders. So seeing more more resource, more spending and more staffing, but we're seeing very disparate outcomes. So we're seeing proficiency rates of 21% compared to proficiency rates of 76 for both ELA and math. And so this is now where we're picking this conversation up. So what is standing in between the per pupil investment and the results? So as we look across these dimensions, and as we'll lay out in the full report, we see significant differences in how students actually experience the resources in their schools. So we see, for example, and we'll go into more of this in a second, that Hispanic or Latino farms 7th graders generally have 2 out of 7 classes with novice teachers compared to 1 for white non-farms. We see slightly smaller class sizes, so 24 for Hispanic 7th grader, farms 7th grader, 27 for white. We see differential access to advanced coursework. So we see 5% of these students enrolled in advanced math compared to 39% in advanced math for the white non-farms. And then keep going across the dimensions. We see less access to higher achieving peers. So 30% of peers are ELA proficient compared to 64% for white non-farms. And then last, on school leadership quality, lots of ways of measuring this. If we look just at noviceness, we see 62% likelihood that the student will have a novice principal compared to 40% for white non-farms. So I'm giving you a single data point for each of these different dimensions. We're now going to go more deeply into teaching quality and time and attention, and then as we release the full synthesis, we'll be able to go more deeply into the other dimensions as well. So to jump into teaching quality, we know that this is a really important dimension, what we think of as a dimension of resource equity. We see a strong research base that shows the relationship between outcomes for students and teaching quality. There's a point of research that looks at sort of cost benefit and return on investment on class size versus teaching quality. And then we also see consistently just the power of effective teaching. So it is hard to think that an equity strategy or a resource equity strategy wouldn't need to be part and parcel with a teaching excellence strategy. And so the question is, well, what does access to teaching excellence, to high teaching quality, look like right now across the system? To be clear, there are a lot of ways of being able to look at and measure this, and there are multiple dimensions within this dimension of how we assess teaching quality. We'll talk today about several different teaching quality measures, and we'll look a little bit at teacher assignment to schools and students. But also we will touch in our full report a little bit on practices for teacher collaboration and support and teacher diversity as well. So first, just a note on teaching quality measures. We looked at 6 different measures as part of this study and then went forward with measuring 4 of them, with actually including 4 of them in the analysis. There is a common way of doing this is looking at teacher evaluation data. This data isn't, we didn't have access to it, not collected, essentially not available for this study. We looked at novice teachers. To be clear, not all novice teachers are ineffective, and not all non-novice teachers are highly effective. Consistent pattern in research, though, that generally there is this relationship, and one could argue whether it's 1 to 3 years, 1 to 4 years, 1 to 5 years. Our metrics are all 1 to 3. And so we'll look at how the access to novice and non-novice teachers plays out across different student groups. We've got a variable around teacher leaders, and so MCPS is a big investment in teaching leadership roles. And so what does that look like? Do students, do our focus students have differential, greater access, equal access, less access to being taught by folks that are working in teacher leadership roles? And so you can see the position titles that we included in that grouping of teacher leaders. MCPS provides stipends to its nationally board certified teachers as part of its strategy to attract and retain high quality teachers. So we looked at that. Do our focus students have differential access to being served by national board certified teachers or not? And so we'll go deep into that. And then the last piece on ed level, not so much coming from a relationship to research, but just that this is a big investment of MCPS resources as part of its strategy to attract and retain high quality teachers. And so given that, are our most educated teachers, our Masters plus 60, those with advanced degrees, which students are they serving? And are there patterns or differences in access to those teachers as well? There's interesting work that's being done now on student surveys. Wasn't part of this study, so not available to look at here, though commonly in systems it is something that people are increasingly looking at. Okay, so let's dig into the novice teacher piece. At the end of the day, for middle school students, our non-FARMS students have 14% of their classes, are non-FARMS, all of the student groups, white and Asian, 14% of their classes are with novice teachers in the way that we've defined it, compared to up to 25% for FARMS, Hispanic, or Latino students. Significant difference at the middle school level. You can see at the high school level that trend is also there, but to less of a degree. 11% on one end, going up to 19 for Hispanic FARMS on the other end. So on the we show that on the middle school side, it's almost 2x, almost twice as likely to, if you are a Hispanic FARMS student, almost twice as likely to have a novice teacher than your white, Asian, non-FARMS peers. So the interesting question there, though, is to what extent is that a consequence of where teachers teach, which schools they're at? Because our students are not equally distributed across schools. So to what extent is it a consequence of the schools novice teachers are disproportionately at, and that the students are disproportionately placed at? And to what extent is it a consequence of assignment practices within schools? And so we saw something I think pretty interesting. So at the middle school level, it is almost entirely a consequence of across-school differences. So it is largely driven by the fact that at your schools that have more non-focused students, your monitoring students, that's where your smallest percentage of novice teachers is. And the schools that have the most FARMS, Black or African American, FARMS, Hispanic and Latino, those are the schools that have the highest concentration of novice teachers. Now again, we're not getting into root cause of why that might be or what remedy might be sought to address that inequity, but it is a different student experience that is resulting. On the high school side, we see that actually it's a different story. That is, to some extent, a consequence in the sort of orange box. To some extent, the differences are caused by cross-school differences. But a big chunk of it, in fact, more than half for all of the other groups, a big chunk of that difference is a consequence of within-school assignment practices. And when we double-click deeper into this, and you'll be able to see this when we get the full data set out, that is largely a consequence of which classes our novice teachers are teaching and which classes our non-novice teachers are teaching, and that our FARMS and Hispanic students and African American FARMS students are disproportionately not in the advanced classes.
I just had a question. Have you defined novice teacher? Is that 1 year, or is it 1 to 5?
1 to 3.
1 to 3. Okay,
and to be
great.
clear, there's research is mixed on whether it should be 1 to 3, 1 to 4, 1 to 5.
Okay.
It is not 1 to 40. Okay, so you get how this works. That it's important to understand if we have 18% novice teachers in our middle schools, we've got to unpack how are they distributed across schools. How are we managing that as a system leadership? And then how does that play out within schools to ultimately produce the difference in access to novice teachers and non-novice teachers that our students experience? Okay. Similar kind of analysis at, for middle and high, looking at teacher leaders. So we see that for middle schools, largely even. We don't see significant differences. And at the high school level, we do see significant differences. You'll notice, it probably jumped out at you that we've got 50, high 50s across the board in terms of percent of students taught by a teacher leader in a core subject for middle, much lower at the high school level. Remember, that's a bit of a consequence of how MCPS allocates these teacher leader positions differently, high school to middle school. So there are just more of them that we've counted at the middle school level.
So it is the combination of more of them, because in middle schools, while they have the same number of resource teachers, number of teams, you in general have smaller size enrollment. So you will have either the same or a couple more, because you have team leaders as well in the middle school, for fewer number of students. The other thing about middle schools has to do with the organization. So in middle schools, they tend to organize around teams, and the team will consist of one math teacher, one science teacher, one social studies, one English teacher, and they will teach an entire team of students math, science, social studies, and so it's not around courses. Where in the high school, they organize around content, and the decision is made at the high school level which teachers will teach which content. So there's a little more choice in terms of what content and ultimately what students are being taught based on that content, whereas in middle school, you will teach if you're on the seventh grade team, you will teach seventh grade math to every different group of seventh graders on that team. So part of it is around the organization, part of it is around the allocation.
Thanks. And if we double click a little bit into the high school differential, we see that disproportionately our teacher leaders are teaching our sort of highest level advanced classes. And so our farm students are just underrepresented in those classes, and so as a result, they have less access to teacher leaders. Okay, similar picture, although the percentages flip, when we look at National Board Certified. So again, similar pattern. We see greater access to National Board Cert teachers. I should say on this, you have a very small percent of your overall teaching workforce is nationally board certified. And so you can see there are 85 at the middle school level, 240 at the high school level. So we flipped the metric here. So this is percent of students who are taught by at least one National Board Certified teacher in a core subject. So that it sort of makes sense given the small number of teachers that we have, of VCT teachers that we have. But we see a similar a pattern here, that we've got greater access for our non-farms, all other student groups, and that sort of goes down as we shift the groups over to the right. And again, we want to ask the question, how much of this is a consequence of across school differences? Are we just all in a subset of schools? And how much of it is a function of assignment practices within school? And we see similar issue that at the middle school level, the orange, that is largely across school. There are some within school assignment issues as well. At the high school level, it's entirely within school. And so again, we did not double click into exactly which courses for National Board Certified teachers, but our hypothesis would be, again, that it's a similar pattern of these teachers teaching the more advanced classes and these students being underrepresented in those classes. So the last way of looking at access to teaching quality that's part of this section looks at advanced degrees. And so we see the patterns here are much less pronounced, though they are there, and this is statistically significant, that looks at elementary homeroom teachers who are masters plus 60 plus. You can see the different categories that we've got here. Middle school, again, couple percent different, high school, couple percent different as well. And you can see that you have a higher percent of your high school workforce is in fact more highly educated, has a higher ed level than middle, than elementary. So if that's the overall picture, we did, as you will recall when we were together last time, I talked about our profiling of a few schools that are sort of, that we thought of as spotlight schools, that have across student groups very high achievement, that have very small achievement gaps within school. And so one of these schools was Wheaton Woods, and when we were talking with school leadership there, with teachers there, we saw several practices that we thought were really important, and that frankly, this looks like a teaching excellence strategy. These 4 tenets, I think it's probably also a bit of an equity strategy as well. And so I think it's important and interesting to highlight the 4 strands of their strategy as part of this conversation. So one, there's a real emphasis on teacher planning time and teacher time spent not in front of students. So you can see teachers plan together. They really have thought carefully about their teams and teaming. And so are planning together over shared content and or shared students for 135 to 180 minutes per week. They have thought deeply and are really deliberate about using formative assessment data for students, and have these student progress reviews where principals and APs are meeting with teachers individually every 4 to 6 weeks to review student data. Teacher coaching, you can see the piece there. You've got these instructional leaders that are providing peer leadership, coaching for teachers. And then observation and feedback protocols. So the principal and AP are informally observing, lowercase o, observing every teacher for at least 20 minutes every 4 to 6 weeks, and having feedback conversations coming out of that. So we thought really interesting things going on. We're not to the point now of naming solutions, but that we thought that part of this work would be helpful if there are schools that are achieving outsized results, and we can look inside how they're thinking about each of these dimensions, that it would be helpful, potentially informative for stakeholders here to engage in this moving forward.
So I have a quick question. So regardless if you're a novice teacher, the way that they're supporting the people in the building, they're able to provide that instruction or just make certain that every need of every child in that building is being met. That's what you're saying, basically, right?
Yeah.
Based on what we're seeing up here.
I wish I had the percent of novice of Wheaton in my head. I probably should have thought of that before now. I think they have been thoughtful about how they are setting up their novice teachers for success. And you can see, I'm thinking about my own time as a teacher, and gosh, I think in my first couple of years, if I had had this around me, I think I probably would have had a much better, would have been much better for it.
Jonathan, do you think you could share with the board just briefly how you gathered this data? Because I think that's an important piece about how you met with the teachers and the work you did with the leadership and the teacher leaders in the school.
Can you also include, if you go back a slide, the numbers? Is that just how many you talked to, or is that how many we actually have in our system of those type of novice teachers and stuff? Or teachers with advanced degrees, for example?
This is the number
Those
of
are the
teachers
actual
that
numbers
exist in the system.
Okay.
Just
want to clarify. The sample.
Yeah. So no, it's the full, for all of these, it's the entire universe of teachers. For Wheaton Woods and our spotlight schools, our team spent about a half day at each of the schools, did a bunch of interviews with different groups of folks, included administrators and teachers, and then sort of engaged them in sort of talking to us about how you think about each of these dimensions, just heard what they were doing, and then tried to synthesize and pull up the things that we thought stood out to us as sort of potentially driving the outcomes that we're seeing here. There's a statistical analysis that we did on the front end where we looked at outcomes, and there's an appendix that speaks to this a little bit methodologically, that shows actually how we arrived at the 3 elementaries that we did to do this.
I have a question. Is the 135 to 180 minutes planning time, is that time that the teachers just decided to get together and plan? Or is this during the day, or is this after school time that they're donating? Where do you get 135 minutes to 180 minutes per week?
That is, as we asked teachers, as we asked folks at the school to describe how they are spending their time and how do they are they meeting, so the question is, are you meeting as teams? And how much time per week do you think you meet with as a team? And so this was the range of that we got.
So according to, in the teacher's contract, they will get a certain amount of time at minimum. Many schools are able to adjust that week to week. Part of that time is used for what we call individually planning, where they might be working on something individually, and part of that time is being used for collaborative planning. I believe the question you asked had to do with collaborative planning.
Yes, this
So
was.
of the, I hope I get this right, 4 hours and 45 minutes that they get during the student day for planning time, the question was how much of that is done collaboratively in groups?
It's not 4 hours and 45 minutes a day.
No, I'm sorry, 445 minutes a week. I apologize.
They're not in the classroom.
But that was
Just get ready to say, what do they teach?
4 hours and 45 minutes a week, my apologies.
Okay. We knew what she meant, but.
No, it's good to correct.
Because they would never be in class.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so lots of different ways of measuring teaching quality and access to it across schools. Sort of no matter which way we cut it, we saw this differential access. And then that's just interesting to note, across almost all these different metrics, in middle school, that differential is a function of cross-school differences. In high school, it's a combination of the two. It is, and it includes significantly within school assignment differences to certain classes and students.
I still have a question about the 135 minutes. Is the schedule built so that the teachers can meet with each other? So it's like a middle school schedule?
Right.
Because you have 7, and so you put them all together, third period. Is that what they're doing?
Yeah, we actually.
They
I
use
think
their specials, so many
What?
elementary schools.
They use their specials,
They use
yeah.
their specials to create planning time and recess, and so that's done. So all of third grade, for example, would have their specials at a time. So if there's 3 or 4 classes, they would go to their specials. The teachers have time. Some of that time is used collaboratively, and some is used for work that's not collaborative. And so they're talking specifically about the collaborative piece. So if they have 3 or 4 specials during the week, that makes up that many times where they're getting together, plus they might have time or use time during recess. So it is part of the student's schedule for the week, and the students are in other places at the grade level who come together and meet.
Well, I'd like to know more about it because you can't have that many specials, actually. So that, if they had specials every period, okay, I just need to look at the schedule.
One of the things we can do is we can get you their schedule and show you how they schedule it. Most schools have a nice chart, and they do a great job working with their leadership team.
Okay, I'm gonna keep moving. Go into time and attention. What we mean by this is.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to bring you back a minute to the teacher quality. So just, trying to think about this. If I were a novice teacher, I wouldn't be placed to teach, and I'm just thinking of high school, a course that is advanced over someone who had experience and was steeped in their content. How do you think about that? I mean, where do we? I mean, yeah, I recognize that we do have regular courses at the high school level, and so 10th, 11th, 12th grade, you could have maybe a novice teacher teaching those as well. But for honors classes and advanced placement courses, so how would we reconcile that? Because teachers have taught for many years, they've built up a repertoire, they're steeped in their content, and wouldn't you normally have those folks teaching those classes? Or maybe we need to try to put the students in the higher level classes.
I'm so glad you said that. I think there's part of this work of thinking about these dimensions in combination with each other. So if we are saying we want, our expectation is that novice teachers teach our kids who are coming in furthest behind, then we're going to need to engage in that instruction in a way that sets up those teachers and those students for success. So if we're going to trade on that dimension, then it's really important, then all the other dimensions become that much more important. I think
They're interrelated in terms of who teaches what, and yeah, it's an interesting question to ponder.
I think also when you think about the number of courses taught by the advanced level teachers that are teaching the advanced students, and we all know, and as you would know, Ms. Dixon, it really does depend on student demand for certain courses as they, seek to fill their schedules.
Right.
So the notion that perhaps a advanced level teacher teach a course of students as opposed to dedicating the entire full suite of the entire day over, I think is an interesting way to look at it, because one of the things that we found in this is basically, and I don't want to steal the thunder, but we found that for the advanced level classes, in many cases, the numbers of students that they are teaching don't seem to be much higher than the students who need more support. So even adjustments of course load may allow for time in a schedule for considerations for the focus group students.
I don't know about the numbers. Yeah. Okay. It escaped me. I had another point that I just wanted to share with you, but if I think of it again, it's okay.
Okay, so let's dig into instructional time and attention. So we're thinking here, how do we differentiate group sizes and how do we differentiate how students spend their time consistent with their needs and their learning opportunities? A bit of a research base that looks at flexible grouping and targeted and individualized instruction, looking at differentiated time, increased time, and smaller group size that we draw from for this dimension. We looked at this in a few different ways. The two that I wanted to touch on today are class size and group size that allow for differentiated instruction. And to be clear on this, we don't typically see meaningfully different instruction in a class of 26 versus 25 or 26 versus 24. You can imagine high school English teacher thinking about essay assignments. I mean, unrealistic or unreasonable to think that we would have long writing assignments in classes that have 35, 40 kids each, and I'm teaching 6 of those is unrealistic challenge. So we're looking for class sizes or group size that really do enable differentiated instruction. And then we also are looking at the ways in which schools are varying student schedules to be able to give them the time that they need to master content. So are they differentiating time use for different students based on how they're coming, where they're coming in. And so class size, at the end of the day, really we think that group size is the most important thing here. That's the thing that enables different instruction. Class size, in some ways, it's the data that we have, and so at a minimum, let's look at that, and then let's have deeper conversation coming out of that. So first, looking at core class sizes, we see that focus schools have lower core class sizes than non-focus schools consistently by 3 to 4 students on average. And so you can see it at the elementary level, sort of 22 compared to 18 for focus and 18 for Title I. Middle school and high school, a little bit higher, but you can see a similar 3-student gap. To the extent that there are classes that have less than 18 students, so where we think that maybe you now have an opportunity to have significantly different learning experiences, that those are really only clustered in at the elementary level in the focus and non-focus. So 47% of focus classes, homeroom classes are less than 18 students, and 44% are less than, in Title I schools are less than 18 students. We also look at the relationship between English and math class sizes compared to non-core class sizes at the secondary level. So maybe there's an opportunity to accelerate equity and excellence by targeting small group sizes in specific classes, or small classes in specific subjects. And we see that at the middle school level, there is significant difference, 25 versus 30 for non-focus middles, 22 versus 28 at focus middles. At the high schools, there isn't a difference. So non-core class sizes are roughly the same as English and math in those at the high school level, in both focus and non-focus. If we break it down and then say, well, what class sizes do students who come into the class further ahead or further behind, what do they experience that's different? We see some trends at the middle school level. So in middle school, lower performing students get assigned to smaller class sizes in English and both English and math by about 3 to 4 students. So you can see our level 1 students in ELA experienced an average class size of about 23. Our level 5 students, this is at non-focus, experience class sizes of about 27. So you can see that gap is consistent across both English and math. And that the difference that we see, the part of the reason why the English is lower is there is this reading intervention class for ELA students who are behind in ELA, and those class sizes are generally significantly smaller. At the high school level, we see less differentiation, so class sizes are less differentiated for below performing students, below proficient students at high school. And so again, you see how to read this. So we've got non-focus high schools on the left, focus schools on the right. And so you can see the class sizes that students experience given their incoming proficiency. So for English language arts, if you're level 1, you experience coming into your English class, you're at 26. If you're level 5, you're at 27, and non-focus. At focus high schools, you have lower class sizes overall, and so slightly lower class sizes there based on need. So those are overall secondary class size patterns. We also looked at differentiation of time. So if students are coming in further behind, are we giving them more time for them to be able to leave that year then caught up to where they need to be? And so we saw for middle school for English language arts, we actually see significantly differentiated time use. So level 1 student spends 29% of their instructional time in an English class. Again, that is driven by taking both the standard English class and the reading intervention class on top of that, so the double dosing. For math at middle school level, we see no differentiation. Project team, when we were engaging with this, project team raised the question to say, well, there are support and enrichment opportunities that exist in many middle school schedules. And so it may be that what's happening is that students who are further behind in math are getting additional time in math through the use of that intervention time. So that's what the green and the purple bars are over on the side here. And so we do see that there's an opportunity for greater time spent for level 1 versus level 2, level 3 students for support in math, but the data in the master schedule data doesn't say what ultimately happens with that time.
When you say level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, I mean I can see it there, but is that everything except for the non-farms, white and Asian?
No, that's all
other
students.
So one is all students?
Sorry, so this is their prior year PARCC score.
Got it. Okay, sorry.
So all groups.
Got it.
But now PARCC breakdown. And so we can see that there's an opportunity for differentiated time, but it's not baked into the student's schedule at the beginning of the day. So to be clear, I can imagine that if I were coming in far behind and I spent my entire day in English and math and subjects that I struggle with, that might not be setting me up for success. It doesn't feel particularly empowering or engaging. So and that's why we've got to look at these dimensions together. So if we aren't differentiating time in math, then what happens in that time and so the quality of the instruction in that time and the supports that go around it are critically important. Okay. One last point that again steps back from class size. At the end of the day, I think we're really interested in group sizes and opportunities for differentiation. One of the things that we looked at here was sort of a toggle between class size and teacher and sort of adult to student ratio, student to adult ratios. And so we see this is the composite for elementary. We see an average class size at the elementary level of 20 to 1, but that's actually different from sort of student to adult ratio. So we've got a classroom teacher to student to adult to classroom teacher ratio of 23 to 1. If you lump in all other general ed teachers, actually the ratio student teacher ratio is 18 to 1. Throw in ESOL special ed teachers 14 to 1. Put in your paraeducator, gen ed paraeducators, special ed paraeducators, you get down to 13 to 1, 12 to 1. So you begin to see that actually we've got, if we're thinking creatively about how we configure kids and adults and time, we have an opportunity to have very differentiated group sizes and student experiences, given the footprint of staffing that we have in our
This
schools.
is an important one that the board and others have asked us a lot of questions on. So you see the line across. The average class size in these schools is 20. When you look at all the other resources, so some people talk about class size as being, teacher of record, what are the actual official class sizes, but we have other teachers that we allocate to the school, we have other support we've allocated to school. And so what this depicts for us is not just the class size is certainly an important factor, it's a starting point, but when you add in the additional teachers, first just the general ed teachers, then the special ed, then the ESOL, you see how the ratio of students to adults changes. And so this is a picture of the resources, and as we look at the data and look to, how do we respond to this? How we use those resources is critical in part of our assessment of how we're serving and supporting all students in the school. So we're able to depict this through this picture, and we can, we've obviously done it for middle school and high school and broken it down so you can get a picture in the full report of how those ratios look. These are averages, so one school might not have 14 to 1 or 18 to 1. One school might have 13, another school might have 16, so they're working off averages, but it does give you a sense of the resources that are available. And this was organizing for, or controlling for size, so we took a size school of, you took 500?
500 for elementary.
500, so you can compare apples to apples in this.
We thought when we were doing our Spotlight School analyses and visits, we thought Matsunaga was doing some really interesting thing in organizing its people and time around two strategic priorities that are ultimately about time and attention. So they've got a system process for using data to comprehensively identify and monitor students who need additional support. And then they really are leveraging all adult capacity in the building to this point on being really creative about these ratios. So really interesting practices at Matsunaga that I think operationalize this, where they're doing double dosing in classrooms. So support teachers, paraeducators are providing additional core instruction to students who need the extra help. And then they have this small group intervention strategy that they're doing where you've got reading specialist, AP, principal, are leading pullout of 4 to 5 students to supplement core instruction, to supplement what's happening sort of during that core instructional time.
So wait a minute, so, excuse me, so at Matsunaga, the principal and the AP is doing?
They are both
okay.
leading these pullout sessions along with the reading specialist.
Okay. So this is making full use of the people that are in the building, as you just stated in the previous slide. Okay.
And you can imagine that this isn't like a prescription. This isn't a blueprint. This is just
Right.
a description of what the choices that
People are making.
the leader and the school team has made here, that they think best meets the needs of the kids and with their unique vision for their school.
And I'm making an assumption, but I'm not, I just want to verify that these schools are picked based on the evidence of learning, so they have very high evidence of learning, are very consistent.
Yeah,
Yes.
you've got, let me say one thing. You got in the appendix, you got a couple of slides that just sort of show where the three schools fall compared to others, and they really are outliers on a number of different respects. Do you want to talk about Evans Learning? Okay. So then, quick summary, we do see focus schools having lower class sizes than non-focus schools. There's significant variation across schools. Across the districts, there I think are I would say varied, not inconsistent, they're varied practices related to schools differentiating class sizes for priority grade subjects and students. And then with the exception of middle school ELA, schools are not providing more time in core subjects to lower performing students. So it puts pressure then on these other dimensions to create more equitable student experience. Okay, so this is where this is leaving off. So we've laid out these three dimensions with you in April and now today. We've looked at school funding, we've looked at teaching quality, instructional time and attention, and the core question here is, are we creating equitable access to these resources? Are we creating equitable student experiences with the resources that are shown here? We will release our full report in the coming weeks here that goes more deeply into the other dimensions that we were able to get data and look at here, engaged with the project team on. That paints this picture that we actually do have differential access. We are not, in fact, differentiating resources consistent with need. We are not, in fact, creating resource equity across a number of these different dimensions. The reasons for that are complicated. We think it's important if we're to be reflecting not just on how much we're spending at each school, but ultimately how well we're using those resources. It may be at the end of the day, as the stakeholders here get deeper into it, we are going to come back to questions of how much, but we do think that this project and the project team, I think, has done a really nice job of laying out this landscape of resource equity across these multiple different dimensions.
So let's open it up to questions. Are you done? Can we open it up to board questions? I wanted to. I'm going to go around the table. I was going to start with Mrs. Silvestre. Mm-hmm. To Mrs. Wolf.
I don't have any questions. I just have a comment. Actually, none of this is new to me. Was this a surprise finding to you?
Was this a surprise finding?
What you found, was that surprising? Because it wasn't surprising to me on any of those three items.
Well, I'd say a couple of things. One, issues of resource equity are not unique to MCPS.
Right.
These are issues that large systems, like school districts across the country, are working on to varying degrees with varying degrees of focus and priority and scrutiny. I think it was important. I think it is important to be able to lay out the fact base of what is.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that, particularly as we think about to what extent are the gaps in equity a consequence of across school issues versus within school issues, and how those are different at different levels.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's important because the solution, like the actions that one would take, are going to be very different depending on what the nature of the problem is, or the nature of the resource equity challenge is.
I just wondered if it was a surprise to you, because it really wasn't to me. Thank you.
So I think as it was stated, the question that Ms. Wolf asked was a good question. I don't know that we were surprised, but I think that it helps to see what's the system and what's happening at a school. My question is, are we going to be able to will the schools get the detailed information to be able to see, like, so that they can see, to maybe make a decision like a Wheaton Woods or Masanaga on how they can do things differently in the school to help support our students, our 1 to 3 year teachers, make certain that we're making different decisions with our experienced teachers. And then also, I know you said earlier that you're not providing recommendations, this is just fact-finding information, and the system will, along with the board, will use this information to share with our stakeholders to come together about what we should be doing going forward. So is that,
Yes.
that's what's going to happen?
You're right.
Okay. All right.
So I would just like to say there will be, sort of a comparative fact base that we'll be able to look at. In the one slide up there was an ideal example of a comparative fact base earlier on when you compared each of the attributes and you looked at 5% versus 26%.
Right.
So a school could actually examine some of these and examine themselves,
Okay,
Standard
good.
Self and others, and raise questions along those particular areas about what is happening in their school in relationship to the students' experiences. That's, I think, an excellent example of a slide to have discussions around.
Have we decided at what point we will have you come back to talk about I can't see my glasses on, the empowering rigorous curriculum and coursework, like all the rest of the items that are remaining that we have not had
We're
introduced to us?
scheduled to have another conversation in September.
Okay.
And this really goes to so what are you going to do about it
Right,
question.
exactly.
This isn't, I agree with Ms. Wolf, I'm not particularly surprised by the data, but this is a very different kind of data than just looking at PARCC scores by NCLB subgroups. It breaks it down in very different ways. And when you add the focus group methodology that we've used here locally, then it gives you even more information about what's happening in the student's experience. So it's the impact of the school, and then it's the student's experience within that school or across the system. What is the range of experiences for students? So it really does go to the question of and there are many other things beyond this that are still, as of yet, unpresented. But when we talk about the curriculum, when we talk about all of many other areas, but they do ask us, they call upon us to respond. What are we going to do about it as an organization, and where should we put our urgency and our emphasis and our work?
So I do want to respond because I think, Ms. Wolf, your question about being surprised is a critical one. The surprise, maybe not in terms of the what, but how much, and the aspects that we see around the differences, and as Ms. Evans pointed out, how we can drill down and see, is this systemic or is this happening on a school level? And but to respond to the question around the next steps, I think that's an essential part that our partners all over have asked us about. We've actually, in terms of phase 1 of the work, this is, the conclusion of phase 1 of the work, and so we contracted ERS to work with us through phase 1 of the work. We now need to, get input from the board and about where we go from here in terms of next steps. As Jonathan shared, there's a full report that they will be putting out to you all, to the public, with this data and other data that they've gathered. And then we need to decide, when we come back in September under, how do you want us to come back? What sort of work do we take as next steps in terms of moving some of these findings to deeper understanding of why and how much, bringing people in and having stakeholders share with us their responses to what this all means for us as a school system and what sort of actions we need to take.
Ms. Tataconda, we're going in order. We're going in order, Ms. Tataconda.
Yes, so I just wanted to thank you for the presentation, and I had one question and one comment, but my question was, is there any specific data within this resource study about English language learners and how we allocate resources to that population as a system and how that impacts how that can be correlated to outcomes?
On how it can be correlated to outcomes, I wish. No.
Okay.
On how much we're investing and how that compares to other systems and sort of the nature of that investment, yes.
Okay. And then when I say how it's correlated to outcome, I mean like some of the same kinds of things that are presented here about our focus groups as well, but we don't have that.
Oh, I see. You're saying.
Yeah.
Could we do an English language learner row here to see what that looks like?
Yeah.
We've done bits and pieces that sort of proxy that, but no, I don't have a single row like this that's going to be in the final report.
Okay. It's a significant population, and I was talking to Dr. Navarro about how we handle new students who come in from different countries and things like that, and how we support them. So it was just kind of related to that. So, and then I also wanted to just highlight that it's this information is so valuable to next steps. So, like Ms. Evans was saying, like I would really hope that it's well communicated to all of our stakeholders, and then of course our staff in every school building, because there'd almost be no point doing all of this if they don't use it to actually do something. So I hope that our principals are watching or will see this presentation, because this is critical to moving forward as a system. But I think it's a really good first step, and I believe that we should take this and be a little bold in making changes that are so clearly necessary as a result of this study. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Dixon.
So, I'm really fixated on the teaching quality piece. In my experience as a principal, I've seen some rock star novice teachers, and some older ones that are, well, shouldn't have been in teaching, but the thread that I had before, which I had a question about, was whether or not you are able to take into account things like teacher preparation. So for example, and once again, I'm going back to the high school level. So you have AP honors regular IB courses, then let's say within social studies, you have United States history, national, state, and local government, NSL, economics, law, modern world history. So with teacher preparations, one of the things you try to do is not give teachers more than 3 preparations. So you wouldn't have somebody teaching, they teach five classes, but you wouldn't have somebody teaching 5 separate courses, because that would be, really tough. So I don't know whether you can, take that in, as you're doing your study.
Yeah.
And-
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we were only allowed 35 slides.
Okay.
When we give you the full thing,
Okay.
we actually have a look at that exact question.
The number of teacher preps. Right.
Interesting question. Are we setting up novice teachers for success by managing the number of preps and not having them teach 4 different subjects? So hard.
Yeah. And then the other piece of this, which I know, and actually I think it is 50% of teaching and teacher success. And I don't know how you measure that, but it is that relationship that the teacher has with the students, the classroom.
I mean, there's a whole emerging field of research that really looks at student perception about that relationship. That's obviously not part of the study, but I hear you.
Mrs. Mondasi.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you for your work on this and the presentation.
So I too will thank you. I'm going to sort of associate myself without trying to be repetitive as opposed to additive. But I think, obviously for all of us, the important thing is, so what do you do with this? And then I guess part of my question is, when do we start? Because we all feel a lot of urgency, and if I know we're still waiting for the rest of the presentation and it's coming in chunks, and of course we don't want to rush in, but as Ms. Tataconda mentioned, my hope is that all of our principals, our staff, everybody is looking at all of this now as it's coming out, so that we can start to see and talk about how changes are going to be made in a way to have a positive impact on our students and our schools. And then, so who's monitoring the resource equity and seeing that, okay, maybe if we're looking at best practices, maybe we should also look at what's not working so we can make changes there as well. And I don't know if that's something that we do, but I will say, I was curious why there's no student survey data included in that, because I was telling them at the beginning of the meeting today, I attended a 8th grade promotion ceremony where there was a fairly novice teacher. I think he's in his 3rd year, and the kids, they picked him to be their student speaker or their staff speaker. He clearly made an impact on every student that he served. It's an important part of connecting with kids and all of that kind of stuff. So I was just curious why we aren't including student survey data at all in any of the, or climate, school climate type of stuff.
I think one other additional piece of information that we can look at eventually outside of the ERS work is the state survey that was just administered to students grades 5 to 11. It gets at some of the things that you're talking about in terms of relationships, my sense of belonging.
Right.
Do I have a significant adult, that I can turn to in the building? And I'm really paraphrasing the types of questions that I believe are on there. I have not seen the questions. They have not released them, but I was part of a earlier committee that looked at what were the categories that we would want students to have a voice around, and safety being another category. Also, my sense of academic self. So I think that information will definitely be very important to add to this data set, if you will, to see what our students are saying about their school experiences and the district experiences that they're having. We don't know what that data will look like when it comes back, how it will be organized. We're learning those things in the coming weeks. So I certainly think that can be a component of what stakeholder groups would look at in terms of our student experience.
Okay. Well, and then another question, 2 other questions. Outside resources, things like PTAs and stuff like that, is any of that taken into consideration in terms of, some schools have additional after-school activities and supports and then others and those kind of things, and what kind of ratios we're looking at in terms of equity across our schools for schools that have those outside resources and schools that don't, and how we might be able to look at the funding factors or whatever in a way.
Yeah, so just to one point of clarification on that, as much as our project team wanted to be able to look at that, that wasn't data that we felt like we could bring into the analysis and tie. It also isn't going to be part of what you're reporting through ESSA.
Right. Right.
However, if in terms of so now what happens next, it seems like a very reasonable set of reasonable line of inquiry to think about the impact of that.
Okay. And then my last question is just sort of I found it interesting that the slide that showed that newer principals are in our higher poverty schools, or the tendency. I mean, it seemed like a pretty big. It wasn't insignificant, and I was just curious if we know, is that just because of more rapid turnover, because of the number of schools we have that are in high poverty? Do you have any idea, or is it something that we need to really focus on in terms of positioning because I know it's hard for a teacher we don't want our principals and our leadership teams to turn over too much, because the inconsistency is upsetting as well. But
It definitely is related to turnover. We don't assign principals that way, but it does give us an opportunity to think about how we can assign principals more strategically within the parameters that we have, and maybe we need to think about changing those parameters to achieve some different outcomes.
Cool. Thank you all very much.
Mrs. O'Neill.
So thank you to everyone who's been part of this project team. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's surprising, the results. I think, though, you know, I mean, we have a lot of resources here in Montgomery County. I think some places might be jealous of us. You know, certainly, you know, there's never all the money that you would like, but I think that local schools, some of them may need to do a bit of soul searching about how we are actually spending the money or distributing, you know, staffing or organizing our schools. I know there have been various efforts and, you know, lessons learned from the Bright Spot schools, you know, should be as examples. And I do know the issue about common planning time is really an important one in making sure that, I mean, every kid at a grade level has access to great instruction. And I know that some schools organize, you know, I might teach the social studies unit, and Shebra might teach the science unit at the elementary school. And, you know, I've often thought in our magnet schools like Blair, you know, wouldn't it be wonderful if the higher level math teachers could teach Algebra 1, you know, one section, or for kids to benefit from that great expertise and content knowledge. So, you know, I do think that every school should take the information and as a team exercise in the building. You know, I was up at Matsunaga Longview on Friday, and you know, the assistant principal and the principal are both actively engaged, not just in their school, but they were part of the Longview graduation. So I think, you know, the exemplary experience, and it is a larger elementary school, not the largest as it once was, but it is over 700. So, you know, the ability to do that common planning time at a grade level is more difficult because you have limited numbers of specials. So anyway, I do think building in that common planning time is really key.
Dr. Daka.
Yeah, Miss O'Neill brought up Blair, so I know that at Blair, in the math department, the math teachers who taught the higher level math classes had to teach algebra, at least one class or two classes of beginning math courses. So those are the kinds of things that I think are important to know. But the good thing about your report, and thank you for the report, is this is data. You know, we've had all these ideas about the kinds of things we need to do and how we need to mix it up and how novice teachers and experienced teachers, this tells us where they are, and it also tells us how well they're doing with our students. And it is something that we've known. I know that Ms. Wolf and I agree very much on it. This is all stuff we know, but the fact that we have data to back it up is really important. And I think that we have to do a lot of reaching out to the community and to teachers so that they really, teachers and administrators, so they really understand what we're trying to do here. Because if you want to mix students, and it says so, heterogeneous learning environments, if you want to do that, you have to convince people that that is a positive thing to do, and it's not going to hurt my child because that child is in here who isn't quite up to par. And we really have to work on that, and we have to work. I can only give, you know, 1984, wasn't that a book?
Yes.
Yes.
George Orwell.
Okay. In 1984 and beyond, this school system had a new way of doing middle schools. It was the whole middle school plan. And some of you who are here who knew about it, middle school plan meant that you had heterogeneous classes in every subject. Well, you know, that didn't go over so well. That's why I'm saying we have to educate the public and the teachers and the students even that this is something that's positive for them, because very soon after that, we were back to having honors level classes in middle school. I know this because I had to change my whole schedule because I had done the heterogeneous scheduling, had to change it back because parents just had a fit about it and they went to the superintendent. And MCPS doesn't do the kind of integrating within classes that they should be doing in terms of the heterogeneous part. We have some statistics on schools that have populations that are lower achieving, but they are not taking the advanced classes. They're not being pushed into some of those classes. We really have to work on that. And about the experienced teachers, and I agree with Ms. Dixon, experienced teachers may be wonderful, they may be terrible. I know a man who had 29 years worth of tests in his file cabinet, which he used all the time. Okay. And I know some of the novice teachers have very great ideas and good backgrounds and can work. And that's what you were saying, Ms. Smondowski. So we have to think about those kinds of things, but we have to sell it. And I'm sold because you got all this data, which really I think helps, because I know that we hear these things and we read these things, but who's actually doing them and doing them well? And we can do better.
Thank you, Dr. Daka. Mrs. Silvestri.
Thank you. I think I need some time to process what this all means in terms of what next. But just again, some technical questions. How did you decide to use, sorry, I had it pulled up. You showed us well, first of all, the memo talks about dimensions of equity, right? The school funding, teacher quality, empowering rigorous curriculum and coursework, time and attention, diverse and inclusive schools. Why will the complete report have everything and we're just focusing on this now?
Yeah, the complete report will have most of the dimensions covered. We studied the dimensions where we felt like we had good data and where we were going to end up with something meaningful to say.
Okay.
So I think we have most of them covered, as we'll see here at the end.
And
sorry.
Okay, thank you. So in teacher quality specifically, your slide 11 says our focus today, teaching quality measures, teacher assignment to schools and students. The other two are teacher collaboration and support and teacher diversity. So again, that will be included in your final report. Okay, great, thank you. Diversity is something that's very important to this board, so I was hoping to get some data analysis about that. Did you have any spotlights in middle school and high school? I know both of your examples were elementary.
Yeah, we went deep on these three elementaries. At the middle school and high school level, there's more data. The quantitative data is just richer because the master schedule is just more complicated, and so there's more to be able to observe quantitatively. I hope that as part of the inquiry that happens at the next step here, that middle and high schools will have an opportunity to reflect a little bit on differences in practice across schools. There are, I'll just say that. I hope that there's some opportunity to do so because there is data. Different schools are approaching some of these dimensions very differently.
The slide that shows all the different people that support a student, there's the ratio for your main teacher and then your ESOL teacher, then your, that to me speaks to effective use and coordination of resources, right? So you may have a lot of people involved in this child's life, but if they're not planning together or not talking to each other, then it's not an effective use of resources. I also do ponder about ESOL and how it fits into this presentation. You may be a novice teacher or you may be an experienced teacher, but if you never had to teach ESOL students before and they are in your classroom and you don't have training and support, then that becomes moot, in my opinion. Really pondering kind of the effect of ESOL and also the changing demographics. So you're a new teacher and you come to a school with high poverty. I think it goes back to the diversity of our workforce and understanding who your student population is. And then just another technical question. Who decides which classes teachers teach at the high school level? Is that a principal decision?
It is.
Is that in the
It's not
contract?
just a sole, the fact that the principal makes the decision, they're the ultimate accountable person, but there are conversations that are had with, again, teacher leaders and others in the school to make those decisions.
Thank you.
Mrs. Smaldrowski.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on something that Ms. O'Neill mentioned, in reference, one of the things as we talk to teachers and stuff that really does seem to have a very strong impact on the work that they do is the collaborative planning time. And Mrs. O'Neill mentioned a couple of the challenges in in schools that have high numbers of students and a lot of classes, but I hear very frequently from schools that have very low numbers of students, so they only have like 2 classes. So if one of the teachers is doing something, there's no collaborative planning time, even if it might be scheduled. So maybe looking at ways to help support creatively ensuring that that time is scheduled and then it gets to be used for that time, as opposed to, well, this is your collaborative planning time, but we're doing map testing, so we need you to proctor a class or you know what I mean, or any of those kind of things. So just trying to keep that in mind in terms of looking forward, and I think that could be helpful.
I think one of the things you're highlighting, and in fact everyone's highlighting, is how do we take the next steps with deliberation,
Yes.
as well as with speed, but not just let's hand this out to everybody and say, go prosper, but how do we figure out what we need to examine, whether it be we need to dig a little deeper into the ESOL student experience and the role that teachers have in supporting our ESOL students, or how we study the area of teaching quality. And we were very deliberate because there's so many different things that impact the quality of teaching students receive beyond a measure of just who the teacher is. I mean, the collaborative time and support that those teachers get, not just as novice teachers, but throughout their career, how we schedule planning time, diversity in the school, but also mobility in the school as your team changes. If you're in a school where your team is changing constantly, you have to focus very differently than in a team of teachers who've been together for many years. And how do we study all those impacts? And not that we're trying to get a one-size-fits-all, but how do we look at how the experiences differ for groups of students in some schools versus other schools, and create structures where we can inform practice with this data. So I think all of these questions really help us figure out what should those next steps be in terms of bringing stakeholders together, our teachers, our leaders, our community members, to ask what next? What do we need to look at differently? What do we need? What sort of actions might change on a system level that we want to study? What do we want to look at and inform in terms of school practice, are all important pieces of the puzzle.
Can we do all that next week? No, just kidding.
Yes, sure.
Can I amplify this point
Sure.
just for a second? A number of you have talked about deeper inquiry, deeper engagement. I think that's really important. We had a sort of a funny moment in the project team where I think it was something like, gosh, well, we see that there's this differential in novice principals. Well, let's just ban. We'll have a policy that says no, no attrition. We'll ban attrition, right? And it's nonsensical, right? Like, we couldn't possibly. It doesn't make sense to do that. What it does make sense to do is start asking why.
Right.
Okay, so what is it about? What's happening that is leading to the things that we're seeing here? Okay, well, what's that about? Well, what's that about? until we get to something that we actually feel like we have agency over. And maybe that agency is with sort of school teams. Maybe that agency is sort of system policy, system capacity building, and maybe it's about system resource reallocation. I don't know. But I think it's just, I would just stress this point, I think you're thinking along these lines already, but just the notion of thinking critically about the true root causes and then trying to solve those and not trying to take action against some manifestation of some other problem.
Totally agree.
Dr. Smith?
Well, I want to thank you and the project team, all of the people that have been engaged in the work. It gives us another set of information and another set of ideas and ways of thinking about this. And it allows us to, as you said, and as I started your presentation today, to ask questions. And we ought to ask lots of questions. And we have to resist the impulse to answer the questions too quickly or to answer them with easy answers. Because if it were easy, someone would have already done it.
Right.
You know, I mean, I think it was Einstein who said, make everything as simple as possible, but no simpler. And we're sometimes prone to either make something too simple, just let's add something, let's take away something, or too complex, too many external problems in the world. We can't solve all the external problems in the world. Therefore, we can make no difference in a school. I don't ascribe to that belief, because schools make powerful differences every day. We just don't do it systematically and at scale across all students and all classrooms. When we find a school that makes a profound difference, we write a magazine article about them, we make a movie about them, their name becomes a household word, and then we move on. So it's incumbent upon us to think about how do we take all of the information, all of the resources, all of the tremendous talent we have in the school system and work together to create broader and greater opportunities for every single student, no matter which school, no matter which grade level, no matter which classroom. That's really the question. And it's not going to be easy. So if we want easy things, we shouldn't embark on this set of questions. If we want to make a difference in the world, then I think it's a good place to step off and go forward. So thank you very much for your work, and we'll continue on.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. So when can we begin unpacking this information and having the conversation about?
We will have the
Is it September?
full report, but we should spend time this summer having conversations about it, and then so that everybody has lots of time to process it and think about it, because you need to see information a variety of different times in a variety of different ways in order to fully make sense, make meaning in your head, and then be able to think about what to do next. But certainly it ought to be a part of our conversation in the coming weeks, and then come back together with a conversation in September where we are well steeped in the information and begin to think about where you want to take the first step or first set of steps.
Okay.
So, would you like to go forward with the next panel? We have a short presentation.
Yes.
Okay, so
we would.
our next panel.
Okay.
Ms.
Okay.
Dyson and company.
Right, and as Ms. Dyson is coming up, we want to thank Jonathan, Janet, and Nikki for their presentation, because as you've read, these two presentations are related, and specifically with class size, it is a subset of the time and attention, which is just one lens of the seven components, but they're all connected. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to, I know Ms. Diamond will be back, I think, and Ms. Cheryl Dyson, Area Associate Superintendent in the Office of School Support and Improvement, and they will share the emerging findings of the work group. But before we begin, I think it's important to talk about the fact that we had committee working on this of 35 members who were represented, who represented many, many different stakeholders, our students, classroom teachers, support professionals, elementary and secondary school-based administrators, including central office folks. I think it's really important, too, to highlight the fact that we've had our community leaders contributing to this work, and our Montgomery County Council of PTAs, our NAACP Parent Council group, the African American Student Achievement Action Group, Latino Student Achievement Action Group, Asian Pacific American Student Achievement Action Group, our Special Education Advisory Group, and also leaders and representatives of our association partners. So again, that's not an exhaustive list, but I think it demonstrates the fact that we believe that as we do this work, moving forward, we need different perspectives in order for us to move forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Dyson.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for having us here. We're excited to share just our findings based on the resolution that came, I believe, around January, to focus on 4 key areas of class size. The research and some benchmarking, to look at the historical background and our current landscape, and then our communication and outreach to stakeholders. So that's what we're going to share this evening.
And before Dr. Wilson jumps in, we're grateful that she is staying to continue presenting. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Statham. So I will present to you this evening some of the ways in which we benchmarked really MCPS against Standard Self and others. We all know that many things inform class size at any given time, conditions that we're living in at the moment. Certainly federal initiatives that have federal dollars tied to them, and also special pass-through grants that come to school districts often have tied to the money implications for how we staff and what they'd like to see us do. They can and they do influence, in particular, special education and also our services to our English language learners. The other thing that I think probably members of the board at the time felt is particularly during the recession. So your fiscal dollars, your resources, can also impact considerations around class size, especially in light of other priorities that a district might have. The other thing that will influence class size at any given time are local policies. And the first policy that we have is the framework and structure of elementary childhood and elementary education. And as Mr. Travers linked to that today, the time and attention piece with class size, this policy speaks specifically to those early grades and the need to support children's cognitive and emotional development, promoting adult-to-child and child-to-child interactions, individual and small group learning experiences, and differentiated support for highest needs schools. We know that broadly these things are important for all students, but this policy speaks specifically to the staffing in our early childhood grades with these things emphasized. The other policy that the board has specific to this is really more about facility utilization and capacity. These are formulas that are used when boards of ed are considering capital improvement and looking at plans for renovations and for new buildings. These are the guidelines that we need to look at when we think about space allocations for specific grade levels. One of the other things that we did was we did some research, and this topic is a well-researched topic and has been researched for decades. In order to help the stakeholder group that Dr. Statham elevated, we framed out the research around some topics. We looked at everything through a student achievement lens, and we found some research that had some positive effects. Those positive effects, though, are really centered on primary. There's very little research that supports much in terms of class size beyond third grade. We also looked at it with student achievement with positive effects with caution. You received a copy of the framing research study that we did for the group. And in it, for instance, when they say with caution, when they had class size initiatives and they asked for more teachers to be hired, oftentimes what would happen is they would not secure teachers who were necessarily certified or had experience. What else happened was when they increased the number of teaching positions, they found that teachers in the more heavily impacted schools transferred out to the less impacted schools, resulting in the newer teachers going into the more heavily impacted schools. So when you look at class size studies, there are always other influencing factors and occurrences that happen when these initiatives are taken on. Also, there are many studies that will say that there's no effect. And this is particularly essential, I think, for anything beyond grade 3. There's not a lot of data to support it. There's also unintended consequences that sometimes occur. There was a district that had a class size initiative, and the children in non-publics were transferred back by their parents because they knew that it was smaller class sizes. And the results of that particular study did show some student achievement gains, but we also know that they did not have the same student population as they had prior to going in terms of the baseline information. So the research in general suggests that the academic achievement of students beyond grade 3 class size does not impact that. The long-term student outcomes, there is some research to say that for children in primary, their chances of gaining access to college, having been part of a class size initiative, are greater. But again, that was focused on primary. The cost of such initiatives in relationship to the benefits, and also who is impacted by the smaller class sizes. So I'd just like to take a minute and elaborate on those two. The cost of the class size initiatives, there are districts that have embarked upon these. They've put the money in their budget. They haven't been able to find the teachers, okay, to fill the seats. And again, resulting in provisional or inexperienced folks coming into those impacted areas. Also, the cost of training, the onboarding, the professional development pieces all have to be factored in there. We also know that in addition to primary, the smaller class sizes do have a positive impact on students in poverty. And again, students in poverty at those primary grades more than any other grade. But some positive results for our impacted students in some of the intermediate grades in elementary.
Dr. Wilson, can you just for a moment, can you explain to people what a provisional means and how long that is good for people who are viewing and watching and may not understand?
I'm sorry, a provisional certificate would be somebody that would be working towards a teaching certificate. And the provisional time period, Dr. Smith, I can't
If you come in with an undergraduate degree or a master's degree but no teacher certification, you can be given what's called a provisional certificate, and that's good for 2 years. And then if you meet certain benchmarks, it can be renewed for 2 years. So it's up to 4 years that you can be in that status if you're showing the appropriate progress toward getting a regular certificate.
Thank you. I didn't have that 2 years in mind.
I thought it was a year, but thank you.
So as you listen to the remaining part of the presentation, one of the things to always consider is that just as we're looking at the dimensions of equity, and we look at class size data and class size outcomes, it cannot be looked at in isolation because there are many impacting factors that affect the student experience. For instance, this was brought up this evening, the social emotional supports, the teaching methods. Are the students getting differentiation? Are they getting the interventions that they need? Are they getting an intervention? The quality curriculum, which the board has taken steps towards, that certainly will be an influencing factor as we look at any class size across the district in the schools affected. Professional development, the preparedness of teachers, their basic knowledge, student engagement, how are students engaged in that classroom? Certainly teacher salaries and experience impact this, and are there accountability and measures in place that people are working towards in any kind of class size configuration? So with that, I'll turn it over to Stacy.
All right, so we're going to move and look at some of our some of the factors and influences that impact it. The historical perspective when we think about class size. So some was a change in leadership. Some were the changing demographics and the shift in our district priorities, the change in our enrollment and our financial landscape. And so we know that we can have a lot of priorities, but it takes money to fulfill those priorities. And so that is a key factor in the class size initiatives. So the purpose of this slide really is just to tell the budget story over the years. And the red here symbolizes a deficit. We're below maintenance of effort in these years. And the next slide shows you the impact of that at the class size level. And so if you walk through just the kindergarten class in 2011, 1 teacher for every 26 students for a non-focused school. For a focused school, Title I school, it was 18. And so you can see over the years that even despite the budget, it was a priority for the system and we were able to make some changes. So when we talk about our current state, we wanted to give a timeline, and we talked about this earlier in an earlier discussion. Staffing allocations go to schools in March, at the very beginning of March. From March to August, principals are looking at their staffing, reviewing their staffing, and projected enrollment. And at the elementary level, they're looking at compacted math, they're looking at other programs, so our local programs for Center for Enriched Studies, and making some decisions and deciding whether or not they need to request staffing. Our directors report those requests to us, and every week at our deputies leadership team meeting, we go over the requests that have come in. We work with the chief financial officer, we work with OSIP and Dr. Navarro's office to really make sure schools have what they need. And then from July to October, we monitor internally. So there are systems that are built for us in the Office of School Support and Improvement in partnership with the chief financial officer to really look at. We can tell if classes are oversized or undersized, and we make some decisions around that. One of the key questions we ask is, if we allocate a student, is there room? Because many schools are running out of space. We have schools who are using computer labs already, they're using staff lounges, and so we want to make sure that if we allocate, that schools can accommodate another class. Very often, the community and the school would rather have some support instead of another teacher, and so we make those decisions as well. So in our current state, I'm going to show you a few graphs. I want to explain just a little bit the orientation of the graphs. So on the left side, vertically, you'll see the average class size. And across the bottom, each one of those dots represents a school's average class size. Title I and focus schools are on the left side in blue, and then our non-focus schools are in orange. Well, kind of looks red. So as you can see here, only about 3.2% of our grade 2 classes, we're focusing on our transition grades, grades 2, grade 5. About 3.2% are above the guideline. So that means 19 sections are above the guideline. And of those 19, those few schools have, they're small schools, they have different circumstances. So they're small schools, some of them only have one grade level. And so to support them, we allocate academic intervention, focus teacher to help reduce class size, reading initiative positions to help reduce class sizes for literacy and for math.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Why, in the list of other factors that must be considered, were teacher supports not part of that? Just because, to me,
It was
it's
not meant.
adult-student ratios is.
It certainly has a place there. It was not meant to eliminate anyone. It was just some examples of things that need to be considered, but duly noted. Thank you.
And here's grade 5. Same layout. On the left are Title I focus schools, and on the right are our non-focus schools. So you can see about 2.7%, or 14 sections out of 153 are over the guideline. All right, so now we're going to move on to middle schools. We're going to show English and math. And here, each dot again represents the average class size for English. You want to know the outlier down the bottom? Yeah. I figured you did. That is Julius West English. Right. So Julius West is a middle years program, and they decided to use their staffing to reduce class sizes in English to focus on critical thinking. That's a part of their school improvement instructional goal. And so if we went to look at their total class sections, you'd see somewhere back at the average or the higher average. And here's math. And here, just 28 sections out of 1,557 are over 32, which is the class size guideline.
Wait, say that again? I don't see any above that.
So the average class size here is the guideline is 32. So what the dots represent are averages. So some could be higher, some could be lower, but we know from looking at the data that there are 28 sections that are over 32 out of all the middle school sections for math.
So none of them have an average higher than the guideline?
That's right.
They're all lower.
They might have an individual class.
That's right. That's correct. Thank you, Doug. Right, it's out of 1,557 sections. So we'll take a look at high school. We'll take a look at high school. This is English. Remember that each data point represents the average class size. Here, there are 157 sections that are between 30 and 32 for class size, and 12 sections only over 32. 1,944 sections. And here is math. So I think some of the variance comes from the priorities within the schools and the courses that are offered. If you would go and look at some of the AP courses, they're probably a higher class size than an on-grade level or honors course. But these represent just an average of the English required courses.
Do you have that? You do have that data?
Yes.
So you do know that AP has higher class sizes than honors and on-level?
I would have to check for honors, but there are many of the AP classes that are higher. And not just AP in high school, but when you look at the AP, not AP classes, but the compacted math and the Center for Enriched Studies, those classes are slightly higher. And we're happy to provide that data to you. Here's math. So we're going to move on now to special ed. Just a couple of notes about special ed. Special ed is staffed by program. And so it's slightly different. Each program varies. We're going to highlight two today. We're going to highlight PEP, the preschool education program, and we're going to highlight the social and emotional learning program for you today. So the first look, we're going to kind of layer this information. So the blue dots here represent in the PEP Classic. PEP Classic, again, is a preschool education program for grades 3 to kindergarten who have developmental delays. And so the blue dots represent the teacher-to-student ratio. So I believe the ratio is 9 for PEP classes, and then each PEP class has a special education paraeducator who also supports that class. The next view is the adult-to-student ratio. So now you see that with the additional support, special education paraeducator, could be critical staffing, there are many adults to support the students within the class.
And critical staffing means that some of our students need more one-to-one support, so that brings the ratio down.
And that's actual bodies in the classroom, not just allocation, right? Because we hear that special ed has a hard time filling para positions. So these are actual
These are
filled
actual
positions in the classroom.
Yes. So for the social emotional support services, this is elementary, middle, and high teacher to student ratio. So in Montgomery County, there are 3 teachers allocate 3 classrooms for elementary and then 4 for secondary. And then there are pairs added in this class as well. So at elementary, middle, and high, here where we stand in terms of class size, and then here's where we stand once we add the special education paraeducators, critical staffing, and sometimes itinerant staffing. So those are the temporary part-time workers which are not included in this data. And then finally, for ESOL staffing is a proficiency-based formula. So it depends on the level of the ESOL students. We talk about ESOL staffing, the Chief Academic Officer, members of the OSSI team on a quarterly basis. So based on the ESOL levels of the students at the school at the time of staffing, we allocate. But then we go back and look once school starts to see who's come and what the needs are at the school. The METS program, which is the multidisciplinary, help me, education, training, and support class, those classes are staffed at the same rate all the time, and that's 15-to-1. For elementary, we have 3 programs. There are 25 total. For elementary, we have 3. I think it's 10 at middle school, 12 at high school.
Yes, I just wanted to, Ms. Dyson's going to join the CAO's office pretty soon with her knowledge on this. I just wanted to just make a note that the board actually approved the MET staffing. It had been for a while at that ratio at the high school level, and there was disparities around that ratio support at the elementary, middle, and high school. And so this budget season that just passed, we link them all together so that there is a continuum look at the MET staffing. And that came as a result of having looked at needing supports 3 or 4 years ago. Ms. O'Neill and Dr. Daka and others would remember we had to provide a lot of supports in middle and high schools because of our students that were overage undercredited coming into our schools that tended to be middle and high school students. We're also seeing now with the trends of the support needing to go to elementary. So I just wanted to make a note on that additional piece.
Could you just say what the change is from last year to the new budget?
There was a different ratio for elementary and middle MET staffing previously than to high school staffing. And we aligned all of those because we were seeing, we did some alignments in the Met staffing when we saw a need for older students and we lowered that support. And now we triangulated so that all grade levels have the same levels of student to teacher ratio, which is 15:1.
So, in conclusion, when we look at the ERS findings tonight, specific to class size and also time and attention, and we think about the work of the class size work group, the examination of class size practices with peer Maryland districts and our national benchmarking districts revealed that our class size guidelines are slightly larger in MCPS. However, we have to, when we look at ourselves against others, there's a cautionary note there, and that is when other districts report, often they do not report guidelines, but they're reporting averages. So we, of course, for the non-focus schools, for example, for kindergarten, have a 24, and for the focus, a 22. We know that our average for kindergarten is 22. So districts approach their public reporting about their class size very differently. And from what's actually happening, we don't have too many outliers in the data that we presented this evening, which would suggest that we certainly on paper appear that we have higher, but in actuality, it does not appear that way. In the aggregate, MCPS continues to outperform peer Maryland districts on state measures, and this basically is saying with our practices, we're doing quite well in the aggregate. But as we've heard with the work with ERS and the work we've done with our focus groups, we know that when we remove certain populations of students, what we see is quite different. Class size must be considered in the context of additional staff, special education, ESOL staff, paraprofessionals. We also know that from our work with our evidence of learning outcomes, our equity accountability reporting, and certainly the high quality teacher, time and attention, access and opportunity to learn are all part of the considerations around the student achievement levels we're seeing coming from our class size practices. As we've mentioned over and over this evening, it is one aspect of the dimensions of equity that we're looking at going forward. And the resolution included a stakeholder component, and because class size is part of the time and attention pieces with ERS, we'll be able to move those stakeholder initiatives together as we look at the class size work that we've done and also in the context of the ERS work, because they're very connected.
All right, so at this time, we will open it up for discussion. I'll start with Ms. Tataconda, if you have any comments, thoughts, questions.
I just think that this work is very important, and I'm grateful to Ms. O'Neill for charging us with this a few months ago, and we'll look forward to, again, seeing the tangible change that we bring about as a result. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dixon.
Just want to say thank you for the presentation. I don't have any questions.
Great. Mrs. Smodrowski.
I too want to say thank you. I did want to clarify that I didn't mean about the incorporating the teacher supports as like I got you or anything. I was just trying to say that one of the things we had talked about was also studying the relationship between student-adult ratios and whether or not there was a better impact on having 2 adults in the classroom versus 2 kids less in the classroom, and those kind of things. So that's, I was really trying to get to, did we look at that? Is there any evidence in any way? And, you know, the additional time that teachers have to be able to do what they need to do to be able to focus on students, how that all gets incorporated. So thank you for your study. You did do it in the special education, so I was like, oh, wait, you did do it. But it would be interesting to see what our ratios are if we looked at it holistically.
Thanks. Mrs. O'Neill.
Well, you know, the issue of class size is one that all of us hear a lot when we're out in the community or we go to cluster meetings. People talk about it, and, you know, it's sort of, I mean, it comes down to, you know, every parent wants their kid in that class, like in the Cheers bar where everybody knows your name. And there is a perception that the larger the class, the less time and attention a teacher has to spend with you. And, you know, recently, I have a grandson in kindergarten, a granddaughter in second grade, not in this district, but across the river. And my husband was the mystery reader in both classes. And he went to the kindergarten class. They have 17 kids. He gave every kid a baseball card because he read a baseball book. 17 kids. He went to second grade. There were 24. He said, wow, that class was so much bigger. Well, 24 versus 17, I mean, it is a lot, it is more body, you know, and so, but would be within what we do, and 17, because it's, would not be a focus school, is a very small kindergarten in comparison with what we have. So, and they have a paraeducator in that class. Now, they do have a couple of special needs kids. So, you know, there is a perception, and, you know, we want every child to get the time and attention that they need. And, you know, having the teacher's ability to differentiate. And then the only other thing I would say is, as recently as a month ago, I had a cluster coordinator ask me, well, whatever happened about the new business item on class size? Because there seemed he was unaware that the work group had formed and that work efforts were ongoing. So I don't know whether MCCPTA has not communicated with the cluster leadership, but I assume at some point there will be a report, but I think it's important that we communicate along the way and that, you know, not leave it just necessarily to MCCPTA, because this cluster coordinator said, so, you know, what's going on with that? We have a lot of parents who are very interested, so I think we need to be proactive, and obviously having this televised today, not that our gross rating points are that high.
Dr. Wilson.
Ms. O'Neill, I just wanted to mention, and you reminded me, and I thank you for it, is, you know, it is sort of, you'd think common sense, you know, that smaller class sizes would yield, you know, more time and attention, but we also know from data that we can have very similar class sizes and still see a wide variance of student achievement outcomes. But I did want to say that for folks who do have questions about the class sizes for their particular schools, in elementary we do have a class size dashboard, and that dashboard does outline what our guidelines are and does show what type of school, Title I focus, non-focus, what should be expected, and also what each teacher at a particular grade level is assigned. And it does not take into consideration, again, Ms. Mondrowski, all those support folks that come in and out of the classroom in interventions and things like that. So thank you for reminding me that, but that data is certainly there for the elementary.
Dr. Jocko.
Yeah, thank you for the class size report. It's really very helpful for us because, as Pat said, in the cluster meetings, we get nailed with these questions and we can't really answer them, but these charts are going to help a great deal. And I'm still back on the other report, ERS, but I just wanted to say that we really need to be in partnership with SEIU, MCPS, MCEA, and MCAP, because they have to understand this. They have to be able to convey this to their employees so that everybody's on board. I guess you already have taken care of that, but it's not just having one person on the committee from each organization. It's got to be a little bit fuller than that.
Thank you, Dr. Daka. Mrs. Silvestre.
A very interesting study. Thank you for your work. I wonder about the effects that you mentioned of smaller class size on low-income children. And so I think of low-income children that are not in Focus or Title I schools, and they are in the larger classrooms and kind of the impact that that has on them. Also in the study, you talked about non-cognitive impacts of smaller class size. And I have a hard time reconciling the two. It says, smaller classes may have positive effects on skills related to school engagement. Students in smaller classes were less likely to report negative perceptions about their classes, and teachers said their students were less likely to be inattentive and so forth. So it's hard to believe that that doesn't impact academic achievement. If my student feels more comfortable with me and vice versa, the teacher, just having a hard time wrapping my head around that. Another thing is I hear a lot from teachers about equity on the job, right? So if you have 25 students or 30 students versus 18, are we providing equitable working conditions for, I mean, it is more work, more papers to grade, more parent-teacher conferences, just something to think about. And so where are we just approved a budget that addresses reductions in class sizes? So could you remind me what that does to our guidelines now?
Sure, so I can share them with you. So currently in non-focused schools, in kindergarten, the class size is 25. Next year, it will be 24. Currently in non-focused schools, it's 27. For grades 1 and 2, next year, it will be 25. Grade 3 for non-focused school is 27. Next year, it'll be 26. Grades 4 and 5 is 29. Next year, it will be 28.
Okay.
And so for Focus and Title I schools, they're reduced slightly in grade 3 and 4-5 to 24 and 26 respectively.
Thank you.
Mrs. Wolf.
I just want to thank you for your work on this. It's very good. And I would encourage anybody to look at that class size dashboard because we had a preview of it and it was actually fascinating. I guess what I'm wondering is, class size has an impact for sure, but teacher attitude is really what's important. So I don't know how we handle all of that. Do you know what I'm saying? How are we going to, when you look at the dashboard, you can see that pretty much the classes are pretty much where we said they were. So it's got to be something else that we need to look at and focus on in addition, and I'm just wondering how we do that. Not to put you on a spot, you don't have to answer tonight.
No, I was just going to say that on the non-cognitive piece of the study, that's one of the things that is raised through looking at class size and moving away from looking at achievement. How do you gauge things like teacher attitude, the sense of belonging, and so forth, to determine whether or not that does have an impact? And it's very difficult to assess that piece. But certainly one would consider that if a student has a smaller class size, particularly primary students, they're more likely to want to engage with the rest of the class than a larger class size. But it's an excellent point, but it's very hard to tease out. And it's still one of the important dimensions, one of the other influencing factors of what happens in every class. The attitude, the sense of belonging, and so forth, regardless of the class size.
Thank you. Mrs. Smodrowski?
Yep, which I, just following up on that, I think some of that does have a lot to do with equity and work conditions and stuff like that, because I know. But I had a last question. How do we establish class size caps, and is it evidence-based? So how do we, in looking at all this, was there any point where studies showed what too much is, or what?
It really is very different across districts that are that we benchmarked against. And again, we don't see CAP terminology used very frequently, and MCPS really doesn't have CAPs, it has guidelines. And as you know, whenever we do have a need, we have to look at the classroom, the space in the school, and other variables and the other support that might be available. But within Maryland, I can say that the only district that we benchmarked again that used the word CAP was Prince George's County in terms of what we could see publicly on their website. And their CAP for kindergarten was 26. And it did not give any kind of delineation between Title I or focus or non-focus. It was just a pure CAP. That's why I said the benchmarking is very difficult to get at. But most that we benchmarked, again, did not use the word CAP in the information.
Dr. Smith, have any comments?
Thank you. A lot of information and a lot to think about in the coming days and weeks, and we will be back to this conversation, I am quite sure.
Okay. I too want to say thank you. And moving to our next item, if I can get a motion to move 14.1 and 14.2 in block.
Move it block.
So moved and seconded, all those in favor? And that is unanimous. Want to ask if there are any new business items that board members wanted to bring forward? Seeing none. Item 15 is for informational purposes only, and if I can get a motion to adjourn?
Move adjourned.
It's been moved and seconded, all those in favor?
I knew no one's gonna vote for this.
And that's unanimous. Thank you.